Now we continue our journey to Valparaiso in Chile. The roundtable reflects on new technologies and artistic practices in the context of a global crisis. The ethical, political, as well as ecological implications of this topic will be discussed by Gustavo Celedón, Maki Solomos, Adolfo Vera, and Sibylla Sotomayor van Rissigem.
Bonjour tout le monde, on commence cette séance, cette table ronde qui s'appelle Nouvelles technologies et pratiques artistiques dans le contexte d'une crise mondiale, éthique, politique, esthétique et écologie de l'art. Nous avons comme invité Sibylla Sotomayor, actrice, artiste et membre du collectif Las Tesis. Bonjour Sibylla.
Pardon. Bonjour à tous. Merci pour l'invitation.
Merci à toi. Maki Solomos, professeur de l'Université Paris 8, musicologue. Merci pour être ici avec nous. Maki.
Bonjour, merci. Bonjour Gustavo, merci pour l'invitation et merci de parler français.
Et on avait pensé à ça. Et Adolfo Vera, professeur, philosophe de l'Université Valparaiso. Merci pour être ici, bienvenue.
Non, c'est moi, hein, je suis honoré d'être avec vous. Et voilà, merci beaucoup.
Ok, on a convoqué cette table ronde pour penser la relation entre l'art et ce qu'on peut appeler une crise mondiale. Voilà. Quelque chose arrive maintenant et l'art n'est pas indifférent à ça. Mais je crois qu'il y a beaucoup de perspectives qui peuvent confronter ce sujet. De ma part, par exemple, je pense que ce n'est pas un problème de l'institution art, ce n'est pas un problème de la discipline art, c'est plutôt un problème plus élargi, c'est un problème du sensible, si vous voulez. Hein. Mais alors, c'est pas moi qui va parler aujourd'hui, hein. C'est vous qui allez parler. Et donc, je laisse la parole à Sibylla. Sibylla, s'il te plaît.
Merci beaucoup, Gustavo. Ma relation avec l'art en général vient de ma formation en théâtre d'abord. Comme Gustavo disait, je suis actrice. Et ce que je travaille maintenant avec le collectif, dans un côté, c'est une vision plutôt interdisciplinaire d'une mise en scène, mais qui a toujours comme base la performance et le corps. Donc évidemment, le corps est en tension du moment que nous ne pouvons pas nous exprimer de cette façon dans l'espace public, par exemple, ou même dans les théâtres, ou dans une fête électronique, n'importe quoi. On ne peut pas quoi. Alors, il y a cette adaptation du corps à les plateformes digitales et dans l'espace numérique. Et la base de la performance, de l'art de la performance, est le corps. Donc, c'est évident qu'il y a quelque chose qu'on perd dans ce transport, je ne sais pas comment dire ça, quand on bouge vers le numérique. Mais on se rend compte que quand même c'est nécessaire, c'est un exercice qu'on doit faire pour continuer à pouvoir s'exprimer dans un côté, pour continuer aussi notre travail activiste dans ce cas-là, et aussi de mettre les sujets sur la table, quoi. Et les différentes dénonces que dans nos cas sont bien sûr féministes. Mais aussi, il y a cette expression par rapport au corps, mais aussi dans mon cas, il y a une enquête par rapport au son et à la musique. Je n'ai pas une formation comme musicienne formale, c'est plutôt autodidacte, je ne sais pas comment on dit ça en français, autodidacte, je pense. Et, mais mon enquête dans cet univers sonore est plutôt par rapport à la relation avec le corps aussi. C'est toujours le son par rapport à la relation avec les tensions et articulations avec les corps sur la scène. Donc, c'est vrai que maintenant, continuer cette recherche sonore, mais par rapport au numérique, il y a quelque chose qui change parce qu'il y a un lieu de protagonisme par rapport au son et à la musique, par exemple, dans notre travail. Et aussi par rapport à ma recherche dans le monde DJ, que je vais faire aussi une petite collaboration dans ce festival comme Ekonake japonaise, que c'est mon nom de DJ. Ça aussi a seulement du vrai sens et finit par se construire quand il y a une interaction avec les corps des gens qui bougent, qui dansent par rapport à la musique. Donc, cela aussi est en tension aujourd'hui dans cet espace d'expression seulement numérique, mais que cependant, chacun de sa maison, quoi, n'importe où on est, peut quand même se relationner. Et je pense qu'aujourd'hui, c'est un peu ça la tension qu'on réfléchit plutôt, ou qu'on essaye aussi de développer un petit peu plus, c'est par rapport à cette relation des corps en confinement, oui, dès n'importe quel différents lieux, espaces géographiques aussi, en générant une tension aussi par rapport à le lieu de rencontre, du moment qu'on commence à comprendre aussi ce réseau social, la Web 2.0, comme un espace de rencontre aussi, comme un lieu qui peut quand même générer des liens entre nous, des rencontres entre nous, et par rapport à nos corps et aussi par rapport à la musique et au son. Mais c'est vrai que c'est pas évident, hein. C'est pas facile. Ça fait bizarre parfois. Mais c'est sûr que voilà, les temps changent. En temps de crise pandémique, finalement, c'est prendre tous les moyens qu'on a pour s'exprimer. Et voilà, et c'est un peu les amener à la limite de jusqu'où on peut y aller pour s'exprimer dès nos corps aussi, dès la performance, mais dans ce nouveau contexte. Voilà, c'était un peu ça ce que je voulais dire par rapport à cette thématique que Gustavo nous offre.
Et merci Sybilla, on va reprendre la parole. Hein. Makis, s'il te plaît.
Rebonjour, merci à nouveau pour cette invitation. Je suis très heureux de participer à ces discussions. Je vais essayer rapidement de parler du besoin de réel aujourd'hui qu'il y a dans l'art et même le tournant documentaire. Mais tout d'abord un petit mot sur l'idée de crise, puisque Gustavo nous invite à penser la crise. Je dirais qu'il y a aujourd'hui des crises à un niveau multiple. Il y a bien sûr la crise du coronavirus, qui est une crise écologique, puisque c'est une zoonose, la maladie, et c'est aussi une crise qui remet en cause la globalisation néolibérale. Il y a ensuite une crise écologique qui est là en permanence et qui a pour effet très fort de poser le problème de l'échelle temporelle. On sait désormais que notre monde est fini. On le sait depuis longtemps avec l'astronomie, bien sûr, hein, mais maintenant les gens sont conscients. Par exemple, en France, on a protesté contre la réforme des retraites, mais beaucoup d'écologistes disaient, mais pour moi, j'aurais même pas dans 20 ans, je n'existerai plus. Voilà. Et il y a enfin une troisième crise très importante, c'est la crise du capitalisme, une crise systémique que le capitalisme présente comme la crise des individus et non pas comme une crise qui lui est propre. Et tout cela se mêle puisque cette dernière crise est aussi bien sûr une crise qui pose la question de la crise écologique. À travers ces dernières crises se pose aussi la question des technologies, du devenir technologique du monde, numérique, etc. Et se pose la question de la décroissance, notamment au niveau des technologies, qui devient de plus en plus nécessaire, me semble-t-il. Les artistes, face à ces multiples crises, semblent de plus en plus prendre à cœur ces questions, sans quitter ce qu'on appelle leur autonomie, le développement de leur propre concept. Ils s'intéressent de plus en plus à ces questions, à ces multiples crises. Ainsi, ces dernières années, on voit qu'au contact de questions liées à l'environnement, liées à la crise systémique du capitalisme, ils remettent en cause la notion traditionnelle d'esthétique. Dans un premier temps, on remarque que de plus en plus, les artistes posent des questions de nature éthique, qui jusqu'auparavant étaient réservées à ce que les philosophes appellent l'éthique. Jusqu'à il n'y a pas longtemps, les artistes n'étaient pas censés s'occuper d'éthique. Ils le font de plus en plus, à tel point que l'on parle de plus en plus, pour faire un jeu de mots, de esthétique. Un mélange de esthétique et d'éthique. Est-éthique. L'idée sous-jacente est qu'il est impossible de penser l'activité artistique comme épuisable dans une activité auto-centrée et de plus en plus d'être vraiment concerné et d'avoir comme souci le monde et de plus en plus ancré dans ce monde. La question éthique qui pose la question de la responsabilité de l'artiste, je pense, est en train, elle aussi, d'être dépassée en quelque sorte, parce qu'on voit que les artistes réinvestissent massivement le champ du politique. L'éthique, finalement, limitant la question à l'individu. On voit donc de plus en plus les artistes qui se réintéressent à nouveau au devenir global du monde et pas simplement à la responsabilité de l'individu. Et de ce fait, on voit se développer des artistes qui sont aussi, comme on dit en français, dans un langage qui provient de l'anglais, des activistes. En français, on parlait plutôt de militants, on parle de plus en plus d'activistes, ce qui a aussi pour mérite d'introduire cette très belle notion de artivisme, mélange d'art et d'activisme. Une grande partie de l'art d'aujourd'hui pourrait se définir comme artiviste, je pense. Pour être très précis et très concret et parler du domaine sonore qui est le mien, je vais juste donner un exemple. Je prendrai l'exemple de l'artiste Lawrence Abu Hamdan, à la fois britannique et jordanien, très connu, de plus en plus connu dans l'univers de l'art contemporain, mais aussi très intéressé par les questions sonores. Abu Hamdan a collaboré avec le laboratoire Forensic Architecture, assez connu, à travers des enquêtes menées sur plusieurs cas de violation des droits de l'homme. Récemment, Forensic Architecture a été missionné pour enquêter sur Black Lives Matter et sur aussi l'affaire Adama en France, si vous en avez entendu parler. En 2014, le laboratoire Forensic a enquêté sur l'assassinat par l'armée israélienne de 2 adolescents en Cisjordanie. Cisjordanie, West Bank, on dit en anglais. C'est la partie palestinienne occupée par Israël, que veut actuellement annexer le gouvernement israélien. Abu Hamdan, dans sa collaboration avec Forensic Architecture, a fait une enquête acoustique minutieuse avec des technologies de pointe à partir d'enregistrements et des vidéos de ces 2 meurtres. Et il a établi que, contrairement à ce que affirmait le gouvernement israélien, les soldats israéliens ont tiré avec des balles réelles et pas avec des balles de caoutchouc. Et donc cela, il a établi à partir d'analyses audio. Ensuite, réfléchissant à sa pratique artistique, avec les sonogrammes de ces analyses, avec les vidéos, il a fait une installation artistique qui a pu être vue dans plusieurs endroits du monde. Réfléchissant à sa pratique, Abu Hamdan nous dit, je cite, « Je pense que l'art a la possibilité de dire une vérité. Je pense que c'est un mode de production de vérité, de même que la loi ou la science. Mais l'art a sa propre manière de dire la vérité. Et c'est exactement mon but, de poser la vérité, mais aussi de repousser les frontières de ce qui constitue un témoignage et de ce qui constitue la parole. Fin de citation, Abou Hamdan. C'est à cet endroit que je vais parler très brièvement donc du tournant documentaire de l'art d'aujourd'hui, du besoin de réel. Dans cette pratique artiviste, nous voyons donc des artistes, sans renoncer au développement de leurs moyens propres, posent la question du réel, posent la question de la vérité. Plus généralement, de nombreux artistes aujourd'hui refusent à ce que l'art joue un rôle de divertissement ou, lorsqu'il s'agit d'art dit sérieux, de musique contemporaine, etc., d'être un peu le prétexte de luxe, ce qu'on peut appeler le surplus civilisationnel. On voit que de plus en plus d'artistes cherchent aujourd'hui à produire de la connaissance, de la vérité, à travers leur activité à la fois artistique et politique ou éthique. On pourrait dire que le besoin réel dont témoigne ce tournant documentaire est peut-être l'indice d'un tournant plus général de l'art qui renoncerait à l'abstraction qui a caractérisé pendant longtemps l'art moderne et qui renonce aussi au simulacre de la parenthèse postmoderne. Et on pourrait également prendre ce tournant, ce besoin de réel, comme un besoin de se situer aux antipodes des mondes virtuels, des penchants ultra-technologiques. Pour conclure, face aux crises que nous traversons, je pense que les artistes aujourd'hui, sans renoncer au développement de leurs moyens propres, sans renoncer au monde de la représentation, développent un réel souci écologique au sens de Félix Guattari. L'écologie n'est pas qu'une question d'environnement, c'est aussi une question de société, une question de mental, comme nous disait Guattari. C'est aussi bien sûr une question de genre, la question des genres, c'est aussi bien sûr toutes les questions décoloniales qu'on se pose aujourd'hui. Sans se substituer aux actions proprement politiques qui pourraient nous faire sortir des crises que nous traversons, les pratiques artistiques aujourd'hui qui développent cette vision écologique peuvent être des pôles très forts pour construire des résistances, pour construire des solidarités, pour construire même des lieux où on pourrait expérimenter un monde autre. Merci de votre attention.
Merci Makis. On revient sur toi aussi. Adolfo, s'il te plaît.
Oui, merci Gustavo, merci Sybilla, merci Makis, c'est un plaisir. Donc, alors oui, bon, on est dans une situation complexe, n'est-ce pas? Donc, il y a quelques jours, quand je parlais avec Gustavo autour de ces table, n'est-ce pas? Et je me suis dit, bon, qu'est-ce que j'ai à dire? Je n'ai pas la même chose à dire, disons, on est plutôt dans la stupéfaction, c'est mon cas, disons, on essaie plutôt de reprendre des choses qu'on travaillait avant. Je suis dans un état de parenthèse, plutôt là, maintenant, on travaille, on fait les cours, les séminaires, etc., on fait ce type d'activités. Mais bon, donc pour moi, peut-être le plus intéressant, ce serait reprendre quelque chose que j'avais travaillé il y a quelques temps, mais dans le contexte aussi d'une crise. Je pense qu'on est dans une crise beaucoup plus grave de ce qu'il y avait à l'époque où j'ai pensé ces choses. Et je parle notamment de la notion de pharmacon artistique. Et je voudrais aussi, dans ce contexte-là, faire un petit hommage à Bernard Stiegler, qui a beaucoup travaillé la question du pharmacon, qui vient de nous quitter. Et bon, pour moi, pour Gustavo, en fait, c'est un philosophe important. Et je pense qu'il est important pour aussi comprendre ce qu'il a étudié, comme d'autres, n'est-ce pas, et notamment la question de la catastrophe. Je pense qu'on est dans une situation catastrophique, n'est-ce pas? Même, on pourrait enchérir un petit peu plus de ce dont nous invitait Gustavo, la crise. On pourrait dire, bon, on pense aussi à la catastrophe. C'est une crise vraiment extrême. Et du coup, je voudrais en fait en 2 minutes citer Stiegler, parce que je pense qu'il nous met, hein, il décrit des situations qui sont très concrètes et que nous vivons, je pense, là, maintenant, enfermés. Et bon, Matisse, il est déjà plus enfermé, mais nous le sommes encore un peu. Et c'est une table ronde qui aussi est enregistrée, donc la temporalité aussi est très chaotique. Et c'est aussi, ça fait partie aussi de nouvelles technologies comme Zoom, n'est-ce pas, où le temps se dissout vraiment d'une manière assez étrange. Et bon, je vais citer Stiegler dans son livre qui s'appelle De la misère symbolique, où il parle des abeilles, des fourmis, des insectes sociaux. Et je voudrais partir de là et poser la question, et pour le dire tout de suite, à quoi ça peut servir encore l'art dans cette catastrophe, hein? Et on verra bien. Et dit Stiegler, l'extériorisation de la mémoire humaine qui avait permis l'accumulation et la transmission des expériences individuelles aboutirait à la création d'un réseau réactif comme si la totalité de cette expérience était désormais standardisée et désincarnée. Dans une telle hypothèse, les couples hommes-techniques n'auraient eu besoin d'une liberté individuelle pendant quelques millénaires que pour que le système se développât correctement et constituât un organisme supra-individuel, rejoignant en fin de compte, au moment de sa planétarisation totale, les organisations parfaitement synchrones des insectes dits sociaux. Et bon, c'est des phrases fortes, dures, n'est-ce pas? Stiegler était de ce type de philosophe nietzschéen, donc il disait les choses durement. Et disons, pour moi, l'horizon est là, on est dans une situation qu'on pourrait définir catastrophique, et du point de vue de cet état de pouvoir, là, moi je parle du Chili, je pense que Sybilla aussi, Gustavo, Christian, sauf Maki qui est en France, on est dans un pays où on voit ça depuis au moins octobre dernier, n'est-ce pas? La survivance des pratiques totalitaires, n'est-ce pas, qu'on croyait peut-être ingénument d'une autre époque, disons. On se disait on est à la société de contrôle, quoi. Mais finalement, c'est pas les années 80, mais on a vu la police chilienne, disons, s'activer d'une façon assez bizarre aussi, qui n'est pas incompréhensible, bien sûr, et qui nous met dans une situation où l'art, n'est-ce pas, comme un constituant essentiel du sensible aussi, pour reprendre Stiegler, non? Il disait c'est une catastrophe du sensible, notamment. Tout d'abord, c'est une catastrophe qui concerne la participation à les objets que nous sentons, que nous voyons, que nous écoutons, et qu'on voit que ces rapports, en étant uniquement traversés par la marchandise, par la valeur, n'est-ce pas, par le fétichisme de la marchandise, ne fait que détruire cette fonction de filia, comme il disait, n'est-ce pas, de rapport libidinal, pour le dire avec Freud, n'est-ce pas, avec les objets. Et c'est une crise de la libido, donc de la sensibilité, de la chair, non, du corps, dont parlait tout à l'heure Sybilla. Et dans une situation comme on l'est là maintenant, de confinement, de post-confinement, mais on ne sait jamais, il y a déjà des ressurgissements du virus, n'est-ce pas? Il faut absolument attendre les vaccins pour que ça se calme un petit peu. Donc, la question, ce serait dans ce contexte que je viens de décrire, que vous connaissez tous, n'est-ce pas? Il y a eu aussi beaucoup de discours là-dessus, hein. Tous les philosophes, tous les sociologues, enfin, on dit ça sa chose par rapport à cette crise, à cette catastrophe, et qui, il ne faut pas oublier que dans le cas chilien s'ajoute une catastrophe sociale, politique grave, très très grave, et qui précède, n'est-ce pas, les virus. Donc, notre situation est encore plus particulière. On est aussi dans ce moment confiné au Chili et dans une situation d'incertitude énorme par rapport au destin du pays, parce qu'on ne sait pas si, par exemple, le plébiscite pour la nouvelle constitution aura lieu ou n'aura pas lieu. Peut-être que quand ça sera montré, on le saura, mais là, maintenant, on ne le sait pas, disons. On voit en tout cas les pouvoirs très décidés à que ça n'arrive pas. Ça c'est clair. Donc, en posant la question du pharmacon Stigler, que moi j'avais repris aussi par rapport à une possibilité de réponse à cette question, à quoi ça pourrait servir l'art. L'art qui aujourd'hui, finalement, ne fait que, disons, c'est adapté. Voilà, c'est ça les termes. S'adapter aux nouvelles technologies, s'adapter à Zoom, s'adapter au réseau pour transmettre leurs informations, pour faire son boulot, quoi. Les musées sont fermés, il faut montrer les œuvres aux gens, disons, mais il n'y a pas vraiment dans ces contextes un questionnement. On ne voit pas ça, disons. Hein. On ne voit pas ça d'un point de vue institutionnel. On voit ça dans quelques pratiques extra-institutionnelles et même contra-institutionnelles, comme celle notamment des thesis, par exemple, pour parler de ce qui fait Sybilla, qui était tellement important aussi dans ses rapports au corps et aux possibilités. Mais là, c'est vrai qu'on est enfermé, on utilise quand même, on est en train de les utiliser là. Et maintenant, il y a donc ce côté pharmacon dont parlait Stigler en suivant Derrida, bien sûr, son maître, n'est-ce pas? Derrida nous avait montré que chez les Phèdre de Platon apparaissait pour la première fois la question de l'écriture, de l'inscription, n'est-ce pas? Comme question de la technologie, mais comme question du rapport avec la vie et la mort, n'est-ce pas? Quand on enregistre, dit Phèdre, dit Platon dans les Phèdres, quand on enregistre, on oblige les gens à oublier ce qu'ils enregistrent. Ils ne feront plus l'effort pour s'en souvenir, n'est-ce pas? Parce qu'ils l'auront déjà enregistré. Donc, inscrire, enregistrer, c'est toujours déjà quelque part tuer les vivants, non? Ce qui se passe. Là, maintenant, je les conserve, je les garde, n'est-ce pas? Je l'archive. Donc, et ça, voilà, Platon va dire, finalement, on peut les définir comme un pharmacon, donc comme une drogue, comme un remède, n'est-ce pas, qui peut guérir, mais qui aussi peut, on dirait, augmenter, dans ces cas, la crise ou la catastrophe. Je pense qu'on peut utiliser cette théorie du pharmacon, chez Derrida et à Stigler, pour penser notre situation, et je pense que pour finir, n'est-ce pas? Je pense qu'on reviendra dans la discussion. Et je pense qu'on pourrait dire que l'art, ça sert à créer, à inscrire déjà, c'est une forme d'écriture, et ça sert donc à inscrire et à établir, on pourrait établir des surfaces d'inscription, pour reprendre aussi Lyotard, n'est-ce pas? Et des surfaces d'inscription pour moi, je dirais les fantômes, les nouveaux fantômes qui vont nous hanter et qui nous hantent déjà, par exemple, qui vont hanter tous ces gens qui ont dû voir leurs proches enterrés dans des situations ignobles, n'est-ce pas? Ce dont on a pas mal parlé Giorgio Agamben dans ses polémiques récentes, disons, mais la société, l'humanité, si on peut encore parler comme Kant, n'est-ce pas? Et il va falloir qu'il fasse l'analyse de ce qui s'est passé dans cette catastrophe, de comment on a accepté voilà, des rituels tellement importants comme la mort être traités d'un point de vue purement sanitaire. On sait bien qu'il y a des raisons médicales, etc., mais il va falloir quand même faire cette analyse parce que ça touche des choses très, 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 très profondes. Donc, il va falloir trouver des surfaces. Il faut toujours trouver de nouvelles surfaces pour inscrire. Et ces fantômes, c'était en Amérique du Sud les fantômes de la dictature, qui nous hantent encore, les disparus. Et il y a de nouveaux disparus, n'est-ce pas, du fait du pouvoir d'État. Et l'art, s'il peut servir à quelque chose, en tant que pharmacon, disons, en tant que pas nécessairement bon, hein. Disons, il faut surtout s'équiter cette sorte de préjugé que l'art est par définition bon, comme si les gens, du seul fait d'aller au musée, vont changer sa manière de penser. Je touche donc, bien sûr, c'est dont parlait tout à l'heure Makis, c'est cette question éthique, n'est-ce pas? L'esthétique, aujourd'hui, doit être absolument en rapport étroit avec l'éthique et donc la politique. Ça pourrait donc créer de nouvelles surfaces d'inscription. Je m'en doute si ces nouvelles surfaces d'inscription seront nécessairement institutionnelles. Je suis plutôt... je me méfie plutôt de la capacité, c'est pas sa faute, hein, disons. Je pense à un accueil, à une hospitalité, n'est-ce pas, dont les institutions peuvent pas la faire, quoi. C'est pas sa faute. Elles sont faites pour autre chose. Donc ça serait quelque chose qui vient plutôt du socius, du peuple, de la vie sociale, n'est-ce pas, de tous les jours, de la quotidienneté, de nos manières de vivre, de nos manières d'agir, de nos gestes, n'est-ce pas? Et comme ça, on fera, et là, je pourrais y revenir dans la discussion, mais c'est l'autre concept qui est très important, je pense, que c'est le concept du soin, de comment prendre soin de l'autre, n'est-ce pas? Comment aider les gens. C'est des questions qui, Makis le sait bien, n'est-ce pas? Il a aussi, tout le monde ici, dans les années 60, disons, Richard, on a été traité comme ingénu, hein, disons, l'art avait une fonction vraiment plus, on dirait, disruptive, et on sait bien aujourd'hui que la disruption, c'est quelque chose qui appartient plutôt au capitalisme, hein. Les grands disrupteurs, les grands innovateurs, je me dis, bon, ils ont déjà repris pour eux les termes d'innovation, on ne peut plus s'en servir, carrément. On dit innovation, c'est toujours le langage de... Donc il faut redéfinir aussi les concepts. Ce n'est pas nécessairement l'innovation, la création pure, l'originalité, n'est-ce pas? Comme si les artistes diraient toujours, comme si on serait toujours dans la situation des romantiques du 19e, donc épater les bourgeois. Ce serait plutôt, on pourrait dire, faire... Et je pense que ça a été fait. Hein. Moi, je vois ça à Valparaiso, je vois ça dans ce qu'ils font, les Tessis et d'autres, ça c'est pas quelque chose qu'on ne pourrait pas dire que ça existe. Disons, on a les exemples. Donc, prendre soin des autres, prendre soin des fantômes, ça serait ça. Donc, voilà, là, je m'arrête pour l'instant. Merci.
Merci deux fois. Il y a beaucoup de choses intéressantes que vous avez dit. Oui, pour continuer la conversation, je vais vous dire quelques mots. Oui, le devenir politique de l'art, plutôt que l'éthique, comme disait Makis, c'est plus qu'un devoir, c'est presque une réalité, quoi, hein? Parce que il y a un problème, il y a un décalage avec les manières qui ont venu utiliser pour sentir. La question du corps aussi, qu'est-ce qu'il arrive avec le corps maintenant, hein? C'est le corps, je sais pas où est le corps maintenant. Ouais. Et la question de la technologie, hein, il y a, je crois que la question de la technologie se présente aujourd'hui comme une question résolue. Mais je crois que la technologie, c'est justement une question pas résolue, qu'il faut mettre dans un conflit politique. Hein. Voilà, parce qu'il y a beaucoup de fascination avec les nouvelles technologies, avec le Zoom, voilà, avec la localisation, et avec tous les outils qui nous donnent la technologie. Mais je pense que comme disait Adolfo, voilà, il manque encore, il manque. Je crois qu'il faudra avoir d'autres technologies pour se communiquer, pour écrire les pensées. Même, je souhaite des technologies qui bloquent la localisation, voilà, autre type de technologies qui ne sont pas là. Voilà. Donc la question technologique n'est pas résolue. Pour moi, c'est ça. Alors, je vais faire une question à vous. Sybilla, pour toi, je voudrais te demander si tu peux nous raconter un peu l'expérience de ton collectif, surtout la question de la réception. Comment parce que il y a la question de la technologie, voilà, donc, tout le monde peut écouter et voir votre performance, voilà. Mais comment vous avez reçu ça, hein? Comment vous avez pensé ça? Voilà, la question de l'impact, je ne sais pas si c'est un bon mot, mais la question de comment beaucoup de gens, surtout des femmes, bien sûr, ont reçu vraiment, à propos de la question de la production des vérités qui parlait Makis, comment tout le monde a reçu vraiment ces gestes artistiques et comment vous l'avez pensé, hein? Et Makis, pour toi, je voulais te demander, parce que j'aime bien, tu as dit quelque chose que je voulais écouter. Ça fait longtemps, voilà, tu m'as éclairci. La question de la production des vérités, voilà, dans l'art, parce qu'en fait, on pourrait dire que la question de la vérité, voilà, c'est une question de la philosophie, voilà, donc dire la vérité, la possibilité de la vérité, mais l'art, apparemment, pourrait donner un autre rapport à la vérité, à la création, production, ou comme vous voulez dire, de la vérité. Et Adolfo, tu as évoqué Stigler, et voilà, c'était dur, la mort de Stigler, hein, parce que en fait, quand un philosophe si important comme lui, qui amène une lutte contre le système, voilà, une lutte, comme on disait, une lutte esthétique, hein, il disait. D'emblée, il est mort, voilà, et donc on pense, voilà, qu'est-ce que... c'est ce qu'il y a, un message, c'est comment il n'a pas de possibilité, voilà, c'est tout fini, voilà. Donc c'est un peu triste, hein, c'est beaucoup triste, hein, c'est trop triste. Voilà, c'est ça, je vous laisse la parole.
Merci beaucoup, Gustavo. Par rapport à ta question, c'est toujours un peu compliqué de la répondre parce qu'en fait, on n'a jamais cherché ça. On n'a jamais cherché que cette performance sera réappropriée par d'autres personnes. C'était toujours une action très locale, seulement dans notre ville, ici à Valparaiso. Le 20 novembre de l'année dernière, et voilà, et ça n'avait aucune projection de devenir quelque chose d'autre. Mais avec l'art, comme avec tout peut-être dans la vie, mais surtout avec le potentiel transformateur aussi de la performance, que nous croyons vraiment dans ce potentiel, voilà, ça a tout simplement arrivé, et ça arrivait aussi grâce plutôt à les nouvelles technologies par rapport à la viralisation, avec le téléphone, les gens qui ont simplement enregistré la performance dans la rue et qui ont commencé à le partager sur ces réseaux sociaux, etc., etc. Ça, c'est quelque chose qui échappe absolument à notre contrôle, bien sûr. Et comme je vous disais, on ne l'a jamais cherché non plus. Alors, ce qui arrive après, c'est un peu fou parce que du coup, il y a des gens qui ont vu la performance et au même temps qu'on s'est arrivé, genre dans le même endroit. Mais après, il y a et c'est la majorité des gens qui après se sont réappropriés de cette performance pour s'exprimer aussi par rapport à la violence sexuelle, qui l'ont vu comme ça, sur l'ordinateur, sur le téléphone. Alors là, on peut voir qu'aussi, il y a le corps en tension, parce que c'est le corps, la base de la performance, mais cependant, il est viralisé dans le réseau numérique. Et c'est comme ça que c'est possible aussi d'y arriver à tellement de gens, et qu'aussi on peut voir que finalement, ça a été répliqué dans plus ou moins 40 pays différents, traduit aussi à des différents langages, aussi dans des différentes cultures. Alors on se rend compte qu'une dénonce qui était très locale en plus, qui veut dénoncer la violence sexuelle, mais aussi spécifiquement la violence politique et sexuelle de la police, dans un contexte aussi de mouvements sociaux très forts dans notre pays. On peut voir comment ceci est réapproprié dans des différentes cultures, où parfois on peut croire « Ah, mais ils n'ont pas vraiment le même problème » ou « Elles n'ont pas vraiment le même problème », et on peut voir que oui, que la base du problème, en fait, c'est le patriarcat, en conjonction, en articulation aussi avec le capitalisme néolibéral, et que alors ce genre de violence et oppression est plutôt transversal mondialement. Alors c'est dingue, parce que finalement, nous, on travaille... on se base dans les thèses de différentes théories féministes. Par exemple, ici, c'est Rita Segato qui parle de la violence sexuelle spécifiquement. Mais on peut voir que la thèse, en fait, qu'elle dit que c'est un problème social et pas individuel, on fait genre check, tu vois, voilà, elle avait raison, sa thèse, on peut le voir que c'est un problème social, du moment qu'on voit qu'il y a un impact si grand dans tellement différents pays. Alors là, il y a aussi une tension, c'est quelque chose que je voulais aussi faire un petit commentaire par rapport à ce que aussi Makis et Adolfo parlaient, par rapport au politique, à le politique et la relation avec l'art. Parce que là, nous aussi, comme collectif, on se fait la question et on enquête par rapport à ça, et maintenant on peut le voir aussi par rapport à que le politique, en fait, n'est pas nécessairement dans ce qu'on dit, dans le contenu, mais sinon dans la forme. Le politique est dans la forme, en comment on va dire ce qu'on va dire, que c'est une idée d'autres personnes, c'est pas à nous bien sûr, mais nous, dans notre cas, on est basé sur ce qu'il dit Lola Proaño. C'est une théorique de l'Argentine. Elle va parler de ça, de comment le politique en fait est dans la forme. Et là, il y a aussi un potentiel qui nous impressionne toujours jusqu'aujourd'hui. De comment on va faire les dénonces, de comment on va exiger effectivement finalement. Et comment aussi, et là je fais un parallèle avec ce qui parlait aussi Adolfo par rapport au temps par exemple, et l'accélération, etc. Comme aujourd'hui aussi, il y a une espèce de désaccélération, mais pas vraiment, c'est un truc un peu bizarre, mais aussi par rapport à la présence. Là, je retourne au corps. Oui, le fait qu'apparemment, le seul moyen qu'on rencontre pour nous rencontrer, c'est quand on se voit. Et en fait, là, il y a une discussion aussi par rapport au temps, mais par rapport aussi à, je ne sais pas comment on dit ça en français, mais en espagnol, c'est oculocentrisme. Ça veut dire quand c'est central, la vision, quoi, c'est ce qu'on voit. Et là, il y a aussi des thèses par rapport à comment ce qu'on voit, en fait, baser notre vie sociale par rapport à la vision, c'est aussi masculine, en fait. C'est masculin. Alors, comment on peut faire des autres enquêtes par rapport à notre autre sens, oui, et notre sensation, par exemple, à travers le son, comment on peut se rencontrer à travers le son et pas nécessairement à travers la vision. Et comment ça aussi va bouger nos corps et va aussi mettre en tension la présence par rapport à des autres sens et aussi sortir de ce paradigme masculin de la vision. Voilà, j'ai essayé de mélanger plutôt plusieurs sujets que vous avez touchés aussi. Et merci.
Pour parler de la question de la vérité, de l'art et de la vérité, je pense que tout ce que vient de dire Sybilla, c'est exactement ça. C'est l'art aujourd'hui, justement, nous parle des vrais problèmes. Il nous parle des questions du phallocratisme, oculocentrisme, etc. L'art s'est séparé, disons, de la vérité et des questions éthiques dans la Grèce antique, comme on sait. Hein, le beau esthétique a été inventé au XVIIIe siècle, mais la grande séparation a lieu déjà dans l'Antiquité. Et cette question, l'art moderne, cette séparation, l'art moderne n'a pas cessé de la remettre sans cesse en question. C'est un grand combat, puisque le système actuel a intérêt à faire de l'art un domaine un peu à part, comme je disais tout à l'heure, soit de divertissement, soit l'entreprise de luxe, donc l'art savant, l'art même expérimental, donc là je pense à la musique contemporaine, l'IRCAM, etc. C'est ce que j'appelle le surplus civilisationnel. Comme l'ont montré Deleuze et Guattari dans leur livre « Qu'est-ce que la philosophie ?», bien sûr, l'art a quelque chose qui lui est propre, c'est le sensible. L'art ne peut pas générer du concept. Ce n'est pas son moyen d'existence, son moyen de production. Mais aujourd'hui, justement, c'est le sensible qui est la vérité. Face à l'univers du virtuel, je dirais même du faux virtuel que nous sommes en train de vivre, c'est-à-dire un virtuel qui masque en fait une réalité, une domination, pour le dire très simplement, face à l'univers des fake news, qui est incroyable, la manière avec laquelle le monde a été envahi ces dernières années, comment les technologies ont été utilisées pour produire du mensonge. Le sensible, le corps dont on parlait tout à l'heure, et même, on va dire, même les yeux, même tous les organes, même l'intérieur du corps, etc. C'est ça la vérité. Donc, l'art aujourd'hui fait un effort démesuré pour sortir de ce ghetto de luxe dans lequel on l'a cantonné, pour justement nous dire une vérité avec ses propres moyens, avec ses propres, pas mots puisque c'est pas un langage, l'art n'est pas un langage, avec ses propres structures. J'aime bien aussi cette idée de Sibylla que la politique est dans la forme. L'art justement travaille les formes, donc c'est un moyen de produire des vérités politiques. Alors, si on ne veut pas les appeler politiques au sens strict, puisqu'il ne s'agit pas forcément de déclaration, il ne s'agit pas forcément d'action au sens fort politique, c'est vrai que le mot vérité peut convenir. Hein. Je pense qu'aujourd'hui, il ne faut pas avoir peur de ce mot. Adorno nous parlait de connaissance, de l'art comme domaine de connaissance dans les années 50. Vérité, je pense que c'est pas mal, ça peut faire peur un petit peu, hein, mais il ne s'agit pas bien sûr d'obliger les artistes à nous dire, à rentrer dans un nouveau mode qui remplacerait l'esthétique, mais voilà, je pense que c'est quelque chose dont on a besoin et que les artistes ont besoin également.
Oui, c'est mon tour. Gustavo, tu te souvenais? Oui, c'était fort la mort de Stigler. On l'a écrasé. Moi, en tout cas, à la message Paris-Nord, moi j'ai travaillé peut-être, Makis, vous connaissez aussi, c'était votre collègue. Jean-Louis Dehaute, j'ai fait ma thèse avec lui. Il était proche de Bernard Stiegler, bien sûr. La message Paris-Nord, après Stiegler, a fait une chose très, très intéressante à Saint-Denis, n'est-ce pas? Disons dans ça, et je voudrais revenir sur ce point. Et en fait, c'est un modèle de philosophe qui est intéressant parce que c'est des philosophes, comme disait Gustavo, qui mènent des combats, n'est-ce pas? Et ces combats, comme il disait, moi je suis tout à fait d'accord, c'est un combat esthétique qui conserve, comme dit Makis, je suis tout à fait d'accord, et une vérité, mais comme dit aussi Sibylla, juste pour enchaîner, n'est-ce pas? Je suis parfaitement d'accord. C'est très intéressant ce que Sybilla et Makis viennent de nous dire, parce que c'est une vérité qui concerne donc les gestes, n'est-ce pas? Concerne les concrets. Et ce qui comme dit Sybilla, de manière assez précise, n'est-ce pas, concerne ce domaine de la présence, de la vision, n'est-ce pas? Voilà, tout l'imaginaire qu'on reprend là ces jours. Moi, je suis en train de relire Orwell, n'est-ce pas, 1984, il avait tout prévu. Bon, c'est vrai que c'est une autre façon, etc., mais en gros, là, quand on parle, on revoit qu'il avait imaginé un ministère de la vérité qui produisait des fake news, en fait. Disons, on est face à de nouvelles manifestations du totalitarisme, c'est un peu ça, hein. Donc d'une violence politique assez extrême dans ce contexte d'une lutte, d'un combat qui concerne les sensibles, qui concerne les sens, n'est-ce pas? Et les thesis ont démontré, bien sûr, quelque chose de très important. On peut mener ces combats avec du succès, n'est-ce pas? On peut éventuellement triompher dans ces combats. Et là, je reprends par exemple cette idée dont parlait tout à l'heure Makis, d'une sorte de parenthèse postmoderne. Les postmodernes nous avaient appris que ça, on ne pouvait pas les faire, bien sûr. C'est un peu ridicule croire aux utopies, n'est-ce pas, qu'on va pouvoir changer quelque chose par rapport à là. Bon, l'expérience des thesis nous ont montré que quelque part, ça peut, quand ça concerne la population, quand les gens, c'est ça. Donc, c'est pas donc l'art, et c'est aussi un combat qui concerne un type d'art, n'est-ce pas? Il faut combattre un type d'art. Et comme ce qui fait Annie Lebrun, par exemple, dans son livre récent. Annie Lebrun, n'est-ce pas, on dit clairement, bon, cette esthétisation, donc pas l'esthétique, l'esthétisation du monde a été dernière, n'est-ce pas, qui concerne le capitalisme, qui fait qu'il y a aussi une énorme inégalité du sensible, n'est-ce pas? Les pauvres sont condamnés au lait, n'est-ce pas? Les pauvres sont condamnés à ne pas avoir accès au beau, n'est-ce pas? Aux choses intéressantes d'un point de vue qui développe sa sensibilité. Il faut voir nos villes, n'est-ce pas? En France, en Amérique du Sud, partout, c'est pareil. Et il y a une énorme responsabilité de l'institution art, pour reprendre aussi Adorno, dans cette situation, n'est-ce pas? Et là, vraiment, on voit, par exemple, comment ressurgissent dans les contextes chiliens, par exemple, des jeunes qui ont comme étudiants, etc., l'importance des situationnistes, par exemple, des mouvements qui par les postmodernes, des fois, étaient considérés comme des ingénus, n'est-ce pas, comme des petits enfants qui croyaient encore au changement des choses, je ne sais pas. Bien sûr, voilà, je fais une blague, mais et je pense que c'est un combat qu'il faut mener, et que c'est un combat qui concerne aussi l'institution artistique elle-même. Donc il faut des fois être méchant avec cette institution, tous ces systèmes de biennales, vous voyez, c'est quand même, il faut vraiment commencer à parler aussi avec la vérité, n'est-ce pas? C'est une question d'argent, de pouvoir, d'image, disons, dans l'essence de l'image publicitaire, n'est-ce pas? Et ici, dans notre pays, on accepte aussi plein de injustices pour avoir des fonds qui ne sont même pas très intéressants, n'est-ce pas? Mais on attend ces fonds de l'État, n'est-ce pas, pour pouvoir créer. Bon, on voit depuis notre estallido, donc ça, on dirait ça éclatement en français, ça sonne joli. C'est le processus chilien, donc ça a été en français un éclatement. Et l'estallido, on a vu que ces combats du sensible qui concernent les corps, les gestes, la vie pratique, la vie quotidienne, donc, et qui combat donc les institutions, même quand on est dans les institutions, comme c'est notre cas, par exemple, à l'intérieur de l'université. Et c'est un combat qu'on peut mener et qu'il faut mener, mais c'est un combat qui aussi, c'est pas comme le combat de la police, c'est un combat pour la vie. Donc c'est un combat pour les corps, pour la vie, pour l'essentiel. C'est pas les combats pour voilà cette sorte de violence, n'est-ce pas, qui est toujours du côté de la mort. Mais bon, on utilise quand même le mot combat. Je sais que c'est pas innocent l'utiliser. Peut-être je l'aurais même moi, je l'aurais pas utilisé il y a 2-3 années avant, hein, disons. C'est aussi les choses qui changent. Et voilà. Merci.
Je voulais dire un petit commentaire parce que je me rends compte que j'avais oublié aussi de dire quelque chose par rapport au temps et l'accélération, mais c'est aussi en relation à ce que Adolphe disait maintenant par rapport à l'industrie culturelle plutôt, ou le marché de l'art, et comment, dans un cours avec le professeur Mauricio Varria, il nous parlait de comment l'accélération du temps et l'effectivité aussi de l'utilisation du temps répond à un système aussi capitaliste néolibéral et aussi patriarcal et masculin, etc. Mais ce que on réfléchissait par rapport à ce commentaire aussi et par rapport aux politiques de nouveau, c'est comment prendre ces stratégies qui répondent à un système, par exemple, capitaliste néolibéral, mais justement pour combattre ce système. Comment on se réapproprie aussi de ces stratégies par rapport, par exemple, à l'effectivité du temps. Par exemple, à l'utilisation du temps pour être le plus effectif possible par rapport à aussi un système culturel qui est plus grand que nous, à nos façons de comment on se relationne, etc. Mais justement pour combattre aussi ce système qu'on est en train de dénoncer. C'est ça, c'est aussi une recherche artistique par rapport à la forme que, par exemple, avec le collectif, on fait, quoi. De faire une performance de 2 minutes et demie, mais que cependant essaye de dire et de condenser un problème qui est, on pourrait parler l'éternité, quoi.
Je ne sais pas si quelqu'un veut ajouter quelque chose à cette conversation. Alors, voilà, je vous remercie. Maintenant, on va donner la parole aux avatars qui vont parler dans quelques semaines. Et voilà, c'était vraiment intéressant. On pourrait parler beaucoup de tout ça. Voilà, je crois que pas tout le monde en fait, mais beaucoup de gens est très, je ne sais pas comment dire, très concentrés à ce qui se passe aujourd'hui. Voilà. Donc, c'est pas facile. C'est pas facile couper le lien entre ce qu'on sent et ce qu'on vit maintenant. Donc ça, c'est intéressant. Hein? Voilà. Mais encore une fois, je vous remercie pour venir ici. Je ne sais pas où, mais pour venir ici à Zoom.
pour rester où vous êtes.
En fait, et voilà, on se voit, j'espère, au moment des questions et des réponses pour le Salvatore.
Je te remercie, Gustavo. C'était un vrai plaisir d'écouter Sybilla, Makis, à toi, et à très bientôt.
Merci à vous.
Je vous remercie, Gustavo, Sybilla, Adolphe. C'était très intéressant.
Au revoir, merci. Hein.
Merci.
Muchas
gracias.
Merci, gracias.
Au revoir.
Gracias.
Valparaiso Garden is an open task to envision a space in which creativity overcomes adversity and precariousness. Growing as brushwoods in the wildlands, creativity always finds new materials to work with, new ways to survive, new forms to communicate ideas and create relationships beyond economic approaches. This is an exercise to conceive an architectural common space for many artworks that symbolize several creative forms of life. Words, images, sounds, letters, gestures. All different sprouts coexist and share a common place that remains stranger and unknown for the official cartographies. Thereby, spaces, ecologies, memories, and resistances are the main concepts in which this virtual space has been conceived and built. Against precarization or any monolithic idea of experience, Brushwood Garden seeks alternatives to imposed mapping forms or ways of inhabiting, always forcibly separated or piled, many of them considered truly brushwoods. This sprouted garden is conceived as a communication spot between all artworks, a place that allows them to live in dignity, opening a possible future for arts and better ways of inhabiting. In this sense, virtual space is an experimental material to conceive new territories.
La gente tiene cuenta de
Cool. This is Sarah. I am a roboticist and technologist and an artist and a writer and a person who draws a lot and loves cheese. And I'm walking into my lab right now. This is the house that I live in and work in with Mark, my collaborator and partner. And this is 2020, and we are surviving a bunch of stuff right now and trying to make the best of things. Right, Mark?
Right.
So this is the room where everything takes place that's meaningful. Mark's side of the room is very orderly and is dedicated for mostly doing electronics and soldering things together that are very small. He has a microscope for doing crazy tweezing with tweezers and melting tiny shapes to other shapes. He's an electronics engineer, that's what he does. And then my side of the room looks like a 12-year-old's bedroom. Yeah, my side of the room has a bunch of mechanical projects that I'm working on currently, peppered throughout the space. There's a lot of pieces and moving parts because I design a lot of wearables and I make robots. So there's robot body parts everywhere, along with lots of little like shapey-doo things that I use for stuff. I actually do use these things, and I look at them when I need to be calmed down, so I've been looking at them a lot more often lately. More or less, on any given day, this is the space where everything happens. Every single day now, because there's a pandemic going on, and neither one of us has any good reason to leave the house. So we don't. And we haven't for like the entire year. What do you do for a living, Mark? What do you
My life living is I am an electronics engineer. So I design electronics, I put them together, I solder electronics, I make robots.
You code.
I write code. So in my career, in addition to electronics, I learned how to write lots of programs in Java and Python and C and even assembly language and things like that. So yeah, so I do all those things. What else? Tacos.
Mark.
Definitely, I like making tacos.
Mark. Yeah, at this point, I think that keeping the Christmas tree up is just like considered good luck, I guess. Mark's back. What are you gonna do now?
Shower.
Yeah? You gonna work on Noodle?
So, very important.
Here I am.
The third life form that shares this lab space with us is Noodle Feet, my child. Noodle Feet is a adolescent space probe. That's how I view him. His dream is to one day go to another planet and explore and taste all of the rocks that are there, because that's what all space probes want to do, right? Is make friends with all the rocks. Until then, he has a whole network of family and friends that are helping him grow up big and strong so that one day he is ready to do that. Noodle is, I consider him to be literally like my offspring. And I've been working on him for, 5 years now. This has been challenging. Over the years, raising him has involved upgrading his body. I'm trying to help him walk more independently, which is sort of the thing driving the bodily changes. His feet are actually capable of sensing things in his environment. Each one is mechanical and it's equipped with its own brain, kind of like an octopus has like neurons in its tentacles. Each one of his feet can execute different things. So he can taste things and he can pick up objects off the ground that he's sampled. He can grip onto surfaces and plant things inside of them. And he can drool. Yeah, he has feet tongues, so he can lick surfaces too. It's important. We did manage to design and fabricate a new brain for him. And it has a Jetson module as one of the lobes so that he can do object recognition inside of his own head, instead of having to rely on an external computer like he's had to in the past.
He's about to have his little eye plugged in that's actually mounted in his head now, and we're gonna test and see if his fifth classifier trained properly, which is a big deal because we've been working on this for like a couple months now. He's got his friends with him for moral support.
Noodle? Can you see Fisty, Noodle?
He said 93%.
93% Fisty? You can't see Mommy, though. Oh.
There's Mommy. Mommy has special...
Noodle, what's this?
Is it pizza?
Do you know what this is?
Uh-oh.
Noodle.
Turn it. Oh, God.
Noodle.
Why does this thing suck on a pizza? That's like the easiest one.
I know, you'd think. Why?
That makes no sense.
I am a mechanical person. I like to design all of Noodle Feet's functioning bits. When it comes to the programming stuff, especially in regard to machine learning, I have to yield pretty much entirely to Mark. And Mark is stuck right now.
So I'm going through Jetson tutorials as a starting point to get Noodle's recognition so he can see things. And then I will train the Jetson so that he can now then see the things that we want to see.
So this is the cheese board right here. Noodle has a burger brain, which is his motor controller that the Jetson's going to talk to. There, Noodle's burger.
Plugs in.
It plugs in. So the cheese is
right there.
The cheese is the adapter for the burger, and then this thing in front is for the lettuce. And the lettuce is just another adapter board for connectors that plug into the front that need to...
the motors?
Yeah, the motors and the
sensors
eyes.
And LEDs. Yes.
So it's like a full burger.
Yeah.
But the Jetson right here, this thing is just the lobe responsible for Noodle recognizing objects and stuff, which is what Mark's been trying to figure out how to do.
Yes.
All summer. Noodle is impatient. He's losing his little shit over there.
He doesn't have a mind to lose yet.
He's got a pizza to lose.
Pizza.
One of the first things Mark and I tried to teach Noodle how to recognize using his new, self-contained brain. We wanted him to recognize a COVID. Like one of these. COVID shape, right? Once we get the software working, he'll be able to be irrationally paranoid about COVID just like his parents. Irrational is not the word. Compulsively on his mind, like his parents. Yes, compulsive. Yeah, one of the things that happened this year, like it or not, was the COVID-19 pandemic and the quarantine. Everything had been canceled and the city shut down, like entirely. Las Vegas was just done, and everyone was scared. Our media here in the US is kind of ridiculous right now. Multiple kind of apocalyptic things have been unfolding over the past few months, all at the same time. And everything is political right now because it's an election year, so the truth is just sort of distorted and spun, depending on who's dishing it out. And it's really difficult to tell what's up and down and what's real and what's not and what's blown out of proportion. So everything is scary. And that really sucks the energy out of you, especially creatively. So having really no energy to do much of anything, I decided that I was going to dedicate a significant portion of this year to healing. Yes, like emotional healing, mental healing. Very early in the month of April, I started sewing, like maniacally. Part of the reason why this started at all was because I decided I wanted to have a cow buddy to hug, but I didn't own a stuffed cow that I could actually squeeze and hold on to. I had to make one, and I dug up a pattern on Etsy that I liked because it looked kind of like a cow cube, like a big square, chonky, thick cow, and it was perfect. And once I made one of them, I wanted to make another one, and then eventually, very soon, I had a half a dozen cows. The repetitive act of stitching two pieces of fabric together by hand helped me tune out whatever unfortunate stuff was going on in the world. So I started making them for people that I missed, because at this time I wasn't actually seeing any of my friends. They were also in quarantine and equally as anxiety-stricken as I was. And I wanted to make people presents, and I think the act of imagining a point in time when I had to actually give them the cow gave me some level of comfort, because it meant that there was a future that I could look forward to where I would get to see my friends again and give them a gift that I had made that had meaning to me. And then they could hug the cow when they felt scared too, and it would calm them down maybe. This is a basic pressure plate which I made out of a container. I think vinyl tape came in this container. But if you pop the lid off, inside there is a arcade switch, or arcade stick button switch, and it is wired directly to this egg vibrator. The lid is just a far enough distance away from the button on the inside that you have to press it down slightly in order for it to turn the vibrator on. I guess there's a speed, so...
Yeah, right.
Does it sound like a cow?
Yes, mark that as cow.
First and foremost, I think of myself as an illustrator. That is to say that everything that I've created in this lab that is mechanical or robotic or electronic started out as a drawing of something, either a character or just a concept sketch. The nice thing about the pandemic or the quarantine or whatever, isolation, is that I've had ample time to sit in the lab and draw for hours and hours. And one of the things that I've been able to do is start illustrating one of my stories as a webcomic. So I've been working on a story called Zonus, which is something that I wrote when I was a lot younger, and I've just been putting off beginning pretty much my entire adult life. The only thing that's a bit weird right now about that is since I don't have access to humans to take reference photos for my drawings, Mark has been taking photographs of me, so I am everything, which makes me feel a little bit crazy or mildly schizophrenic. But yeah, it's good that I'm getting time to draw. I want to say that it creates a lot less anxiety for me to draw than do anything in CAD or assemble something that I designed that was 3D printed. It's my zen.
So I have to learn Python, which I don't do. I don't think is a great language. So.
Are you in pain?
I'm in pain.
What's wrong?
The TensorFlow isn't tensing or flowing. Literally using TensorFlow is type something, take the error message and Google that. Look at 80 blogs that don't actually have a solution. I found a tool that they already include in the source code that converts TensorFlow pizza models to Jetson pizza models. But when you run it, it gives you an error, right? It says TensorFlow has no attribute G file. What does that even mean? You're running a program they gave to you in the release of their software and it doesn't run. So, shouldn't it run or give it an error message that isn't just gobbledygook?
Noodle, you don't have enough G's.
Your G file is missing.
It's missing.
Your pepperoni spots.
Noodle.
Your pepperonis have spots.
Noodle.
He says it's Inception pepperonis. It's pepperonis all the way down.
Oh no. Noodle. He does have a pepperoni spot. I think the thing I miss the most is going out and getting sushi with my friends.
You could be in the hospital with a tube in your throat and your last dying thought is, God, I'm glad we finally went and got that sushi.
I mean, do you see this? I have to put my hair back in a ponytail.
Look at that. It's
Look at
beautiful. That. And you got a dippy do on top too.
I do have a second.
You got like a Pebbles and Bam Bam look.
All right, so this is an actual room of the house. These are pallets of miniature Delta robots that Mark and I hand-built and assembled for a big robotic art installation back a few years ago. It's basically an array of 100 Delta robots that you can control with your physical gestures. So you can think of it as an extension of your body or a prosthetic for enhancing self-expression. I designed the robot and Mark designed the circuitry and coding that networks all of them together. And we actually did a Kickstarter to raise funds for it, where we released the design of the robot as a kit. And for every kit we sold, we were able to afford an individual unit for our art installation. And I consider these babies to be my first brood. So these are my children, and they each have names and number designations, and even though they're all kind of, I don't know, they've seen better days for sure, I'd like to get them all up and running and repaired so that I can exhibit them again. Let's do it.
Noodle needs this for anything?
Noodle needs all of it. Do you think that this is an epoch?
I think in history this will be marked as a time of
transition.
A transition, and that things changed. Yes, I agree. This is a notable moment in history. It's what they say. May you live in interesting times. This is an interesting time. You know, we're
in an epoch.
Epoch.
Sitting in the backyard drinking beer. Cheers. Here's to the interesting time. Yes. I wouldn't feel right going to an establishment where people have to like where
diseases.
Well, no, like servers
Take off PPE.
wear their masks and stuff. So long as my server looks like a stormtrooper, like in a mask and a face
is
shield.
at risk daily.
Yes, like I wouldn't feel right doing that.
But they need a job.
I know, but
Gotta feed their own children. What do you do?
I don't know. But it's not worth my life.
Yes, or theirs.
Or theirs. It's not worth anyone's life to go out and get sushi. I don't want to. I don't need it that bad, is what I'm saying. So I'm gonna sit here in the yard with you until the cows come home and suffer. Are you angry?
Fuck yeah.
Why?
'Cause my girlfriend hates my art ideas. That's okay. I hate your code ideas.
I have been doing this for a week and I still don't have anything that works. And I've seen a million tutorials and none of them make sense at all, or work, or compile.
So Noodle doesn't get to see the pizza?
Yes, the world of AI is still a big basket of bad, dirty worms and COVIDs. Oh my god. I'm looking at tutorials and I have no idea what they're doing. This is unlike any coding or anything I've ever done in my life. It's also Python. Whenever I imagine Python, I imagine there's a bunch of 12-year-olds sitting in a room with computers doing a programming play date, and they all pretend, they're all like, let's make a programming language, and like 5 hours later, they publish something called Python, and it becomes the language that everybody uses.
Okay, boomer.
Yeah, I feel like a boomer. Like, literally 12-year-olds.
That's Mark's rant.
12-year-old programmers.
Mark's old man rant.
Yep.
What is this?
This is a Google Colab, which is, if I run these little gray areas, it runs on Google's server, so I don't have to do any software installation or configuration. It's all done for me. It all ran because I used one of their templates and tweaked it to make it do what I want, but the output, the thing it outputs, the model for AI, is not compatible with the Jetsons model for the program that we ran a few days ago that detected pictures.
Yes.
So I have to convert that model and then move that file over to that thing, and then it should just run. So people do this, that's all referred to in the tutorials, but I can't get any of it to actually work.
Do you want to paint?
No.
No.
Don't ADD yourself.
What?
You just change subjects.
Paint.
That's what Noodle's going to recognize next, is puddles.
Puddles.
He's going to name each of those puddles a name.
So we are working, the thing we're going to be doing in the near future, granted Mark gets all this stuff working, the complicated stuff, is we're going to teach Noodle how to recognize objects in abstract shapes, like clouds or constellations or dirt or these puddles. It's Saturday. I'm about to oil paint. I have brushes and stuff here, and I'm set up in a different orientation than I normally am. And it's cozy. I already kind of played around here and did a sphere. I did a dry run earlier this week to see if it like flowed well, and it seems like a comfortable place to do the thing. So I figured, yeah, with all that said and done, I could get to the streaming of the doing. I went to a magnet school here in Las Vegas called LVA. We learned a whole lot about traditional mediums and how to really hone our technical abilities. And no small amount of that time was spent actually just doing oil painting. Mark actually painted with me this week. It was his first time oil painting. Usually he's the one teaching me stuff when it comes to electronics and coding and whatnot, but it was fun actually getting to show him some things that I know. Gotta wait. That means you have to wait. It starts doing that.
Today I had Mark help me slip into one of the Shibon augments called the Suck Choker or the Hickey Choker. The Shibon project is a series of wearable devices meant for use with different parts of the body. and they sense and indicate aspects of physical arousal. My goal with this project is to encourage a dialogue amongst people about sex and intimacy.
This thing?
No, there's like a cord.
There was?
That's a 12-volt power.
Oh, this is 5 volts.
Is it?
Yeah, this is the output here. Yeah, you ready?
Yeah. And it's a bunch of silicone suckers that are actually pressed up against my neck meat, and they are having air pushed and pulled in and out of them via a bank of syringes that I'm wearing on my back right now. It's actually simulating the sensation of having your neck nibbled on by another individual, or having hickeys done to you, I guess. Getting a hickey. It's simulating receiving a hickey.
And I went in the yard and walked around wearing it just to kind of shock the neighbors, because that's what you do when you make, I don't know, body augments that sense your arousal. You have to wear them in your yard.
That boy's got a robot girlfriend.
Of all the things that we grew in the yard, I think the things that grew the most this year were us. We grew the most.
Yes.
We were the things that grew and healed. I think I healed. I can't tell.
You're healing. You're there.
Yeah?
You're getting there.
I made a chicken.
You made a lot of things this year.
It's not stuff I expected.
The transparency of randomness gives an insight into the world of random numbers and highlights the significance of randomness in current mathematical and physical research. There are an endless number of digits behind the decimal point of pi. Did you know it can be approximated by simply using a large set of random numbers? The more random numbers are available, the more precise this approximation is. Go left. Now right. Left again. Now 2 steps up. 1 right, then 1 down. This apparent wandering based on a huge amount of random numbers is the fundamental basis for many scientific computations. The so-called random walk is used, for example, to calculate the movement of bacteria in liquids. 27 transparent boxes floating in space continuously generate random numbers by using the well-known medium of the dice. Structure and complexity of natural materials are influencing this process. Here at JKU Linz at the Institute for Theoretical Physics, our research focuses on quantum mechanical phenomena found in many body systems. Path integral Monte Carlo methods are used to stimulate the behavior of interacting atoms. This would not be possible without the fascinating field of random numbers. Immerse yourself into the world of randomness and become an active part of the installation.
Campinas Garden brings us to the southeast of Brazil. COVID-19 pandemic is changing our life, both individually and globally. Regardless of whether the modern world has gone through other major epidemics, this one takes on an unprecedented appearance. MemoriasCOVID19, in the form of an online platform, was freely accessible and configured as a space where individuals could share written reports, photographs, drawings, letters, audios, songs, and videos about their personal experiences during the pandemic. The project is an autobiography of the COVID-19 experience, extrapolating data and numbers, bringing together individual emotions and perceptions.
Quem contará a nossa história?
A imagem tem frequentemente mais memória e mais futuro que o ser que a olha.
20 de março de 2020, sexta, 21h52. Perdi completamente a distinção de dia e o significado social dos mesmos. Hoje, por exemplo, ser sexta não faz a menor diferença. Descobri meio que por acaso olhando para meu celular.
Se a pandemia é alguma coisa tão grave que atinge a todos nós...
É um momento traumático em escala global.
Uma tragédia tão grande que abrange todo o planeta.
Estamos todos vivendo um momento inédito para essa geração e para gerações futuras.
Por outro lado, nós podemos aproveitar este momento para revigorar a capacidade humana de narrar.
O que é um arquivo?
Quando a gente trabalha com historiografia, quando a gente trabalha com memória, a gente parte do pressuposto que nós trabalhamos com fragmentos e subjetividades.
E esse projeto Memórias Covid-19 do Unicamp é um projeto muito importante para o futuro.
O objetivo primordial da plataforma é reunir depoimentos e testemunhos sobre as vivências, as experiências de todos nós ao longo da pandemia.
Acho um projeto muito interessante, pois vai resguardar essa memória coletiva que um dia mais tarde poderemos ter os testemunhos que passaram por estes tempos.
Para que possam compreender a nossa dor, as nossas angústias e até as nossas pequenas alegrias cotidianas, mesmo num tempo tão dramático.
Um grande acervo de memória, né, de história, para a gente poder construir, né, um mundo diferente depois disso tudo.
É uma arte, como tudo, cuide-se bem. Tem mil surpresas à espreita, em cada esquina mal iluminada, em cada rua estreita, em cada rua estreita do mundo.
Nasci e cresci pra ninguém botar defeito. O plano é perfeito.
Nós temos uma comissão curatorial, ela é composta por especialistas de diversas áreas, tanto no Brasil quanto fora do Brasil, e nós recebemos as submissões que são enviadas para essa comissão curatorial, que faz a seleção dos relatos que vão efetivamente integrar a plataforma. Inclusive os relatos, aqueles que não são selecionados e os que são selecionados pela plataforma, isso tudo vai ficar disponível nesse arquivo.
People engaged in this project, they didn't need to have any previous background as artists or as historians or as researchers to upload or to submit any audio, any image, any video, any written piece to participate in the project.
Esses documentos exaltam a existência humana no mundo.
Nós aceitamos vários suportes de memórias.
Pode ser uma música, pode ser um relato escrito. Pode ser um audiovisual, pode ser uma fotografia.
Até reflexões bem mais elaboradas, poesias.
This is very interesting from the point of view of what we are living nowadays. As video, photo, audio become, something that's not in our everyday life, that we can do this with very, very simple objects such as our cell phones.
É tudo muito mais fácil com esta revolução tecnológica.
A nossa proposta é bem plural, bem diversificada nesse sentido.
I think this is a very interesting project for us to understand how this contemporary society deals with that kind of media.
É um pouco do que ficou. São rastros.
Olhares sobre esse momento, o momento do isolamento.
O cotidiano, sobre o trabalho doméstico diário do isolamento, os pães, as leituras.
Como expressar esse momento.
Hoje eu preferia me esconder, abrir se a saudade bater. Tristeza vai me ver assim. Eu faço ela morrer antes de mim.
Vem meu irmão, meu camarada, a minha mão larga da tua mão, por nada da tua mão, por nada.
gente olha pela janela, mas olha também para dentro.
Investigações profundas a respeito do significado da pandemia para todos nós.
A memória, ela também nos dá força para resistir. O projeto, ele é muito rico por conta disso.
Vai preservar uma memória coletiva do Brasil e de outros países.
A história e a memória se entrecruzam para nos mostrar que a gente não vai se esquecer.
Nós sabemos que aumentou muito a questão da violência doméstica, tem várias vivências que talvez as pessoas prefiram não atrelar o seu nome ao seu relato, e nós temos inclusive essa alternativa.
25 de março, 6º dia consecutivo de confinamento, dia bem mais tenso, abaixo com discurso completamente translocado de Jair Bolsonaro, pregando o retorno à normalidade das atividades como se a Covid não existisse.
Para que possam denunciar para o futuro os desmandos dos nossos governantes e da nossa classe dominante, que empreendem uma política verdadeiramente genocida em relação aos grupos populares e aos grupos menos favorecidos em geral.
Tem outros vírus por aqui.
Nós sabemos que há uma poética, que há uma subjetividade nesse momento, nós sabemos também que existe um lado bastante sombrio, então nós temos essa alternativa do anonimato.
Para mim tem sido bem estressante tudo isso, toda essa quarentena, todo esse vírus aqui. Eu, meu pai e minha mãe, a gente pegou o vírus, a gente não sabe como também. Eu achava que tinha sido um dia que eu tive que levar uma tia minha no UPA. Depois de 3 dias que eu levei ela no UPA, comecei a apresentar uns sintomas que pareciam de gripe, mas aí eu tomei remédio de gripe, tomei várias coisas e não adiantou, não ia embora, a dor de cabeça não sumia. Aí a minha mãe começou a apresentar os sintomas e eles fizeram um teste nela, porque ela já tem 60 anos. E deu positivo, e aí tem os trabalhos da faculdade, tem que se preocupar com as notas, tem que se preocupar com a prova, preocupar com a saúde da minha mãe e essa pressão dela que fica alta todos os dias, e tem que controlar e tá fazendo vários tratamentos também. É assim, tem sido tudo bem estressante, porque realmente eu tô bem desanimada, assim. E é isso, né, tem que buscar força onde eu não tenho agora, pra mim conseguir, porque o segundo semestre daqui a pouco tá aí.
Como eu vou respirar, como eu vou beber, beijar, o meu destino é caminhar assim de máscara na rua, pra evitar que no meu corpo o vírus se inclua. Deixe eu me proteger até do presidente da República, de quem me chama terrorista, quem pede a ditadura. Máscara, desmascarar, nunca é tarde pra retirar.
A maioria das pessoas já estão há 120, 130 dias de isolamento. Nós temos um longo percurso ainda. Nós não temos uma data limite para encerrar as inscrições.
Supere distâncias, supere isolamentos.
Eu convido todos a acessar o nosso site, onde você pode colocar então o seu olhar sobre a pandemia.
Decidi ir até a beira-mar, conversar com Iemanjá. na praia, me ocorreu que eu poderia escrever para ela, pedindo a Iemanjá que levasse todos os males, físicos e espirituais da terra, lavando com suas águas salgadas.
A nossa plataforma Memórias Covid19 vai servir, digamos, para uma arqueologia digital.
Então é um projeto que pretende ser uma cápsula do tempo, onde essas memórias vão ser legadas para o futuro.
Para as pessoas que queiram entender como que as pessoas lidaram, como que as pessoas se expressaram nesse momento.
Pessoas que, isoladas, conseguem ver de suas janelas a possibilidade de futuro ainda, a esperança.
Rafael Lozano Hemmer, one of the most prominent artists in the new media art scene, is sharing today an insight, not so much into his artistic practice, but much more on developing a system of procedures to help him to deal with the maintenance of his works. His insight and experiences can serve as an inspiration to others and to tackle the difficulties that are still often announced when it comes to talking about media artworks and their relevance on the art market. Dear Rafael, the floor is yours.
Dear friends of Ars Electronica, my name is Rafael Lozano Hemmer and I'm a media artist. I'm very excited to be here with you today to talk about conservation of media art from an artist's perspective. As you may know, I'm an artist who has had some success in selling some artworks to established collections, things like museums or foundations or private collectors. For the first 10 years of my career, I only worked in public art, and I always thought that collections were necrophiliac and vampiric, that it was something wrong with a culture of possession and conservation of artwork that did not allow for art to, in fact, have an honorable life and death. And then I started working with commercial galleries and, of course, changed my tune. Not so much sold out as understood that entire generations of artists have been erased by art history because of their disinterest in taking care of their artworks after their life had begun. The idea of conservation in my case has to do with, on the one hand, trying to find an economic model to sustain the practice of my studio, and then on the other hand, to have a say in how my work gets preserved. What are the elements that can and cannot be replaced or migrated? And also noting that a lot of the problems that we had in the studio had to do with a very fundamental, troubling possibility, which is that at any given time we had 200 or 300 artworks anywhere in the world with like moving hard disks, which were like ticking time bombs, and any day any of these hard drives would fail and we'd get a phone call from the collector demanding that somehow this piece stop functioning and that it should be fixed. So I'm here to talk about different ways that artists can protect themselves against data rot and against the artworks being out of their control. But as well, most importantly, I'm here to talk about how we can, as a group of artists, as a métier, as a movement, decide that conservation should be a way to fund our studios. So I'm very interested in the economic aspect of how the maintenance, far from being a nightmare, can actually be a dialogue with interesting collections and a source of income for the studio. So I do believe that many artworks should never be conserved. They're meant to be viral, performative, ephemeral interventions, and as such, no one should be trying to document them. But today, we're talking about those artworks that you are interested in making into an edition, you are interested in having in a collection. We will break it up into 5 parts, and we will show some examples of works that have been conserved throughout time. Before making a media artwork, you may consider the methods that have been used to conserve media art up to now. However, I think that it's very important to mistrust anyone who has a method to conserve media art, because by its very definition, media art is expansive, and it's not a long time before an artist will take on a technology or a method or an approach that requires the conservators to go back into the drawing board and come up with procedures to conserve. So the mistrust of conservation is the very first step. The second step is to study instruction-based art. So I believe that if people in the art world understand media art as a set of instructions that creates a particular experience, then there's a different discussion that takes place. So for example, I like to cite Moholy Nagy Construction in Enamel 2, which is a painting from 1923 that was reportedly instructed over the phone for it to be converted into a canvas. But there's a very large tradition of artists like Sol DeWitt or Felix González Torres or Tino Segal that set up an artwork not as an object but as a procedure that, following some instructions, will lead to the actual outcome. So by quoting these art historical instruction-based traditions, the establishment of the art world relaxes into understanding that media art is something that can be reperformed. So use Marcel Duchamp, use the idea of all of these instructions and concepts as the fundamental sort of quantum of your artwork. The third thing is to study the precedents of technological art. So oftentimes people talk about what we're doing as if it were new, but I think it's very important in terms of understanding the media art that we're making today to relate it to existing traditions of experimentation. So some of the examples that I like to quote are, for example, the work of Marta Minujín, who in 1965, few months before Nam June Paik ever got the Portapak in her performance installation La Minnesunda, she used video cameras to mix the live audience in the artwork to live TV. And the reason I like to quote her is for 2 reasons. First of all, because the pioneer of video art, closed circuit TV in an art installation was not Pike or Dan Graham or Bruce Nauman. It was this Latin American woman. So it breaks stereotypes over who were the pioneers. And the second is because it was over 50 years ago that this happened. And so to pretend that video tracking, observing the public, that the artwork is sentient is something new is completely disingenuous. And it's important to sort of establish that there is a tradition that is over 50 years, almost a tradition of this kind of experience that has been happening. The final thing is to just understand that the performance or the artwork itself cannot be recreated. That should not be recreated. That's a big part of the decision that you have to make. Oftentimes, I work with vintage elements that cannot be replaced, should not be replaced. And we will talk about the bill of materials and all of that in the next section. Now we have a section on actually making the artwork. The first thing to do, of course, is to keep a notebook or some kind of electronic log of what you're doing and what you're designing. This will always be useful to be able to refer back to the methods or parts that you were using. The second one is to select open source tools. APIs that are in the open source community ensure that your work is not going to rot as companies go bankrupt and disappear. So a typical example of the problem we had with that is we used to do a lot of our early face tracking artworks with Face API, which was a really robust system out of Australia that required you to pay, I think, $500 for a little dongle that would give you permission to use the software. Of course, Face API then moved on and the company no longer makes the product or supports it. So all the projects that we had in the past that use this proprietary face tracking system now have been ported to OpenCV or DLib or any of the sort of normal contemporary approaches in face tracking and recognition. The next thing is to consider using a versioning system like Git. We've only now started to do that at the studio, and I really wish that we had started before. As you may know, Git allows the tracking, the tracing of all of the different changes of the different versions of a piece of software. This will be super useful to future conservators or curators because they can see what was the actual path to making decisions in a particular software. Also, it's a robust way to collaborate with others as you're seeking to comment your code for other people to be able to get into it in the future. Now, your software is your score, is the fundamental instructions that create the piece of music that you're trying to create. So the most important thing is to back it up. Right from the start, use backup, robust backup solutions. I was recommended by Ben Feener-Radden that at least I should have 3 copies of our data. At this point, what we have is 1 copy, which is actually just a shared drive where we put all of our software code, where the Git is running. And then that one's backed up automatically, both to a physical drive that sometimes we bring in and we exchange, and it's off of the premises of the studio. And then we just discovered that Dropbox has an unlimited data feature that allows us to mirror all of our Synology drive, is what we use, Synology drive up to the cloud. And that's really incredible because now we have access to this cloud copy of the artwork. It's very slow, and it's also unlikely that Dropbox will continue doing this indefinitely, but for now, it's an interesting possibility to actually keep a copy of your entire, even if it's like many terabytes, on the cloud. The next thing is, as you work, you should be keeping a bill of materials, BOM. And the bill of materials is basically just a list of every component that you've acquired. And this bill of materials basically gives you a URL for where you bought it. It gives you the brand. It gives you the function so that, in the future, somebody can actually take that material, try and find a replacement, and if not, just replace the functionality of it. Inside of that bill of materials, there should be a column where you specify this is replaceable or irreplaceable. So for example, in my work, I use a lot of incandescent light bulbs, and I'm completely married to the incandescent light bulb look and feel and sound, and to the iconic Edison shape and the warmth that it produces. And so in the list for many of my artworks, I say that these incandescent light bulbs cannot be replaced by future fluorescent or LED or any kind of future technology. And what this means is that the collector must be on the receiving end of the responsibility to actually stockpile the tungsten filament light bulbs if they want to conserve my work over a period of time. But the other thing that can happen is, in the case of tungsten filament, the reason why these light bulbs have been banned is not because they're toxic or dangerous, it's because they're inefficient. So now we're seeing that there is a new set of fabricators who will build you custom-made tungsten filament bulbs that are specifically for artworks. So it's not necessary to stockpile, so long as you can describe in the bill of materials what is it about the quality of this light that can make it replaceable. Some of the time, if you're using, say, Nixie tubes, you want that vintage quality, and you should allow for the artwork to die an honorable death if there are no Nixie tube replacements into the future, even if they're artisanally made. Other things, we don't really care. So an example of this issue is what Namjoon Paik was purported to have said about his Buddha watching himself on screen. If you remember, this is the piece where the Buddha has a camera looking at himself and he sees himself in the CRT monitor. The question was asked to Namjoon Paik, if you wanted if we had to replace the CRT monitor with a flat screen, like an LCD, would you accept that? And then Namjoon apparently said, yes, of course I would accept it. I work with the technology of my time. This particular piece is about the circularity of vision of the Buddha seeing himself. It's not about the CRT cabinet. Contrary to other of my pieces where the cabinet is a fundamental thing. So all of this to say that each artist can have a different approach on a per case basis, depending on what they want to emphasize. But this needs to be established in your bill of materials as replaceable or irreplaceable. Oftentimes, I don't care if what kind of art, what kind of computer or what kind of display it's being shown on, so long as it fits certain criteria which I specify in that bill of materials. So it's like, make sure that this display is no bigger than 17 inches because I want people to walk close to it and have an intimate relation. So as an artist, you specify what are the parameters that you allow to change in the future, if any. Now, when choosing hardware, try to find anything that has no moving parts. In my 25 years experience, if something's going to fail, it'll be the moving parts, the motors. For example, if you have a hard drive, you get a computer, if it has a spinning platter, that's what's going to fail. So try and get solid state drives. Or for example, if you have a contact sensor, try and get not a relay, a solid state relay instead of a contact switch. Or another example is if you're trying to do like a pan tilt camera that is like robotically controlled, consider getting a dome camera that has 360-degree vision and then just actually do the pan and tilt virtually inside of that. Of course, if motors are fundamental to the work that you're doing, then by all means use them, but be concerned about the reliability of this kind of movement. Another important choice is to try and get off-the-shelf systems. So at my studio, we started working with computer vision and tracking of visitors about 20 years ago or a little bit more. And we were very proud of our own proprietary tracking systems that allow the computer to see and pursue the visitor. And then finally, the Kinect came out from the company that I most detested at the time, which is Microsoft. And the Kinect was a device that you could buy at Sears for $300, and it was a gaming system. And the honest truth is that it did the tracking very beautifully. It had problems with range, and it had other kinds of problems. But by all means, adopting the Kinect as a way to as a conservation practice was robust because millions of copies of this sensor were created, and that in comparison to say the FireWire cameras that we were using, which then got the progress just left them behind. So the Kinect is a piece that you could actually find much more easily. Now, of course, if you're going to try and buy off the shelf, try and buy off the shelf open source hardware. So there's a variety of structured light initiatives out there that are made with an open hardware proposal. If you go to our GitHub, you will find a taste test showing you different kinds of sensors that we've tested in the studio. And then things like Arduinos or Raspberry Pis, these are the appropriate tools for conservation, because you don't want to be married to an operating system, you don't want to be married to a corporation for a specific hard-to-find piece. Another note is to make global choices for your procurement. So, for example, the simplest thing is if you have a piece which needs power, then make sure that you can have a voltage range that goes from 100 all the way to 240 volts. And this is critical because very often people will not read your manual and just plug it in. And if you can, buy auto-sensing transformers, because again, you just don't want people to depend on people to actually flick the switch to get the right voltage into your piece. So there's other examples of this kind of global procurement. I live here in Canada, where people love the Robertson screwdriver, which is the square head screwdriver. Both English and French Canada love them. But it's though it's a beautiful screw head, nobody has them. So, even though a Phillips screw is going to be a lesser version of a beautiful Robertson screw, that's what you should use, because that's the global sort of procurement that you have to have in your mind. And finally, there is the need to think about an idle mode for your piece or for an automatic shutdown. Oftentimes when you sell a work to a collection, they may, for example, put it in their country house and then leave their home and leave the piece on for 2 months before anybody comes in. So if, for example, you have a camera, a lot of my pieces will look at the tracking area, and if they have seen nobody for the past, whatever, 8 hours or 4 hours, they will shut down automatically. And this kind of idle or sleep or shutdown modes are critical because you can't trust that collectors will do what we need to do. So those are the notes on making. After making your artwork, there's several things that I suggest that you do. The first one is make a video of the work, of the project, showing its ideal operation. If you're shy, then get somebody to interview you to describe what is happening. The second one is to install the project in a variety of computers or operating systems or devices and test to see if there's any software or hardware dependencies. These should carefully be listed in a README that you write. That includes, for example, what operating systems and graphics drivers or programming environments you need to run the piece. The next note is to prepare one or several flash drives or whatever storage technology of the future comes to your project, and put all the code, all the source code of your project in it, including firmware, like media assets, schematics, 3D print files, everything. All the potential instructions to recreate your artwork from scratch should be in this flash drive. Make sure that you put installers for the dependencies from the previous point. And then these flash drives are meant to be like a time capsule that holds all the instructions required to reproduce the work. Do include a document that explains that they should make a backup copy of the contents of the flash drive and ensure the integrity of the data from time to time. As you know, flash drives die over time, so you want to make sure that they know that there's the replication of this data is a fundamental part of keeping the artwork alive. But the spirit is that it's all sort of described in these flash drives. Now write a manual, and the manual should have several parts. The first part, it should have a meta-narrative just describing what is it, the concept that you were trying to address, and how the piece works. The second section is a detailed setup procedure showing you examples of how the piece has been installed, examples of how to install the work properly. The third section should just be a simple maintenance section with how to clean the piece. Do not use this kind of soap on the screen or something like that, as well as instructions on turning on and off or scheduling the work. And finally, a thicker preservation section, which would have the bill of materials that we spoke about, the schematics that are printed out, and then any comments on the code. Next, you want to set up the computer to be performing uninterrupted for a long time. So I have examples here. So ensure that you're not defeating fans so they could be cooled properly. No screensavers. Disable automatic software updates for operating system and Java, for example. No virus checkers. Monitor temperature inside boxes or enclosures. Stop all notifications. Stop all login passwords, and so on. Finally, and most importantly, prepare a toolkit with any drill bits or special tools or adapters or with spares of components that you think are most hard to come by. This toolkit should have the fundamental tools of it, and in the next section we will see how we can monetize this. When I ask fellow artists, colleagues about conservation, they're always concerned about their latest production. They don't really care, I don't really care, about stuff I did 12 years ago. And so oftentimes you will find that artists are not willing or not interested in discussing the issues of conservation. What I would like to do is I'd like to change this. I would like to tell the artists that this is a way to support their studios over time. By monetizing the maintenance of the artworks, you can actually keep your studio afloat. And if this sounds too capitalist or too materialistic or too possessive, the truth is that the money that is generated with the maintenance is something that allows you to have independence and autonomy and to have like a sense of supporting your studio without needing to have further sales or without needing governmental support. So it's always a tricky affair to talk about money, but that's what we should talk about as part of the conservation exploration. The first thing on dealing with a collector to do is to take that toolkit and the manual and the flash drives and the video that you made explaining the work and the spares and make a box. All of these materials should be in a box that you give to the collector, explaining how important it is that they keep this box in a safe place and warning them that losing it will cost them an amount of money. So you should decide what that amount of money is. I would recommend about $750, something that is substantial enough that they think it's important to keep it, because most of the time they will lose this box, and at least you will make a buck. The second thing is to explain to the collector the concept of digital copy. So many collectors don't understand that the reproduction of a digital file is identical to the original. So for example, I've heard horrible stories of digital artists who have made, say, a print, and they've reproduced 3 copies of this print, and then they've been asked to delete or erase completely the original, say, TIFF file. I think that this is abhorrent in an electronic culture. If you acquire a photograph of mine, I want to give you the photograph, but then I also want to give you the memory with the TIFF file, with the printing instructions, with very specific reproducibility sort of instructions, so that in the future, if you need to print the artwork again because there was a flood, or because your kid scratched it, or UV destroyed the colors, you can do so again. So in a digital world, you want the artwork to be free. You want the collector to be empowered with the actual original files to be able to reproduce that work. And this is absolutely in keeping with this idea of the Sol de Witt or the Tino Segal. It's like you basically have the instructions to be able to recreate the artwork into the future. Now, a lot of people, a lot of collectors will understand this idea that the images and the source code and all of these things need to be free, and demand an explanation about how exactly their investment is protected. How can they be protected from somebody not taking the original, say, TIFF file and printing 1,000 images of this work? But first of all, if the collector wants to print 1,000 images in, say, color C-print system like Light-Jet or Lambda, that's going to be very expensive, and so I'm excited that the collector likes the work a lot and wants to put all of these pieces in all of their kids' bedrooms or whatever it is that he or she wants to do. But the answer to the problem of protecting investment is, centuries old. It's with a signature. So we've started at the studio a process of certification of each and every artwork that we have made. So we have, when you receive the artwork, you receive an aluminum lingot that has been anodized twice, that has been engraved with the code from our database, that has a physical signature with a numbering, what edition is this. It has watermarks that take you to the different websites that keep the source code and keep the manuals and so on. And then lately, it also has a blockchain signature. When you give this certificate to the collector, you must explain that the entirety of the value of the artwork is kept in this title. This is what must be put into a safe, for example, in a bank. If at any given time you want to take your photograph or your artwork and sell it, say, in auction, it's worthless unless you can show this physical certificate. Now, this system is a retroactive system, so anybody who's ever bought a work from the studio is receiving one of these certificates, so that in the future, the artwork itself, the instructions, can remain viral, can remain open, can remain shareable, but it is the value of the artwork maintained in this kind of system of valuation that they understand, because this is not unlike any other certificate of authenticity. Now, this also has the side benefit of protecting you against the potential fraud. So it's not been my case, but I've heard horror stories of, for example, a collector paying 50% of an artwork and then receiving the artwork and then not paying you the full 100%. Or maybe the gallery is keeping some of this money. So what you do is you do not release this certificate until you've been paid in full. And then once that's all done, you give the certificate. I recommend not shipping the certificate ever, because the whole value of the work is in there. You need to give it to them like Asian people give you their credit card, with a lot of respect, and say, this is the certificate, do you understand? It's like, yeah, I understand. Are you going to lose it? No, you're not going to lose it, because that's the entire worth of the piece is in it. So it's very important that once you give the certificate, once you've been paid, they signed that they've received the certificate. So you get a little receipt, just like a FedEx delivery guy. You get the receipt that the certificate has been given. Because if they don't have the certificate, it is completely irreproducible. And then one note, which is very useful, is to always say to the collector that the artwork price includes the honorarium for yourself or a technician to go and install the work at their collection. This is really important, because egregious installation of the work may actually be a fundamental problem. People don't really understand the issues. So you should, if you can, include the cost of having this honorarium in it. Now, what you should not include in the price is the travel, accommodation, and per diem of each one of these technicians that you need to travel, because you don't control where this artwork is going to be. Also, you only install as part of the value of the piece once. You don't do it twice. Now, the very important part is that when your technician is there to calibrate the work, they're not there to do wiring of electricity. They're not there to actually hang or drill onto the wall. You need to tell them that your insurance does not cover you for any of that. So the collector does need to provide the installers, and they need to follow your instructions. You're there just to supervise the installation and then program and calibrate it for its proper usage. This also has the additional advantage that when you walk, for example, into a violent country like the United States, you can just say that you're not going there to work, you're just going to supervise the work of others, which means you don't need a visa or something like that. Now, once you have calibrated the work and you've shown it to the collector and they like it, you show them how to turn it on and off, and then you ask them to have a full technical run-through. So you can do this with a collector, but it's better if they have a technical department. You can teach somebody the very, very intricate details of your work. And as you're doing this, they're learning, they're becoming your first protection in terms of tech support, that someone at the collection is receiving the technical know-how to support the project into the future. They understand what the tools are, they understand where the source code is, they understand the dependencies. You try and teach them all of these elements. At the very end of this visit, either you or your technician will hand over a sheet that is basically a sheet that says that the work has been installed properly, that it functions properly, and that they have been taught to conserve and maintain the work themselves. This is a very important little affidavit, because it just tells the collector that from the moment that this document is signed, they are now on the receiving end of all of the responsibilities for the maintenance of the work. And later we will talk about some options on that. Another thing that you want to do is you want to install VNC or LogMeIn or any kind of remote access method, so that you may be able to work remotely and fix some problems that you might find. This is always very useful. You can consider having network power bars to cycle the power remotely if necessary. So we've often found that if the computer is actually frozen, you need to do a good cycling of power, and you can do that with sort of remote controlled network power bars. Make sure that the collector has installed surge protection and grounding to the power that you supply. I would say about 70 or 80% of the problems that we encounter in all of my artworks are electrical, and surge protection is a really important part of defending your work. That should not come at your expense. You should demand that the harmonious presentation of electricity happen before you even arrive. Then you need to talk about maintenance. You need to the best of ability, give a specific mean time between failure. This has even got an acronym, MTBF estimate. So what we're looking for here is to be able to be very honest to your collector. Say to them, this artwork includes a light bulb, or includes, say, like a lamp inside of a projector that has a 1,000 hour mean time between failure. In other words, you need to help them understand that every 1,000 hours that they run the piece, they're going to need to spend $600 in replacing that lamp, and you're going to show them how. The reason it's very important to do that is because it has been my experience that many artists, in the haste to sell the work, just sort of say, oh yeah, you're never going to have a problem, but they will have problems. And being able to notify them ahead of time is a really smart way to understand that in the future you can make money, more money from this collector. So what you want to do is you want to use one of two metaphors. One metaphor is the metaphor of the fountain. So everybody, every collection understands that if you're acquiring a fountain, you're investing a capital sum to buy this piece. But then you also know that you're acquiring a responsibility to maintain the fountain. You know that you're going to have to chlorinate the water every couple of weeks, that you're going to have to change rusty valves every couple of years, that you're going to have to change bulbs or any kind of maintenance required with a fountain. What's beautiful about this is that the fountain is like a metaphor for abundance, and it's a landmark. Everybody understands gathering around a fountain. And in a way, a media art is something like that. It's like a fire that burns that people hang around. And so this fountain metaphor has helped us enormously. Just make sure that with a mean time between failure, you can estimate for them how much it's going to cost them year over year. The other metaphor to use, especially if your collector is in California or Texas, is the collector car. So you basically say you're buying something that is like a collectible car. You must drive it from time to time, because collectible cars actually rust and rot if you don't drive them. So you must drive them from time to time. Don't drive them too much though, because that will add to the cost of maintaining the car. So they completely understand this metaphor. And in this metaphor, of course, one of the goals that we have is that you are the mechanic, not you, but your studio, and that you can continue making money out of the artwork. Now, talk about warranty. I go around the world talking to fellow artists about warranty. And I ask, how long should an artist provide a warranty for an artwork for? And sometimes I hear 5 years, some people say 10, some people say 1 year. The correct answer to how long the warranty that you provide is 0 years. This is how long the warranty is that you produce. You are not a company. You can leave and move to Jamaica and never connect anyone again. You should be able to have 0 responsibilities with respect to the artwork. When you're giving this artwork to the collector, they are understanding the responsibility that they have in receiving it to conserve it properly. Now, you do tell them, okay, we're going to give you all of the elements for you to be able to take care of the artwork yourself. So you give them all the manuals and the bill of materials and all of that. Some of those components have a warranty protection. Like if you've given them a computer, oftentimes a computer comes with like a 1-year warranty. Those warranties you can provide. But a warranty for the functioning of the work does not exist and should not exist, and please don't ever suggest that you can warranty. What you can tell them is that there is a system of tech support. And that's what we're going to see in our next section about after making and dealing with a collector. So providing technical support can be a nightmare in media art, and what is actually worse is not providing technical support, because then you lose the collector. Not just you lose it, but the entire media art community loses a collector, because they no longer trust that the works can perform into the future. So what you want to do is set up a path for them to receive tech support. The first thing to ask them is to read the manual. Most of the time, I would say 98% of the time, the problems that we find are there's a cable that is not nestled properly and there's no electricity arriving. So reading the manual. The second is to contact the installer that your technician or yourself trained when you did the installation. The third one is contact the gallery if you were lucky to have a gallery with a technician. And then the fourth is, if none of this work, to actually contact the studio. And we give free tech support for our artworks, so long as it's by remote control. So if we have to do it over email, or we VNC and try and correct the problem and it gets fixed, then that's a remedy that collectors can have. Now, if none of that works, the collector has 2 choices. The first choice is to actually try and do the conservation themselves. Go, for example, to a third party, like a more forensic kind of consultancy that tries to solve the problem, technicians or AV. However, you need to clarify that if this if this conservator actually makes an egregious conservation of the work, if they do replace the light bulb with a fluorescent light bulb, that the work no longer belongs to the collector. We call this the egregious clause, and it comes from James Turrell, who famously, in his contracts says that if, for example, you can't see into the sky in one of his sky art pieces, that the piece is no longer the property of the collector. It can no longer be called a James Turrell. So this egregious clause is in place to maintain the quality of the artwork over time. And what you can give them then is the possibility, the option, to actually have the studio maintain the work. And so what that means is that a member of the studio, or 2, however many is necessary, will actually travel on site and fix the problem. And the costs are the flight, accommodation, and per diem of the technician, plus any replaced technology. So maybe you needed to change to a new hard drive or a new monitor or whatever. And then $750 per day. Of course, you can choose what the honorarium should be, but $750 is a number that is quoted very often in consultancies in engineering. Travel time, that's the day of travel, is charged at half the rate. And then this amount of money allows the studio to maintain a relationship with the collector, because they know that they have somebody who can come directly from the studio and make the necessary changes. It has been my experience that 95% of collectors rather have the studio fix a work than have a forensic approach to fixing it. And from my perspective, what's beautiful is that the amount of money that comes in is substantial and can keep people employed at the studio. This can extend into your estate. You can decide once you die that there will be these trained, qualified technologists ready to be able to maintain these artworks. And the amount of money that we will charge you will still be reasonable compared to if somebody needed to come from outside that doesn't know the system to try and make it operable. So technical support can become a relationship with the collector and an income stream for the studio. Now, you need to provide a migration path for the work and explain versioning for the artwork. So on the subject of migration paths, there was an interesting debate I had with Pip Lawrenson from Tate. They acquired a work called Subtitle Public. And that work was basically an early computer vision piece that used Firewire camera and XGA projectors and, and Windows 98, I believe. And it tracked people and it subtitled them wherever they went. And the only way to get rid of a subtitle is if you touch somebody else. Fast forward to 2015. So that was sold in 2005. That was technology of 2005. 2015 comes along. Now you have things like Kinects. Now you have higher resolution projectors. Now you don't need to have infrared illuminators to flood the area. Your robustness of tracking is so much better. And what was interesting is that Pip explained to me that they did not want to have this migration path to this new technology. That what they wanted is to conserve the original intent and the original speed and specifications of that artwork. Because what she told me, which to me was a surprise, but it was beautiful, is that she wanted people to walk into the piece and feel like they were surrounded by the technology of 2005. So I totally love that and I completely respect that. At the same time, this is an artwork that is a conceptual artwork. The technology of 2005 did not have as much ominous persecution of the public as I wanted. And so now, 10 years later, I could have that kind of technology. So we decided to settle on the idea that these two things are not mutually exclusive. That a collector, say Tate, can actually have version 1 of the work and then decide, choose whether versioning of migrating to a second version of the work is something that they're interested in or not. The idea is that you just need to be honest with your public. So when they're seeing version 2, they know that this is the version from 2015. There's also a world where you could put like the version from 2005 and the version from 2015 side by side and see the performance of the works. So long as people know what they're looking at, I think that versioning and migration into new platforms is something that is, of course, interesting. What's fascinating too is that I believe that the media artwork is not an object that is unchanging. I think that media art is closer to performing arts. And so the capability for the artist to continuously improve the piece is something that is inherent in the kind of systems that we do. So long as versioning is in place, just exactly like Git, except with the actual concept of the project, this should be possible to do. Having said that, it's important to notify that versioning should end with an artist's death, unless you're like González Torres, who had an estate that explained how you can continue versioning. So there's a moment where the artwork, is no longer changing, and that's with the death of the artist. The second thing to note is that the collector should be able to decline this migration. So they may be able to say, yeah, well, we actually don't want to acquire version 2.0. And it is important to also note that you cannot sell version 2 to a brand new collector, because when they bought version 1, they bought the unique concept of subtitle public. And you can now not make a second subtitle public, call it the same thing, have the same concept, just new technology. The only collector who can version and migrate a piece is one that has already invested in the copy or copies that they acquired in their system. For this final section on the conservation of media art from an artist's perspective, I'll just read the final notes that I have in the manifesto that is in our GitHub. It reads that you must trust conservators. They're absolutely fundamental for your work to have a future performance. They have a lot of experience in preserving the most diverse things you can imagine. Establish a dialogue with them and work out a migration plan. They tend to be relieved when the artist has thought through these issues. Above all, you don't want the collector to think that they're acquiring a future conservation problem, although admittedly they will, because every piece, even a painting, is a conservation problem, but you want to hide that from the collector. Second is trust curators, but not as much as conservators. Curators tend to be busy and they don't read the manuals and things like that. But in the future, there's the curator, the person who will stage your work in a variety of different contexts. And so you need to explain in your documentation what the parameters that the curator has to reperform the piece are. Keep a website. So for each piece that I've ever made, I do have a webpage with videos and photos, descriptions, bibliography, and so on. It's very important in your website to give public credit to engineers, programmers, and other assistants, not just because it's an honest thing and it keeps them happy, but also it's a way for future conservators to track projects by different coding styles, for example. And the final note is about an experience that we did in the MOAC Museum in Mexico City, where you could show up and either buy the catalog of the work, or you could buy a USB key for whatever, 15 bucks, that had all the schematics and source code and instructions to be able to recreate all the 42 pieces that were on view in the show. So to my knowledge, that's the first time that an entire show of this magnitude was given away to the creative community to make their own versions of all the projects that were on view. That happened in 2015. Now, today we have a GitHub account where we share some of our programming. It's github.com/antimodular, and you will also see a copy of the best practices document in there. I really believe that if other artists can take some of our methods and in a way have this infection of our techniques into their own projects, this viral capacity to conserve is actually something that also generates new knowledge and new experiences, new artworks. So by giving away source code, I think that we're creating a conservation path, because what we want is, instead of restricting it to something that's closed, we want it to be just methods that are shared and built upon by future generations. So that's my presentation. I thank you very much for your attention, and my apologies to have talked so much about logistics and money, but I do think that these are issues that are a little bit taboo in our community, and they shouldn't be, because they help us have like a common front. Gallerists and collectors, foundations, all these people talk about money all the time, and we don't get to. So I believe that conservation is one way to both secure your place in your contributions in a bigger art historical field, and give you autonomy and independence financially to be able to support yourself and or staff to continue producing.
Nine partners, contemporary investigative art producers, tactical media, public culture centers, and art academy, all based in Slovenia, joined their efforts in the Ars Garden, a platform for contemporary investigative art, to establish an active research production and presentation network to create improved conditions for research, development, and realization of contemporary investigative art projects. We are now directing to Project Atoll, who is part of this garden. They will present two video artworks, Exonium by Danny Bezo, Marco Bellian, and Carl Jerks, and Termination Shock, The Ends of Everything by Andy Gracie.
In about more or less 4,000 or 5,000 million years, the Sun will reach the red giant branch of its evolution. That means that it will leave the mean sequence, which is the phase in which the Sun burns hydrogen, turning it into helium, its core. When hydrogen runs out, its external layers cool and expand. It can reach a size of about 100 times its original size. During the latest phases of the red giant phase, it will probably engulf the Earth, which means that very quickly the soft materials in the crust will basically evaporate. gravitational bounded systems, like, for instance, our solar system, the galaxy, or the groups of galaxies, they are metastable, but eventually they become unstable and basically collapse. A few of the elements of the system will escape, but most of them basically get closer and closer to each other, and finally, basically the whole thing collapses. Those systems of galaxies and groups of galaxies which are bounded enough in order to avoid the expansion of the universe, they will eventually approach each other and finally collapse, forming like several large black holes, many smaller ones, which to their turn will merge after a long time, and basically the whole thing will turn into a big black hole. Finally, after a very long time, black holes will evaporate and the visible universe will end up as a bath of very cold radiation, getting cooler and cooler and cooler, approaching very close to the absolute zero.
The transparency of randomness gives an insight into the world of random numbers and highlights the significance of randomness in current mathematical and physical research.
There are an endless number of digits behind the decimal point of pi. Did you know it can be approximated by simply using a large set of random numbers? The more random numbers are available, the more precise this approximation is.
Go left. Now right. Left again. Now 2 steps up. 1 right, then 1 down. This apparent wandering based on a huge amount of random numbers is the fundamental basis for many scientific computations. The so-called random walk is used, for example, to calculate the movement of bacteria in liquids. 27 transparent boxes floating in space continuously generate random numbers by using the well-known medium of the dice. Structure and complexity of natural materials are influencing this process. Here at JKU Linz at the Institute for Theoretical Physics, our research focuses on quantum mechanical phenomena found in many body systems. Path integral Monte Carlo methods are used to stimulate the behavior of interacting atoms. This would not be possible without the fascinating field of random numbers. Immerse yourself into the world of randomness and become an active part of the installation.
Tabakalera is the center for creation and exhibition of different forms of art, located in San Sebastian in the Basque Country, in the old tobacco factory of the city. Some months ago, we decided the fusion of the creation library and the labs. And the fusion of both is the new media lab that we opened in July. We want to launch creative projects in the intersection of art, science, technology, and based on collaboration.
Due to our interest in astronomy, outer space, and all these big questions where we as everyone came from, we were invited to come here to talk to local astrophysicists and cosmologists who are based at the Donostia International Physics Center. And the whole program is set up as a collaboration between the Tabakalera, especially the Media Lab in the Tabakalera, and also enabled by the Ars Electronica Center in Linz.
We thought that Ars Electronica was going to be the most interesting and helpful partner. So we approached them to collaborate with them. They were very helpful. So this new media lab has been also developed together with them.
It's really a lot about collaborating, about coming here, having a project, sharing the data, making it public and accessible, and basically trying on a very transparent and social level to enable people to do something that they couldn't do at home because they lack the resources or the knowledge. And I guess on a more, let's say, closed or more professional, which unfortunately very often is more closed level, the idea is that we come up with an installation that is based on a collaboration with a local community. The interesting thing is this astronomer group, they face the problem that it rains a lot in San Sebastian. It's very often cloudy, so if you want to watch the stars, that's obviously a disadvantage. So this is why they actually started and also planning to work with radio astronomy, which is very interesting for us because we've been working with radio antennas and this kind of data that comes out of it quite a lot recently. So having a collaboration with them kind of would be a win-win situation where they actually get to build antennas that we could pay from our budget, and we actually gain access to a lot of research that they did, which partially goes deeper than what we've been able to do so far.
It is also a special project for us because it's going to be one of the highlights of the program to celebrate the 5th anniversary of Tabakalera. Tabakalera was reopened as a cultural center after having been a tobacco factory for so many years. It was reopened as a cultural center in 2015, and in September we are going to celebrate the 5th anniversary, and it is a very happy coincidence that the weekend of our celebration is going to happen during the weekend of the Ars Electronica Festival, so that this work that we are doing with Quadrature is going to be also part of the Ars Electronica Festival, and this is also very special for us.
We're feeling the pressure, but we're also very, very, very happy.
Creo que es importante la descentralización de la cultura y el arte en nuestro país, y sin duda esto aporta en esa dirección. Saber qué se está haciendo en Chile actualmente en la fotografía contemporánea, también saber qué se está haciendo en Latinoamérica y por supuesto que en todo el resto del mundo, que estemos conscientes, ¿cierto?, de cuáles son las distintas direcciones que tiene la reflexión, la teoría, la producción artística, ¿cierto?, del ámbito de la fotografía. Y sin duda el Festival de Valdivia, este primer festival, nos da a conocer una parte de ese total.
Generar instancias y actividades de este tipo que permitan el diálogo y la expresión de cada uno de ellos, el intercambio de experiencias y sobre todo con un tema que creo que nos toca a todos nosotros hoy día, precisamente, que es identidad y territorio.
Por lo tanto, me gustaría que las personas que visitan las exposiciones durante el festival, que asisten a las charlas que se van a basar principalmente en cuestionar estos temas, en ponerlos sobre la mesa, que se vayan con esa pregunta también sobre cómo ustedes perciben este concepto, sobre cómo ustedes ven lo que estamos mostrando y dudar de todo, cuestionarlo todo. Esa es una invitación.
Pensarnos en la fotografía como en un lenguaje, un medio para poder investigar, para poder enfrentar temáticas distintas, para poder hablar, compartir. Así que les agradezco sus presencias aquí hoy día.
Gracias por estar acá, gracias equipo por hacer estas instancias de diálogo que son súper importantes, no solo para fotografía, sino como para generar comunidad.
Creo que es momento de disfrutar, de agradecer y de entender la fotografía como una fiesta hoy y a partir de mañana para despertar un mínimo de conciencia.
De eso se trata la fotografía, de eso se trata el arte en el fondo. Así que nada, muchas gracias por estar acá en esta inauguración de la primera versión del Festival Internacional de Fotografía de Valdivia para poder conversar y compartir sus opiniones que son muy importantes para nosotros. Muchas gracias.
Entonces, vamos a jugar con imágenes experimentando. Pequeños círculos, pequeñas acciones, 1 hora, 2 horas, 10 minutos, acciones efectivas y pequeñas que generen cambios. 1 semana no es nada, pero puede ser muy importante. Así que sentiros muy libres y sentiros tranquilas.
Yo me llamo Margot Silva, trabajo aquí en la Casa Rochelle, hago el aseo y siempre estoy viendo las exposiciones que ponen de pintura, de fotografía y esta me gustó, la encontré súper linda, no sé, como que llega una al alma de uno porque están bien expresadas. Por ejemplo, las mujeres que tienen sus capuchas así, sus ojos dicen muchas cosas, todas las fotografías como que hablan algo, dicen algo. Yo creo que esta juventud de ahora, la encuentro que los cabros son así aperrados, ellos hacen cosas que no hacía la gente antigua. Yo creo que de ahí vamos a empezar a sacar futuros artistas lindos, buenos. Y eso.
darle las gracias por estar aquí. Son días difíciles, estamos todos bastante impactados por lo que está pasando en el país. Reflexionamos harto esta mañana y decidimos seguir adelante con el festival y que sea también una ocasión para hablar y reflexionar sobre lo que está pasando.
Bueno, al final yo pensaba igual que muchas de las cosas que conversamos tienen que ver con resistencia, así que por lo menos esto es acerca de una comunidad mapuche que queda cerca acá en el lago Ranco y que lleva resistiendo más de 500 años, así que esta resistencia que vemos hoy día en las calles es, bueno, para los pueblos originarios tienen siglos.
Y eso es lo que me trae hoy a Valdivia, eso es lo que me hizo aceptar la idea de venir acá, de venir a hacer historias olvidadas, de venir a compartir con hombres y mujeres extraordinarios compartiendo su trabajo. Y al inicio ni siquiera sabía si íbamos a sacar fotos, sino después fui teniendo un par de ideas y todo cambió ayer. Entonces lo que voy a enseñar son algunas imágenes hechas por estos 9 fotógrafos que compartieran conmigo y tuvieran la paciencia de escucharme todos estos días. Y me quedé muy contento de ver que todos, rigurosamente todos, terminaran ahí haciendo fotos, terminaran en el frente. Y lo que ellos hicieran, yo creo que representa muy bien lo que pasó anoche. Momentos de caos, momentos de belleza. Y yo creo que es muy berraco lo que han hecho acá.
Y esa es la historia de esta exposición, que es una incursión mía muy experimental con la moda. Y bueno, como les digo, creo que aquí es el momento menos apropiado para hablar ni tocar este tema. Me siento súper lejana hoy día, desde ayer yo dije, esto mío no tiene ningún sentido en este momento. Pero bueno, aquí estoy y creo que podríamos conversar, o si quieren preguntar, porque
me gustaría saber de qué forma podemos afrontar o confrontar la fotografía de calle con la tremenda represión que estamos teniendo hoy en el país. Por ejemplo, en Valdivia recién se terminó toque de queda. ¿Cómo afrontarlo además siendo mujer, que es mucho más difícil?
Bueno, no queda más que seguir haciendo lo que uno quiere hacer, y si uno cree en lo que hace, bueno, va a encontrar algo, ¿no? Entonces, como que no hay receta para estas cosas, ¿no? Simplemente es tu inquietud, tu compromiso, o por qué estás haciendo lo que haces.
Porque no son solo imágenes las que estamos mostrando, sino que queremos mostrar un relato que comunique lo que se capturó. En este caso, todo el movimiento y las movilizaciones sociales que están ocurriendo aquí en Valdivia en particular, desde una mirada tanto pública como íntima.
Y también tiene una búsqueda de enseñar metodologías y estrategias colectivas en torno a la creación. Y ahí también hay una responsabilidad en torno a quienes estamos creando imágenes, estamos creando también narrativas.
En esta exposición se reúnen fotógrafos de la región, de los ríos. Así que estamos súper contentos que por fin logramos inaugurar esta exposición.
La verdad es que empezamos a conocer trabajos de acá el año pasado. Hicimos una convocatoria a nivel regional y los que están exponiendo aquí fueron los seleccionados, así que vean los trabajos, lean el texto.
Justamente me interesaba rescatar lo subyacente en mi propio archivo fotográfico, para de esta forma develar un contenido que se encontraba oculto.
Me interesa como la relación o el diálogo que se genera entre la infraestructura material, la calle, las veredas, con la gente, con lo que se va un poco de lo impuesto por las estructuras materiales, como la estructura más simbólica.
Lo que hago es hacer una serie de recopilaciones de diferentes postales dentro de la ciudad, un poco para hablar desde el turismo y de la fotografía como imagen digital.
Básicamente recoge un poco mi relación con mi territorio, que es mi pueblo. Soy de Mafi, mi relación con este pueblo semi-rural, pequeño, y cómo habitamos la noche, los que somos originarios de esa localidad.
Ha sido un privilegio estar acá, ver y ser parte de un momento histórico en Chile, que igual tenemos tantas semejanzas con Perú, con toda Latinoamérica. Me ha parecido bien importante que el festival siga, que se adapte a las circunstancias y proponga desde eso también.
Como que fue súper emocionante y además estar como compartiendo y hablando de fotografía, de lo que significa el arte, como del arma que significa política también. O sea, como que no es una cosa que se pone en un museo, es algo que puede hablar y que puede generar una reflexión.
Considero que como festival y como en este caso como profesor estaríamos aportando, digamos, a entregar herramientas para tener una mirada crítica, pero sistemática, con oficio, con un sistema que permita garantías de calidad también en los proyectos y sobre todo de emocionalidad, de humanidad, ¿no? de sentido de pertenencia y de honestidad en el trabajo creativo. Así que la fotografía siempre ha estado relacionada con el desarrollo de la sociedad, como la fotografía y esta imagen no solamente opera desde la denuncia, sino también desde este reflejo, este espejo sobre la sociedad. Y siempre, y nunca olvidar, ¿cierto?, que la fotografía también establece una relación con la creatividad.
Porque no hay nada como concluir algo que se ha empezado en esos pequeños círculos, en esas pequeñas acciones, y ser capaz de prestar atención a eso que todo el mundo barre. Muchas veces nos fijamos en el fuego y nosotras decidimos fijarnos en los últimos rescoldos de ese fuego y traerlos aquí. Es importantísimo en estos contextos de caos ser capaces de darnos cuenta dónde estamos, cómo ubicarnos, quiénes somos y qué es lo que hacemos. Y esa fue nuestra principal responsabilidad.
En este espacio de creación generamos contenido visual tratando de dejar hablar el objeto y el sujeto, cada una desde su mirada, aunque siempre pensando en lo colectivo. Trabajamos en pleno contexto de movilizaciones y toque de queda, con muchas emociones entre medio, para elaborar juntas este relato. Realidades contradictorias y heterogéneas, en donde la fotografía se plantea como un medio para reflexionar sobre la condición humana y preguntarnos hacia dónde va dicha existencia y cómo enfrentarnos a ella. Autores inmersos en sus narrativas visuales, activos en rescatar legados históricos, familiares, sociales y territoriales. Restablecen la conexión con el espacio que habitan y ponen en valor la espiritualidad ancestral. Es un retorno al origen para observarse a través de esta representación.
Next, we will see an impressive performance of our garden in Auckland, created and organized by Uwe Rieger with the title We Are Here and We Are Everywhere at Once. Exploring the persistent urge to be attached to places and have profound ties with them in an era of virtual travel, the performance is a moving image installation created by an international collaboration. Russell Scones from New Zealand creates compositions sourced from sound harvest in physical environments. Carol Brown specializes in the creation of collaborative choreographic events. Ruth Gibson and Bruno Martelli playfully address the position of the self in relation to technology, examining ideas of player, performer, and visitor, interweaving familiar tropes of video games and art traditions of figure and landscape. Enjoy the performance and take a look to the Mozilla Hub of the Auckland Garden. That is a collaboration with the University of Melbourne. It is a fantastic piece containing an exhibition and several other performances.
Can you hear me?
We don't need those.
Right, over. We've been using walkies all week, so we're really good. You know, so code your name.
Yeah, it's there.
You just tell me when you want to record. I ask for a T-pose. I tell you recording, and then you can do it. Okay, thanks very much.
I might need your sandwich.
Okay, turn the light off. And will you close the door of the studio as well? Is it?
Uh-huh.
So, T-pose please, and recording. Oh, good.
Just reload the marker set.
Yeah, but it should be. Jeff. Ah, I saved over. That's a smart man. That's right.
And cut. Come around.
Yeah.
You might have the marker set still in one of the files that we did.
That's alright. Okay, not really. No, I should be fine.
You want me to bring you a slate to match the video and the mockup? Okay, and recording? Oh, good. Okay.
Much better.
Cut, I guess.
Links. Green like this.
Rectify. What happened here, mister? That's another.
As it is true for all culture institutions, Ars Electronica was confronted with the question of how to creatively maintain its responsibilities given the challenges posed by the coronavirus. Ars Electronica Journeys is an entirely new format which evolved in the midst of rethinking the festival. Artists, researchers, and creative producers were invited to prepare video journeys, providing interactive guided tours without the audience's physical presence. Beyond that, the journey invites the viewers into their world by not just offering exclusive insights into their fields of expertise and artistic practice, but sharing surroundings relevant to their work, be it the labs inspiring public spaces or favorite walking routes. One of the invited artists as part of the European Artificial Intelligence Lab is Rocio Brenger. She will take us now on a journey to 2030 and a human-plant hybrid guiding us on a trip through the past, unveiling the origins of G5, the first interspecies political summit. The event was initiated by the Interspecies Organization for the Future of Life on Earth. Its founders are thought to be the artist Rocio and AI collaborator Iagochi. This project composes various images of the G5 summit with a narrator expressed as a voice or with subtitles as guide. Join us now in this collective journey and interview the scientists who worked on the development of Iagochi, the artwork based on an AI chatbot.
Hello, I'm the human translator, and this is an hybrid in a future space-time. This hybrid is Bad Weed, the head of the music band The Bad Weeds, and an activist. He says, "For those who don't know our story, I will drive you over a time trip to the origins of our interspecies politics. We need to jump into the past. Are you ready? Let's jump to 2020. The hybrids are now coexisting with humans, fully integrated in our multi-species cities and politics. But it is necessary to remember that it was not like that before. There was a time where humans were living mostly only between them in a monoculture cities of humans, exploiting machines, minerals, and so on, what we call today the human decadence era. The era that was just before the virus revolution. Some scientists recently discovered a particular event that happened almost at the same time than the beginning of the virus revolution. This event has been called G5 interspecies, and it seems to be organized by an organization called IUFLE, the Interspecies Organization for the Future of Life on Earth. They are suspected of having initiated the interspecies politics. There is an hypothesis that, according to some other sources, it seems that behind all of this G5 event and IO4LI organization was the naive project of the artist Rocío Berenguer and his collaborator Iagochi. He has jumped into the time again? No, I think he just jumped into the space. I mean, from one space to another, only vegetal hybrids have this capacity to do this kind of fancy things. They use their pollination capacities to jump into another space. And what's he doing now? What is he doing? Well, I think he's trying to show us to what point in that period, in the human decadence era, the five kingdoms, like the vegetal kingdom, the human kingdom, the animal kingdom, machine kingdom, were all really splitted, and they were this kind of prisons for vegetables and prisons for animals, and they were like living. Oh, okay, we jump again. Yeah, that's a park. In that period, they were having places called park, and in this park, they had like a room for only vegetal, and they were closed on the night, and they can. Oh, he found something. I think he found something. Maybe he found them. Oh no, it's not that. No, it's not them. Okay. Yep, he jumped into the space again, and now he's trying to find them. Yeah. It had to be very hard to try to find someone on the past. Like, imagine to jump into the past and try to find someone, especially in a city like Paris. So hard. That era was a really, really weird period. He found a colleague. He maybe... he's just saying hello to its colleagues. They were... Oh shit. It had to be difficult to be a bad wit in that period. And run away. Because they worked like Cateton and... Yes, he resists. He managed it. He's a real bad wit. Okay. He didn't get trapped. So, let's... Come. I don't get it. He's running in the other... Sends the same reach. No. He's getting somewhere. Let's follow him. They have to be somewhere. Oh, he seems a bit desperate now. Yeah. Okay. New motivation. Maybe he got new information from his colleagues, the other bad wits running on the city. Is her? No, it's not her. He's not following her. Okay. Let's find them. Maybe. He seems he's making some signal, so Probably we are... It's funny they have all of this mask. This is really the beginning of this like virus revolution. They were wearing this mask called him. He's entering somewhere. Yes, he got the address. We are inside. We're inside. We just need to know which floor. He knows to read. Okay, we are getting into an elevator. An old elevator. Can you enter? Yes. Let's go in. Okay. Which floor? I don't know if they're gonna be scared. Hopefully they're gonna really open the door. He's scared that they're scared. Hey, hello. I'm an Batwit, an hybrid coming from the future. I would like to chat a bit with you. I think you could have some answer from some questions we are trying to understand, and this is why I come to visit you in the past. Can I get it? Great. We get in. Good. We are in. Okay. Rocio Berenguer is an artist based in Paris, working on an art science project and in anticipation narratives. Through her various artworks, she produces shows, performances, and installations. So who is Iagochi? Iagochi works today as an interactive installation, an art science object derived of Tamagotchi, a tool for questioning human relationship to otherness. Iagochi is called Iagochi in reference to both artificial intelligence, IA, the intelligence artificielle, and Tamagotchi. The Tamagotchi was the first artificial human pet that appears on the 90s. And I think it's like the son of the Tamagotchi. So she's explaining that in this installation, in order to connect with it, the public have to grasp an external organ that looks like an artificial heart. It is important for her to think interaction in a multisensorial way. When you are holding something fragile that seems to breathe in your hands, you're going to relate completely different to it. You're going to try to be careful, to take care. She tried to avoid the competition effect that she had observed regularly when people interact with a humanized or a talking machine. Most of them gonna feel menaced and try to demonstrate that they are more intelligent than a machine, which is boring because it limits the interaction to a competitive mood, which is very absurd also, because if the goal is to learn something or to experience a poetic or significative moment, the competitive mood is not... For her, Iagochi is a full entity, a new species, an artificial character and an hybrid companion who learn from our words. Iagochi started to exist some years ago with the collaboration with the informaticians and researchers Benoît Fabre and Frédéric Béchet from LIS Lab of the University of Aix-Marseille.
I think one of the objectives of the project was to build this kind of artificial intelligence. But you all know that in terms of technology, we haven't reached artificial intelligence yet. So we are just using components, and we are probably relying on the artistic framework or the artistic layout in order to make that intelligence emerge. One of the challenges was to try to include a non-deterministic aspects into that project. I think the entity emerges from the fiction. So I think my main interest is to understand the human. And I think developing an AI, for me, at least for me, it's a way of better understanding what we are and maybe where we are going.
It started to have its own life, transforming in a weird way the words of others in its own words. The last year, a new collaboration with Gaël de Chalandard and Fréjus Leé from the CEA Paris-Saclay become the opportunity to go further in the development of Ayagochi and to explore other applications. An artificial character who's gonna be present in all the artworks of the G5 project, an interspecies communication system, and a tool to explore human, non-human relationships. And yes, she's confirming that she and Ayagochi are behind the organization of IOFLE and the G5 Summit. So G5 Interspecies is an artistic project, a fiction based on a near future where the discovery of other intelligence, such as the animal, plant, artificial and mineral ones, tend to eradicate the hierarchy between species and dethroning the human of the Anthropocene. End of the Anthropocene. How to build a vision of the future based on desire. How to pass over the fear and the reiterative human apocalyptic narrative. How to build a narrative where human is not the center of the world. Current politics seems unable to integrate a larger vision of what life on Earth means, to integrate our vulnerability as a species and our interdependency as human beings with our environment and other forms of life. The artistic project of G5 took 3 different forms: a theater show called G5, a performance called Coexistence, and an installation called Litosis. Coexistence is a poem set on music and in dialogue between a human and an AI, a poetic text slam between concert, theatrical text, and AV performance. The narration explored the coexistence between the various reigns of the G5 in the past, the present, and the future. The audience is invited to vote in a dedicated application before entering the show. They have to give their opinion about how they consider their coexistence with the other species.
Hier. Introduction du 3e stade de négociation. L'animal existe des excuses du côté humain, est un allié de la machine, est capable de faire n'importe quoi à cette fin.
Non, c'est fini.
After that, she got busy with the problem of communication. What will be the language or the code between a mineral and a vegetal, between an animal and a machine? And this question brings her to create Litosis. Litosis is an interactive installation based on an interspecies intraliving communication system to communicate with all the various forms of terrestrial life. And finally, we get into the G5. For the show, Rocio was very curious to explore the limits of our current human politics protocols, to understand where are the possibilities and conflicts to build an interspecies politics. G5 is a title that refers to G8 or G20 summits, but in this summit, there are no governments or financial powers, but the meeting of the different species that share the globe. Animal, mineral, vegetal, human, and machine diplomacies are there to debate the future of the planet. She's telling to the hybrid that actually the G5 didn't happen till the end because it got boycotted by the hybrids. And there was the leader of the group of the very, very bad weeds who knocked down the event. He says, we are one body. Well, it seems to me a bit embarrassing for the hybrid, but the hybrid excuses itself, saying that we can't take the responsibility of the acts of our ancestors. But he says that he's very, very thankful because all of that will help to reconstruct the erased history of the hybrids. And he said, I have to leave now, it's late for the future, and it's gone.
I'm Joaquín Fargas. Welcome to my studio in Buenos Aires, Argentina. The Ars Electronica Festival this year, 2020, and we are part of the garden in Buenos Aires called The Nature of Our Nature. One of the programs is called Dialogue Between Two Deserts. We are connecting two deserts, the White Desert in the White Continent in Antarctica, and the Atacama Desert in Chile. When these places, one to Antarctica and the other one to the desert of Atacama. Connect through the water, issue that is one of the main problems for the future generations in our planet. The robot Glaciator, Antarctica, the purpose of Glaciator is to maintain the glaciers. They help the glaciers to grow. Because of the climate change, the glaciers are melting. So is a huge problem for the so push the snow continuously, pushing the snow and generating ice, regaining the glacier mass. It's completely autonomous, and I will explain later features of this robot. The other robot is called Rhabdomante, went to the Atacama Desert in Chile, the driest place in the world. NASA spot a small town called Ena, Atacama Desert. They find this, the driest spot. This is Antarctica, the huge reservoir of water in the world. The other, the driest place, connected to the water issues. One helps to maintain the glacier, and the other generates a new cycle of water on Earth. Rhabdomante has solar panels. The solar panels feed Peltier cells, that are cells that has two sides. One side became hot, electricity on them, and the other cold. The cold side of the Peltier cell, the water from the atmosphere saves. This is a way to obtain water. It's a new cycle. Why I said this is a new cycle of water on Earth? Because the sun that hits the desert and evaporates the water to the atmosphere recovers the water from the atmosphere by transforming the electricity in the solar, the radiation of the sun into electricity in the solar panels that feed the Peltier cells. This is a way to maybe transform the desert into other place in the future. Both projects are utopic projects. Maybe it's impossible to make this change, but maybe they can in some way encourage the scientists and the technologies to do something, because we have to do something even if we don't know the result, because if we do nothing, we just know the results. Well, I'm going to explain how the robot works, and I expect you to visit again my studio and talk about these global issues and help raise awareness on climate change. Thank you so much. This is Glaciator, the robot that went to Antarctica in 2017, and I'm going to explain how it works. You have here, well, there's a huge motor that drives the robot. It has to go through the snow and through the ice and through rocks, so the wheels let him to go anywhere. It has a computer here, a small computer called Raspberry Pi. There is another, for example, here, this is an Arduino microprocessor. It has a GPS here, an antenna to connect to the computer or the ship or wherever is the place that you are controlling the robot. If you give the robot the coordinates, it will generate a square there, and it will run inside the square again and again, pushing the snow and transforming the snow into ice to regain the glacial mass. The solar panels, these are all solar panels, and let the robot to be autonomous, so you can let the robot work in the glaciers without any problem and continuously. Obviously, this is a utopic project. Maybe it's impossible to run this robot or to run thousands of robots to make a difference in a glacier. But maybe it's a way to encourage the people to think about the future, about that something must be done. This is Rhabdomante, the solar robot that went to the Atacama Desert in Chile. You see that it has many solar panels there. It has two motors, and the solar panels connect to the Peltier cells here. These Peltier cells, this is the part of the cell that will become cold because of the electricity generated by the solar panels, and this cold side of these Peltier cells, the water from the atmosphere will condensate, even if it works in the driest place of the world, like Maria Elena location in the Atacama Desert. This is a new cycle of water on Earth. The sun that usually evaporates the water from the desert is used to recover the water from the atmosphere. The solar radiation is transformed in the panels into electricity. Electricity feeds the Peltier cells, and then you recover the water again. Now I'm going to put this running for a second. You see, it's like a worm that is going continuously from connecting from one place to the other. Both sides are connected, but they work like a worm in the desert, like an armadillo.
La gente me cuenta.
Being uncertain requires that one is able to cope with being in doubt. In 2020, this has required unusual lengths with the pandemic situation. However, unpredictable and contradictory thought processes often breed new perspectives and ideas in creative practice. Its aim is not necessarily to find a solution to a problem, but to speculate on the multiple potentialities and perspectives concerning the subject matter. The Espoo Helsinki Garden, produced by Alto Studios at Alto University, presents 3 artists on the topics of artificial intelligence, music, artificial biology, and art science network platform through studio visits, talks, and a performance. I'm giving now the floor to Korei Tahiroglu, Laura Belov, and Andy Best.
And now to the garden, tequila, master craftsman. An approach to the materials, hands, and stories behind each artisan. A product made by years of history and, in a sense, accompanied by new technological resources that will invite us to understand the future. How do we produce culture? How do we create products? And how do we mold our worldview into an object? From Maria José Sánchez Varela.
El paisaje agavero es Patrimonio de la Humanidad por la UNESCO desde el 2006. Y habla no solamente del lugar, que es una extensión de aproximadamente 34,000 hectáreas. Cuando en el mundo nosotros pensamos en México, una de las primeras palabras que nos vienen a la mente es tequila. Y como tal, lo primero que hay que visitar es este paisaje inmenso donde tú vas en la carretera y de un lado ves agave y del otro también ves agave. Y según la temporada del año, según la hora a la que nosotros estemos viendo, podemos ver los colores que se van transformando de un azul color agua a verde, a blanco, a ciertas horas donde se ve todo oscuro y solamente la luz que brilla en los agaves, cómo se va visitando.
Cuando visitas el paisaje agavero es meterte en la tradición y en la cultura de México. Es como para echarte un clavado dentro de las tradiciones de nuestro país.
El tequila en ese sentido y el paisaje agavero como parte esencial de él es la evolución de México a través de los años.
El arte de hacer tequila es combinar la tradición con la innovación, combinar la historia que tenemos de hace 3 siglos de hacer nuestro producto con la tecnología que tenemos ahora disponible. Esa es la magia del buen hacer tequila.
Es una experiencia que debes de tener o que buscaría yo que todos le hicieran por lo menos una vez en la vida porque te va marcando qué es aquello que te hace único en algún momento, pero que te enlaza con el resto de la humanidad, con el resto del mundo. Hola, soy Grisel. Bienvenidos a esta masterclass. Es un honor para mí invitarlos a conocer un poco de lo que es el sabor, el olor del tequila. Yo tengo 15 años en la industria y el inicio fue solo porque era mi hobby. Acostumbraba a visitar las destilerías, las distintas marcas, probarlas. Después empecé a compartir con amigos sobre las distintas marcas, cómo era que podíamos combinarlo, hacer maridajes. Y esto me llevó a tener la oportunidad de trabajar directamente para una marca en la destilería, con lo que pude aprender directamente de los maestros, de los que hacen el tequila, y hoy voy a compartirlo con ustedes. Vamos a empezar con el agave, que es la materia prima para elaboración del tequila. Ya hemos sabido sobre las características del mismo desde hace muchísimo tiempo, que se utilizaba principalmente para extraer fibras de sus hojas, que son largas en forma de lanza, y de ahí se sacaba una fibra que se llama pita. Con esa se elaboraba todo lo que nos podamos imaginar que se hace con una fibra: ropa, calzado, sombreros, herramientas, sogas. Todo esto era importante para la manutención de la zona, para ir trabajando. También las hojas completas se utilizaban en las bases de los techos de las casas para impedir el ingreso de agua cuando llovía. Con el tiempo, pues decidieron que tenían que utilizar más agaves cada vez para hacer más fibra, pero solamente se utilizaban las hojas. Lo que era el centro, la piña, pues siempre era pues algo que consideraban basura. Lo que cuenta la leyenda acerca de los agaves y cómo inició el tequila es precisamente porque ponían estas piñas todas juntas como parte de la basura. Estamos hablando de hace más de 250 años. Eso quiere decir que pues no había basura orgánica e inorgánica separada, sino que toda la basura se ponía en una zona para que se descompusiera y se reintegrara a la tierra. La leyenda lo que nos cuenta es que un día un rayo pegó en esta zona, en este basural, prendió las hojas, lo que habría alrededor, y eso mismo hizo que se cocinara la piña del agave. Cuando escampó la tormenta, los aldeanos, la gente que vivía en la zona, pues ¿qué fue lo que pasó? Olieron ese dulce aroma que emitía el agave cocido. Se acercaron y lo probaron. En el momento en que lo probaron, vieron que era dulce, que era bueno, y decidieron empezar a hacer este proceso ya ellos, es decir, cocinar la piña del agave. Así es como podemos nosotros ver que es el inicio de lo que es el tequila, porque todos sabemos qué pasa después de unos días de una planta cocida, pues empieza a fermentar. Y así fue como empezaron a ver que tenía efectos distintos. Después, con el tiempo, pues aprendieron toda la parte de la industrialización de esta bebida fermentada con la llegada de los españoles para precisamente poderla destilar y empezar con un proceso distinto. Regresando un poco a lo que es el agave, podemos decir ciertas características del mismo que son importantes. Es una planta que tiene hojas en forma de lanza, que tiene espinas en todo lo largo de sus hojas, que están forradas o que tienen encima de ellas una cera, una capa de cera. Decíamos ya que una de las principales funciones en la antigüedad fue ponerla en los techos precisamente por esa capa de cera. Esa es la característica que le ayuda a mantener el agua, la humedad que requiere la planta para subsistir. De ahí que no se riegue, que solamente el temporal de lluvias es lo que es suficiente para que ella se desarrolle. El pH de la tierra debe estar entre 6 y 8 y en zonas que no se encharquen para que no se pudra la raíz. Más o menos se plantan entre 2.300 y 3.000 plantas por hectárea, lo cual nos puede dar toda la materia prima que requerimos para la elaboración del tequila, que cada día va creciendo. Es una planta monocárpica. Esto quiere decir que florea una sola vez en la vida. Esta planta se llama quiote. Y después de 6 meses que salió, aproximadamente 6 a 8 meses, sabemos que la planta morirá. Tiene un tiempo de maduración entre 5 y 8 años, aunque hay algunas plantas que pueden llegar hasta 12 años. Es importante mencionar que para la elaboración del tequila solo se puede utilizar un tipo de agave. El agave tequilana Weber, variedad azul, es que tiene una denominación de origen que comprende 181 municipios de México, dentro de los cuales solo el estado de Jalisco se considera al 100%. Tenemos también que tener en cuenta que tiene una norma oficial mexicana, que es la 006, y un órgano regulador que nos ayuda a proteger y a controlar que esto se cumpla a cabalidad. Es una planta muy noble y su nombre mismo, agave, que es como está catalogada quiere decir maravilloso, porque es una planta que nos da muchísimas cosas. Una vez que hemos hablado del agave y sus características, podemos hablar del proceso de elaboración de tequila. Lo primero es que tenemos nuestra plantación de agave y tenemos que hacer la cosecha. La cosecha del agave se llama jima y esto viene un poco del sonido que se hace con la coa, que es el instrumento con el que se cosecha a la hora que se está cortando, que es un eso es una jima. Las jimas se hacen de entresaque o por hileras completas dependiendo de cada una de las características que se buscan en el perfil final de nuestro tequila. Una vez que se le cortan todas las hojas o pencas a nuestro agave, se lleva esta bola o piña hacia las destilerías. Ahí es recibida y es donde entra este órgano regulador desde un principio a controlar todo el proceso, desde contar cuántas piñas llegaron, que sean del predio que se dice que está inscrito dentro del Consejo Regulador del Tequila y que además cuenten con las características que dicen que tienen. En muchas de las destilerías se cortan los agaves ya que pueden tener un tamaño desde 10 kilos, algo pequeñito, hasta 180 kilos. Es decir, que podríamos sentarnos en un agave a disfrutar de nuestro tequila mientras departimos un rato. ¿Qué es lo más importante? Que nosotros tenemos que transformar los carbohidratos complejos del agave en azúcares simples. ¿Cómo se logra? A través del cocimiento. Este puede hacerse a través de hornos de mampostería, que es la forma más tradicional y antigua, o bien a través de autoclaves. La diferencia está en lo que buscamos al final en nuestro producto. Puede ser que lo hagamos en mucho tiempo, como es en un horno de mampostería, o bien lo hagamos un poco más rápido, como es en las autoclaves. Lo importante es qué sabor queremos al final. Dejamos que se cueza y esperamos a que logre este proceso de cocimiento y una vez que lo logran, se abren los hornos, se sacan las piñas y entonces se llevan a la extracción de los jugos que tiene este agave cocido. Porque tenemos una piña que es esponjadita, ya está suave, pero no hemos obtenido ningún líquido de ella. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que hacemos? Vamos a destrozarla, vamos a empezar a aplastarla hasta obtener los jugos que requerimos de ella. Se le agrega un poco de agua para lograr esta extracción. Las tres formas de lograrlo es una a través de la tahona, la segunda es a través de molinos y la tercera es a través del difusor. ¿Cuáles son las diferencias? Pues lo avanzado en la parte tecnológica de cada una de ellas. Por ejemplo, la tahona pues es con fuerza humana o con fuerza animal, una gran rueda de piedra empieza a dar vueltas en un hoyo donde tenemos los agaves y empieza a aplastarlos, a machacarlos hasta que obtenemos esos jugos que necesitamos. Cuando hablamos de molinos, pues lo que son 3 a 5 molinos donde se van mandando esta fibra destrozada, se le agrega un poco de agua y se empieza a lavar el azúcar que tiene el agave cocido para obtener el jugo. Cuando vamos a la parte más moderna, entonces tenemos nuestros difusores donde a través de un sistema de hidrólisis que podemos decir que es como también a chorro, a potencia que se está echando esta agua, es que nosotros podemos lograr precisamente la extracción de los jugos y de las azúcares. Después del proceso de extracción de jugos, los mandamos a las tinas de fermentación donde se les pone la levadura para que empiecen a comerse los azúcares y los transformen en alcoholes. Y junto con la levadura se hace la formulación y decidimos si es que queremos tener tequila 100% agave o tequila solamente. ¿Cuál es la diferencia? Pues un tequila 100% agave, como lo dice su nombre, todos sus azúcares provienen del agave, mientras que un tequila tiene por lo menos 51% de estos azúcares de agave y 49% puede ser de otras fuentes de azúcar. Es decir, que se hace la formulación y se decide cuál de los dos va a ser. El proceso de fermentación tarda según los sabores y los aromas que se quieren en el producto final. Hay algunas fermentaciones rápidas, otras fermentaciones lentas, pero esto dependerá de cada marca y de las características que se quieran lograr al final. Una vez que termina el proceso de fermentación, tenemos lo que llamamos mosto muerto. Este mosto se manda a la destilación. Para mí, la destilación es la parte más importante del proceso de elaboración del tequila, porque aquí es donde separamos aquellos compuestos que no queremos, como el metanol, los ésteres, los alcoholes superiores, de lo que sí queremos y que quede en el corazón de nuestro tequila. Aquellos sabores, aromas que deseamos en cada uno de los perfiles y marcas que tenemos. En el alambique se tienen dos destilaciones. La primera se llama ordinario al producto que se obtiene y está aproximadamente en un 20% de alcohol volumen. Y una vez que nosotros hacemos la segunda destilación, ya se llama tequila, y obtenemos un tequila blanco. ¿Qué características tiene? Pues que es un producto al que no se le ha añadido nada. Es decir, en este momento lo único que tenemos es el destilado de tequila y agua, porque la norma 006 nos permite que sea envasado desde 35 hasta 55 grados de alcohol volumen. Una vez que nosotros tenemos el blanco, si deseamos un producto añejado, vamos a mandarlo a maduración por lo menos 2 meses. Y vamos a obtener un producto reposado con ciertas características más a madera que el primero, que tenemos sabores de agave. Cuando alguien requiere, una marca desea hacer un tequila añejo, entonces lo manda a reposo, añejamiento o maduración por lo menos 12 meses en barricas de no más de 600 litros cada una de ellas. Las barricas tradicionalmente son de roble blanco americano, pero con el tiempo han ido innovando, han ido cambiando, y hay quienes utilizan roble francés que nos da aromas más perfumados, hay quienes ya están utilizando barrica donde antes hubo vino o distintos tipos de madera, o bien que son nuevas. Esas son innovaciones que nos traen distintos perfiles, que nos traen más marcas y que nos puede dar la oportunidad de elegir entre distintos sabores, o bien ir mezclando o ampliando nuestro gusto por el tequila. Muchas veces pensamos que los envasados se hacen de manera mágica. Realmente es uno de los procesos con mayor inocuidad, ya que es el producto final que va a nuestras casas. ¿Qué es lo que se hace? Pues son procesos muy automatizados donde ya se llena cada una de las botellas en los distintos tamaños y clases que tenemos de tequila. El tequila está conformado por ingredientes volátiles y no volátiles. La concentración de estos es lo que nos dará la huella de cada marca, de cada producto que nosotros tengamos. Para la cata, que es lo que a continuación vamos a hacer, yo les sugiero que tengan una hoja de papel blanco, una servilleta, un mantel, una pared de un color neutro que nos ayude a mejor visualizar los tonos o los colores del tequila. También les sugiero que tengamos una copa para degustación de tequila. Tradicionalmente hemos visto los caballitos, que es lo que más se usa o lo que más se conocía. Y tenemos también la copa tequilera. ¿Cuál es la diferencia? Si nosotros vemos las bocas de cada uno de estos, nos daremos cuenta que la copa tiene mucho más grande la boca que el caballito. Esto, al igual que el espacio que hay entre la boca y la base, nos permite que haya mayor oxigenación y que percibamos nosotros mejores los aromas del mismo. Además, la parte que es más larga nos permite que al tomarla de la base no se caliente el producto, mientras que cuando tomamos el caballito es más fácil que lo calentemos. Otra de las razones para que nosotros sugiramos la copa tequilera es precisamente porque no vamos a tomarlo de un solo trago, vamos a degustarlo, vamos a encontrar todas sus características. Para proceder a nuestra cata, lo primero es que vamos a tomar un tequila blanco que vamos a analizar. Es un producto que puede no tener añejamiento o hasta 2 meses de añejamiento. Se manda por el mundo y llega hasta su casa y ustedes ya lo tienen ahí, lo sirven en una copa y lo ideal es servir 2 onzas para degustarlo. El producto que tenemos enfrente no tiene añejamiento, es un producto totalmente transparente, sin color, y lo podemos apreciar precisamente con nuestra hoja o con nuestra servilleta blanca. La untuosidad o piernas de nuestro producto es bastante, pero conforme vayamos viendo cómo evoluciona cuando lo ponemos en un añejamiento, veremos cómo va creciendo este. Lo llevamos a nariz para saber cuáles son las características, los olores que percibimos en él. Hay siempre miles de estrategias para percibir los aromas, pero lo más importante es que nosotros no nos sintamos incómodos, que no tengamos miedo de hacer caras, porque cada uno de nosotros tiene su estilo. Hay quienes dicen que es más importante abrir la boca, hay otros que dicen que conservar cierto estilo es importante. Aquí lo que nosotros tenemos que buscar es encontrar todos esos aromas. Tenemos distintos puntos donde podemos ir percibiéndolos. Este es un producto que está a 38% de alcohol volumen. Cuando nosotros buscamos los aromas, lo primero que encontramos siempre es alcohol. Si alguien les dice que empieza a encontrar otros aromas es porque ya está muy acostumbrado, pero siempre lo primero que vamos a encontrar es alcohol y cuando lo probemos debemos de tenerlo esto en cuenta. Tenemos también una cestación de cítricos, agave cocido. Pero lo más importante es recordar que nosotros no agregamos ninguno de estos elementos al tequila. Esto se logra gracias al proceso de elaboración. Nuestros ingredientes principales son agave, agua y todo el proceso que ya hemos venido platicando. Es un poco herbal y tiene unos toques ligeros de pimienta, y algo un poquito más especioso. Si lo llevamos a boca, vamos a recomendar que siempre hagamos primero una prueba donde en un pequeño trago lo llevemos por toda la boca para acostumbrarnos a la sensación de alcohol. Va a ser un poco caliente, va a ser incluso picante si no estamos acostumbrados. Es un pequeño trago y solamente para llevarlo a toda la boca y después pasarlo por garganta. Si lo llevamos a boca, salud. Delicioso. No tiene otra descripción. Lo importante en el tequila es que no solamente nosotros probemos en boca, sino también la sensación cuando lo tragamos. Que no sea como tienen la idea muchas personas que el tomar tequila es como tomarse un dragón o un gato que te va a salir con todas las garras por la garganta. Lo más importante es que sea agradable, que sea cálido, que nos invite a seguir tomando. A diferencia de otros productos cuando se degustan, que se toman y se devuelven, este es importante pasarlo porque la sensación en garganta, esófago y estómago es tan importante como su sabor. Nosotros entonces, una vez que lo hemos probado, acostumbramos la boca y damos un segundo trago para percibir todos esos sabores. Si bien nosotros percibimos solamente dulce, salado, amargo, ácido y umami, también podemos decir que de alguna manera se complementan el olfato y el gusto, y en esa combinación es que nosotros evocamos aromas y sabores que hemos tenido anteriormente. Al tequila no se le agregan los aromas que vamos a describir o los sabores que vamos a describir a continuación, sino que realmente se hace es que nosotros tenemos agave, agua, y en el proceso de fermentación y destilación es que vamos obteniendo toda esta gama de sabores. En particular, nuestro tequila cumple con la promesa olfatoria, es decir, tenemos sabores cítricos, más a limón, a lima, ese pequeño detalle pungente que les dije que se percibía en el aroma es una pimienta negra que nos ayuda a que en la punta de la lengua la percibamos. Es un producto limpio y de fácil degustación. A partir de 2 meses de añejamiento en barricas de madera, tenemos lo que llamamos reposado. Este producto ustedes pueden ver que de ser transparente, una vez que ha pasado por añejamiento, cambia y obtiene ciertos matices amarillentos o dorados por el tiempo que pasó en la barrica, que le va aportando ese color. Pero cuando pasa por barrica no solamente le aporta color, también le aporta algunos elementos como aceites o la untuosidad. Las piernas que vemos ahora son mucho más largas. Es mayor la grasa, la untuosidad que tiene este producto. Si lo llevamos a nariz, percibimos claramente el tiempo en barrica, la madera. Este es uno de los puntos en donde nosotros podemos saber si la madera que se utilizó es barrica blanca, si es barrica de roble francés, qué tipo de barrica es, o si viene de algún otro lugar como un vino o algún otro destilado. Este tiene aromas de frutas rojas principalmente, un poco de fresa, un tono dulce, además del agave cocido. Cuando lo probamos, notamos que la sensación alcohólica ha disminuido, pero recordemos, sigue siendo tequila. Este en particular tiene 38% de alcohol, que es una de las más utilizadas dentro de México, pero puede ir, recuerden, desde 35 hasta 55. Por más que la madera nos dé sabores ligeramente amargos y dulces con la fruta y el conjunto que va haciendo, es importante recordar que sigue siendo alcohol y que debemos de tomarlo con respeto y consideración. Si llegamos a nuestra tercera copa, que es añejo, vamos a ver que es un producto mucho más oscuro. Esto es porque nuestro producto tiene 2 meses de añejamiento, mientras que el añejo puede tener a partir de 12 y hasta 36 meses de añejamiento. Cuando nosotros vemos esto, lo primero que nos preguntamos es si no es solamente el color, sino también la untuosidad. Y vemos que sus piernas van siendo más gruesas, tarda más tiempo en caer esas lágrimas. Cuando lo llevamos a nariz, la presencia de la madera es mucho más grata, más permanente, más penetrante. Nueces, cereza, plátano incluso, un mango maduro. En boca ha perdido ese toque de pimienta, sin embargo, el aumento de la madera nos hace que sea un producto un poco más amargo, pero agradable. Cuando nosotros lo presentamos en casa, es bueno tener una degustación primero así, con un vaso de agua al lado, para que podamos ir cambiando cada uno de los sabores y para ir degustando nuestros tequilas. Pero también si queremos hacer un maridaje se puede hacer. Por ejemplo, con un blanco recomendamos un ceviche, un queso fresco, una ensalada caprese, por ejemplo, queda perfectamente con nuestro tequila blanco. Para lo que es el tequila reposado, todo lo que es la comida tradicional mexicana, una sopa de fideo con un chile, por ejemplo, unas puntas de filete con un poblano, pero también podemos hablar, por ejemplo, de un chocrut que queda perfectamente, y una salchicha y un toque de mostaza tradicional, queda perfectamente porque nos ayuda a aumentar ligeramente el sabor del alcohol, pero no nos aumentan los sabores del tequila, sino de la comida. Cuando vamos a un añejo dentro de la comida mexicana, queda perfectamente un chile en nogada, y si vamos a otro lugar del mundo, por ejemplo un pato a la naranja o una comida china, queda perfectamente con nuestro añejo. Para aquellas personas que gustan los puros, muchos me han dicho que una combinación perfecta es un puro con un tequila añejo. Cuando a mí me preguntan cómo definirías tequila con una palabra, siempre hablo de evolución. Y evolución en todos los sentidos, porque hablamos del blanco al reposado al añejo. Son tiempos que le llevan llevando a que sea un mejor producto, que sea diferente, que nos otorgue distintas características y cualidades. Es evolución de un pasado que viene de la tradición más antigua de México hasta la innovación de las industrias de hoy, que tienen los elementos más importantes, más innovadores, más nuevos, la tecnología de punta. Hablamos de la evolución del mundo, cómo hemos cambiado, la participación de la mujer en el mundo del alcohol. Todo esto nos va llevando a conformar lo que es hoy el tequila.
Parte del arte de hacer tequila es combinar las tradiciones con la innovación y con la tecnología. Yo no me puedo imaginar a la industria tequilera el día de hoy sin complementarla con toda la innovación y con toda la tecnología que se ha dado para este producto, guardando las tradiciones que nos llevan al buen hacer tequila. Lo que yo me imagino tomando tequila es una experiencia que me revive y que me trae gran cantidad de recuerdos, me recuerda la familia, me recuerda los momentos buenos de la vida, los momentos malos, me recuerda a mi país, me recuerda al agave, me recuerda a la zona de tequila, me recuerda a los valles, las montañas, las barrancas, me recuerda a nuestro país, me recuerda a todo y me recuerda lo que es el tequila, una mezcla de tradiciones y de tecnología, un producto hecho, elaborado en este país por mexicanos, por gente de trabajo, por gente que le gusta innovar, que le gusta estar en lo moderno y que le gusta compartir. El tequila es compartir, no solamente porque vamos a degustar compartiendo una botella o unas copas de tequila, sino porque tenemos que compartir el conocimiento, tenemos que compartir nuestra cultura y es parte del éxito del tequila cuando lo tenemos ya presente en 120 o más de 120 países alrededor del mundo. Yo veo el futuro del tequila todavía aún con mucho crecimiento, sobre todo en los países donde el tequila sigue siendo una bebida exótica, sigue siendo una bebida para unos cuantos. No es como en México, en Norteamérica, donde el tequila ya tiene un lugar, en algunas partes, en algunos países de Europa, donde tenemos ya un lugar y un porcentaje de mercado. Pero hay muchos otros países donde el tequila sigue siendo una bebida desconocida, exótica, mística, y de poco volumen. Tenemos que trabajar tomando la gran ventaja en el tequila, que el tequila es aperitivo, es digestivo y es total y absolutamente mezclable. ¿Qué es lo que hace al tequila diferente de otras bebidas? Que solamente se pueden tomar como aperitivo o que solamente se pueden tomar como digestivo. No, el tequila es mucho más divertido, el tequila es más moderno, el tequila es más actual y el tequila sobre todo nos representa al folclore de México, representa la alegría de nosotros los mexicanos, nos representa a todos nosotros. Tomar un sorbo de tequila es tomar una parte de México, una parte de nuestra cultura, una parte de nuestras tradiciones y de la riqueza tan grande que tiene nuestro país para ofrecérsela al mundo. Tequila es el regalo de México al mundo.
El tequila tiene un futuro por delante brillante, enorme. Venimos de un producto que no fue valorado en sus inicios, que se consideraba solamente para el pueblo. Y después este fue escalando y fue penetrando en las venas, en las raíces de todos los mexicanos. Después se transformó en un producto de exportación que fue apreciado por todo el mundo, que se distribuye en distintas partes. Hoy me dieron el permiso de que entrara hasta su casa y les mostrara lo mejor de México, el tequila. Su futuro está en cada uno de ustedes y dónde quieren que llegue. Por parte de la industria toca la innovación. Hoy tenemos blanco, reposado, añejo y extrañejo como clases que han sido permitidas y reconocidas. Pero ya tenemos un producto cristalino que ha sido una innovación, una diferencia y del gusto de todo el mundo. El cómo lo combinemos, qué hagamos con él, va a depender de cada uno de nosotros. En los bares, los bartenders, los mixólogos se encargan de hacer nuevas combinaciones, de tener siempre fresco el producto, el cóctel que van a poner. Pero nosotros somos los responsables de ese crecimiento que va a tener el producto cuando lo compartimos con amigos, con familia, cuando le damos un giro, cuando lo combinamos, cuando lo cocinamos, cuando simplemente disfrutamos de él. Está en nuestras manos y espero disfruten. Mi nombre es Grisel y ha sido un gusto estar con ustedes el día de hoy. Les agradezco que me hayan dejado llegar hasta su casa y compartir mi pasión por México y el tequila. Que siempre haya en su casa y en su mano una copa y una razón para brindar. Gracias.
Koks jūsų vaidmuo šiame projekte?
Aš esu molekulinės biologijos specialistė ir šiame projekte esu atsakinga už mokslinę projekto dalį. Tai yra mikroorganizmų atranką, izoliavimo strategijas ir mokslinį projekto turinį.
Aš kaip menininkas domiuosi estetinėmis patirtimis, kurios kinta mums pažįstant aplinkinį pasaulį. Šiame projekte kuriu vizualų meninį kūrinio sprendimą ir keliu klausimą, kaip šalia tradicinių sensorinių patirčių mus įtakoja mikrobiota ir kaip mes ją patys įtakojame.
Mindaugai, kas šios parodos rėmuose yra tas meno kūrinys?
Geras klausimas. Jei nekreiptume dėmesį į sukurtus artefaktus, meninių kūrinių galėtų būti interaktyvi terpė tarp žmonių ir mikroorganizmų.
Interaktyvi terpė tarp žmonių ir mikroorganizmų? Bet tai tada beveik viskas.
Na, šiuo atveju kalbame apie interaktyvę terpę tarp labai konkrečių organizmų, pavyzdžiui, žmogaus ir Lactobacillus bulgaricus bakterijų.
Auksa, kaip vykdoma ta mikroorganizmo atranka, arba kokie mikroorganizmai yra atrenkami, o kokie ne?
Na, visų pirma, mes nusprendžiame, kokie mikroorganizmai turėtų būti izoliuojami. Tuomet nagrinėjame mokslinę literatūrą, ieškome informacijos, ar šie organizmai jau buvo kultivuoti laboratorinėmis sąlygomis anksčiau. Na ir jei taip, tuomet parenkame jiems tinkamą specifinę terpę, jos komponentus ir tuomet jau pradedame pačius izoliavimo darbus.
Gal galite juos išvardinti?
Na, kol kas manome, jog sėkmingai laboratorijoje mums pavyko užauginti laktobacillus bei streptokokus rūšių bakterijas, na ir mielę Saccharomyces cerevisiae. Taip pat šiuo metu mes toliau dirbame ir su kitais mikroorganizmais ir bandome iš raugintų kopūstų izoliuoti leukonostok bakterijas.
Kas būtent yra moksliškai įrodyta, kaip projekte naudojamos bakterijos keičia žmonių savijautą ir estetinę savimonę?
Probiotikų visuomenėje dar geriau žinomų kaip gerųjų bakterijų savybės yra tyrinėjamos jau daugelį metų. Mūsų organizmas turi nuosavą mikrobiotą, tai žarnyne gyvenančių įvairių mikroorganizmų populiacijos, kurios taip pat prisideda ir prie bendro žmogaus organizmo palaikymo. Kitaip sakant, jos padeda skaidyti maistą ar netgi reguliuoti tam tikrų hormonų išskirimą. Visai nesenai atliktose tyrimuose taip pat paaiškėjo, jog žarnyno bakterijos gali netiesiogiai prisidėti ir prie žmogaus emocinės savijautos bei nuotaikos valdymo. Tad tikslingai vartodami tam tikrus maisto produktus, turinčius probiotinių bakterijų, galime pabandyti reguliuoti probiotikų kiekį organizme. Na visgi tik noriu pabrėžti, jog šis teiginys yra labiau prielaida nei faktas.
Aš, kaip jogurto vartotojas, dažnai galvoju apie galimą jogurto bakterijų įtaką mano estetiniam pasaulio supratimui. Ar gali būti, kad dėl nuolatinio jogurto vartojimo man atitinkamai labiau patinka kūriniai, kurie kalba apie empatiją, socialumą, sveiką kūną, sveikoje sieloje ir panašiai? Ką jūs apie tai galvojate?
Aš galiu pakomentuoti iš meninės pusės. Projekto viena iš sudedamųjų dalių pajausti mikroorganizmų poveikį pačiam vartotojui. Kaip jį pajausti? Tarkim, tradicinius jogurtus sudaro tam tikrų bakterijų kolonijos, kurios turės kažkokį poveikį organizmui. Tačiau nebūtinai tokį, kokio jūs, Valentinai, tikitės. Jūsų vartojamame graikiškame jogurte esančias Lactobacillus bulgaricus bakterijos tikėtina gali kiek pagelbėti turint laktozės netoleravimo simptomų. Tame jogurte tačiau nėra Lactobacillus reuteri bakterijų, kurios galimai skatina oksitocino hormono išsiskyrimą, kuris savo ruožtu tikėtina skatinas ir empatiją. Tai tarkime, jei jūs siekiate empatijos, tuomet reikėtų pamėginti vartoti jogurtą su Lactobacillus reuteri bakterijomis.
Na, toks požiūris labiau tikėtina, jog susiformuotų visgi dėl psichologinių aspektų. Įsitraukus į kažkokią veiklą, kuri neša džiaugsmą ir naudą, natūraliai su jie tiesiog imame tapatintis, tad pasąmonės dėka ne visuomet ir patys suprasdami mes imame tos veiklos detalės pastebėti visur aplink save. Visgi tam, kad galėtume įrodyti tiesioginę bakterijų įtaką, mums reikėtų rasti kažką apčiuopiamo. Pavyzdžiui, kažkokį cheminį junginį ir jo kiekį pabandyti matuoti atitinkamai su kintančiomis emocijomis.
Ar tai reiškia, kad jūs atsargiai žiūrite į galimai svarbiausius šio projekto klausimus, kuriuos Mindaugas suformulavo maždaug taip? Šis projektas tyrinėja, kaip šalia tradicinių sensorinių patirčių mus įtakoja besikeičianti mikrobiota ir kaip mes patys įtakojame mikrobiotą.
Na, aš manau, jog visuomet turėtume atsargiai žiūrėti į tai, kas nėra įrodyta iki galo. Tad vertinimas visuomet turėtų būti kritinis ir pasvertas. Kalbant apie patį projektą, Mindaugas labiau yra linkęs kelti klausimus ir teikti pamąstymus, o mano tikslas juos apvilkti mokslo įrodytais faktais, priartinti prie realybės, ir pabandyti užpildyti akivaizdžiausias spragas.
Ar tai ir būtų šio projekto sėkmė? Turint galvoje, kad jau šiuo metu yra įrodytas ryšys tarp probiotikų ir pažintinių bei elgesio procesų, apimančių neurologinius, metabolinius, hormoninius, imunologinius signalinius kelius. Man asmeniškai, kaip meno ir probiotinių kultūrų vartotojui, ne visai užtenka, kad šis projektas tiesiog atliktų mokslo ar meno populiarinimo vaidmenį. Taigi, pereisiu prie klausimo. Kas jums būtų šio projekto sėkmė?
Šalia mikrobiotos įtakos estetiniam suvokimui, Man svarbus ir tiesioginis, tarkim, žiūrovų įsitraukimas į projektą, naujų žiūrovų patirčių įtraukimas į meninę kūrinio vertę ar meno sampratos platinimas. Kuo labiau žiūrovas įsitrauks į naujų patirčių vystymą su menu susijusią veiklose, tuo labiau aktualizuosis ir šiuolaikinis menas.
Apskritai, bendradarbiaujant menui ir mokslui, gali būti generuojamos tikrai kokybiškos ir prasmingos idėjos, turinčios vertę ne tik visuomeniai, bet ir menui ar tam pačiam mokslui. Na, o jei dar pavyksta į tokias diskusijas įtraukti daugiau žmonių ir paskatinti ne tik kelti klausimus, bet ir domėtis su tuo susijusią informaciją, tai manau, jog tai yra didelis laimėjimas mums visiems.
Ačiū už pokalbį. Stebėkime, patirkime, kaip vartojami mikroorganizmai keičia mūsų asmeniškai ir galimai keičia mūsų visuomenę.
Being uncertain requires that one is able to cope with being in doubt. In 2020, this has required unusual lengths with the pandemic situation. However, unpredictable and contradictory thought processes often breed new perspectives and ideas in creative practice. Its aim is not necessarily to find a solution to a problem, but to speculate on the multiple potentialities and perspectives concerning the subject matter. The Espoo Helsinki Garden, produced by Alto Studios at Aalto University, presents 3 artists on the topics of artificial intelligence, music, artificial biology, and art science network platform through studio visits, talks, and a performance. I'm giving now the floor to Korei Tahiroglu, Laura Belov, and Andy Best.
artificial intelligence model that we use, it creates sounds that nobody has ever heard before. The new instrument itself is a deformable, non-rigid instrument. And you can actually physically modify, change the form of the material. And that material is the musical instrument, so that the amount of pressure that you apply, the form that you create, that actually results in developing different sounds. Important part here is where we apply the artificial intelligence. The sound synthesis always brings you unusual sounds. In a way that you start playing an instrument with a particular sound, but when you take your hand away from the instrument, then it generates a totally new sound. This has been always our intention from the beginning, to look into the digital technologies and their particular role in artistic practices.
What I find interesting in it is kind of using it as a tool, as a support for your own creativity, in using machine learning and deep learning to find connections between points that you hadn't thought of, and like merging things.
My music making process is always a kind of dialogue and interaction with the tools, and the machine learning, I find, provides an interesting twist on that, where we can make the tools maybe more autonomous. Some would say intelligent. I maybe hesitate to call it that at this point.
Well, we don't do guitar, but we look into artificial intelligence tools, for example, and they shape our relationship with our current musical instruments and the music that we intend to make. I'm Koray Tayroğlu. I'm an academic research fellow in Alto University School of Arts, and I'm also leading the research group Sound and Physical Interaction Design. We can even conclude that human without technology is impossible, so that the technology plays a crucial role in our relationship with the world, as well as in our relationship with the art. Today, I'm going to talk about our Alterity project. I would never imagine that someone would stand up and say that I do not like music. This is something we know. Music plays a very crucial role in our lives. It enters in our lives from various different directions, and it's part of our social interaction. It has been a foundation of human culture for ages, and it's not a luxury, but it is a necessity for every human activity. And I don't think that anyone would come and correct me when I say that it will also continue playing a crucial role in this continuous evolution of human activities. Gary Tomlinson brings up a million-year span of the history of human musicking with a specific focus through complex social structure and advanced technologies. He brings up further characteristics that build a cultural knowledge which exists in a loops between technologies and musical practices. Perhaps the perspectives that we can derive from Tomlinson's viewpoint is that in this 1 million year of span of human musicking has always been embedded in technologies that emerge as a result of an interrelations between humans and their environments. From almost equivalent historical perspective, Don Ide introduces this ancient African bushman as the earliest musical instrument known to humans. It's simply a hunting bow that used as a single-stringed instrument on hunts. And he illustrated this image by himself. You can see that a human using a bow without any arrow, but in a particular musical position, wearing a sort of a shaman's animal skin. And the original drawing is dated 15,000 years before present from an Ice Age cave in France. So what we can derive from these two historical perspectives is that there's something we know, that music has always been a human activity. And we can also come up with this argument that music has always been related to technology as well. So music without technology, almost impossible. In fact, there's something else that we know. Technology mediates, shapes, and transforms our relationship with music. We do look at the music through the available technologies. We look at the music through electric guitar. There has been many compositions written for on this mortenet, and now we look at the music through a piece of code written for audio processing, and even now we look at the music through an ancient machine. And it might just be valid today when we step into our studio or onto a stage or ahead of a keyboard synthesizer or a computer or a spot of an unusual musical instrument. We've been always drawn into music through this relationship that actually also allows us to understand the musical actions that we create. In that sense, this relationship is very straightforward related to current technologies, and it happens between digital musical instruments as embodied cultural objects and human bodies that inhabit and use them. In our sound and physical interaction research group, in short we call it SOPI, we have been also reflecting such viewpoints in our artistic research projects, critically reflecting our relationship with music in practice with building new musical instruments. For instance, current research in artificial intelligence applied to music shows a wider spectrum of interest in forming technologies and musical instruments that can be in one way alternative to human musicians or alternative to commonly practiced musical instruments. And in our research group, through our research artistic practices, in particular we aim to expand our understanding on what we account for musicianship and musical instruments in this context with advanced technologies. Well, we have been working on developing and building alterity musical instruments since last January. The name alterity is originated with Don Ide's alterity-human technology relationship. And in this relationship, alterity or the otherness is all about having its own objectives in an activity and a self-purpose with itself, in a way having a life of its own. So we aim to reflect these ideas in our project. Alterity is a deformable, non-rigid musical instrument that also comprises an audio synthesis module that is based on an artificial model that we have been working on in our research project. So that you can see that in the image as well, it is like a closed shape, and so the physical deformability and the manipulation of the handheld actions becomes the opening of this musical instrument. So what is really interesting in this instrument is that it's sound synthesis module. So that we have been using a particular deep learning model that generates new sounds for real time in the moment of playing to be processed in our granular synthesis module that we embedded in this instrument. So when the performer applies a handheld action to the instrument, so the instrument monitors the interaction points and interaction rate and uses this deep learning GAN model to generate a new sound. And these audio samples are distributed in different points on the instrument and are ready to be processed in audio synthesis module. Following the building and the practicing of this instrument, we composed a piece, Uncertainty, and this composition idiomatically reflects this unusual behavior of this instrument. The composition provides similarly to its surface in a way a non-rigid but identifiable musical events followed by ever-shifting sounds in timbre-scape. So uncertainty as well is nothing new. In particular, it can be called a particular state in art-making process, which opens up a new perspectives of thoughts in art thinking. For instance, musicians would rather choose the instruments that they are more familiar with or based on their musical persona or their role in a particular composition. And with that, they get in touch with the physical and the psychological aspect of musicianship in their very comfort zone. But if this could be taken further, so from a confident state to an uncertain state, this will also create a particular type of relationship with unusual, unfamiliar musical instrument and the musician, and which could also result in variety of unexpected creative outcomes. Perhaps the close similarity with this composition could be found in Émilie Giard's composition called Souffrir. Here, the tuning is considered a very important act in the performance of this composition, as the tuning of the cello has been continuously modified and manipulated by another musician. So the sudden changes in the tuning also puts the performer in an uncertain state during the performance. And in this state of transformation from the confident to uncertainty, our relationship with the instrument, which has been based on our previous relationship with the instrument, our musical experience or musical practice, is very much broken, shaken, disturbed, and changed. Appearance of new sounds with the new behavior of the instrument, and the behavior changes in sonic space could allow performer to explore a whole new range of musical possibilities. So, moreover, this could also turn into a continuous state of playing, reformulating our relationship and opening a variety of the different musical demands. Here I argue that these advanced intelligence models applied on audio synthesis level could allow us to explore performing music with particular features that defines the digital idiomaticity of the instrument, and also allow us to reinvent the instrument in the act of music performance. AI models are appearing more in the audio synthesis level, and these tools could open up new opportunities for the practices of music in various different communities. And at the same time, applying these technologies in building and performing new musical instruments brings in further questions and arguments for music practices. For instance, what is to compose a musical piece for an instrument that already has its own musical objectives in the moment of music performance? Or what does the idea that musical instrument have an independence existing with its own history and with its own identity bring into a music-making experience? I believe that such further critical reflections could help us to affect the changes in our relationship with music and the world around us. Thank you.
In certain conditions, certain substances came together, and that potentially was the start of life on the planet. Liquid matter deals with protocells. Protocell is a term from science side. It is a droplet in a liquid, and scientists think that's very close to our cell, how human cell is formed.
I'm playing as an artist with it. I take a petri dish. Usually I put in it a water bath, and then I put oil-based, but with a different chemistries, droplets in it, and they move. Many times I cannot control how they move, or I'm also looking, oh my God, what is going on now? I think it is a metaphor for our time, with uncertainty, uncontrollability, and this extreme aim for control, which we cannot obtain. It originates from the idea of evolution of the planet. They're quite small also to show in the arts. So I have been trying to develop things that one can extend them. I'm Laura Beloff. I'm an artist, and at the moment also I work in Aalto University as an associate professor. I'm an experimental artist, so I work with art, science and technology. At the moment I'm showing liquids, but it might also concern environment or living matter technologies, hardcore robots and so on. 70% of our planet is liquid. So it is towards the ideas of merger of technology and biology, and in this case biochemistry. I find all that very interesting, and that's of course how I see the future is coming. Today my talk is about liquids, and liquid as a matter and also as a technology. I think liquid is a good metaphor for today's world. It also forces, as an artist, it forces you to think beyond the representation and go beyond, or not to enforce the Cartesian split between body and mind, or symbolic and real. So moist media was a term by Roy Ascott in early 00s. And with this, he wanted to talk about the convergence of dry computational processes together with the biological wet processes. On the slide, you also see there's two experiments of microbial fuel cells, which have raised an interest of artists in recent years and even longer with scientists. So microbial fuel cell is a biological process which produces energy. So it combines computational processes with biology. Our planet is over 70% of water. And in 2016, scientists from NASA's propulsory laboratory, they noticed that this sort of a polar motion of our planet is shifting. And this is a phenomenon which has been noticed over 130 years. However, it's even longer what it has existed. Nevertheless, since 00s, the scientists say there's a big shift in this, and that is to do to the climate change and to the melting of Arctic ice. So all these changes inside the planet, but also on its surface with the weight distribution, will affect. In the next few slides, I will show you a couple of examples from historical devices which use liquids. So these are computational devices. So the first one is quite well known. Cybernetician Gordon Pask was developing a chemical computer. And this was platinum electrodes in a liquid. And the liquid was ferrous sulfate. So when you put those in and you run a current through it, it starts accumulating. So in a way, it starts self-organizing and growing this kind of tentacles, what Pask also calls sort of a chemical ears and eyes of the system. The other side, you see an Austrian artist, Roman Kirchner, who made a work based on this Pasque's computer or this idea. However, his work is actually making a sound installation. So similarly, there's a ferrous sulfate liquid and things grow, but the intensity of the connection between the environment and things self-organizing is producing sound. And it also is a cycle, so it has a passive phase where these then dissolve back to the liquids. This is 1936. Russian scientist Lukyanov was inventing a very interesting first water-based computer called water integrator. And this was developed actually for calculating partial differential equations, which were very difficult and laborious at the time to calculate. And the device was developed specifically for looking at the, or calculating the cracking of concrete. So this required that you sort of calculated the material of the concrete, its curing process, and also environmental conditions where this was going on, and how the cracks, or what was the potential of cracks coming more. And this was a very, very difficult calculation, but this computer, which was built out of glass tubes and water plugs and valves in them, you could do that fairly quickly and fairly accurately. A second water-based computer was a little over 10 years after the first one, 1949, and this was made by a New Zealander, Dr. Phillips, who was based in UK at the time where he was doing research. And he, first of all, it is considered that this computer was based on the Lukyanov's kind of model or idea. So this is looking at the national economy of UK. So it has all kinds of chambers and valves, and it's, one could say that with its complexity, it's almost uncomfortably accurate image of today's economy. So you have their interests, you have the taxes, you have savings in different things, and when you shift certain waters, you see how it affects the rest. Now, protocells. When I started looking into liquids, I specifically got interested of the protocells. And in the image, actually, you see some of the kind of simple experiments I have been making as an artist, and also trying to learn. What do the scientists look in the protocells? How do they do it? What's the reason? And I've learned that different areas actually have investigated protocells from different perspectives. So there has been biological people who have been asking, how did the life start on Earth? Could it be through the protocells? There have been biochemists who have been talking recently about living machines. Designers and architects have looked at it as a self-organizing matter, and so on. So, and yes, roboticists also have been interested of this idea of nanorobots, or even bigger, but liquid-based. So protocell. Protocell is a spherical lipid system, according to the scientist. And it has had, the area of development has had two terms, artificial chemical life and wet artificial life. And these both terms make a clear connection to the today's artificial life sort of development, which I find very interesting. Protocells have been considered as a kind of a synthetic evolution by many scientists. One you see on the slide by Lee Croning in the Croning Labs in UK has been proposing also a robotic system that can aid a sort of a self-organized synthetic evolution. Here I show you just a quick list on historical names. So this area in sciences has actually a history of 100 years. And here you see some of the names. I'm not going to go into them, but I just mentioned that, for example, the Soviet scientist Oparin was quite famous for his book Origin of Life in 1920s, where he proposed the idea and actually also pushed for a debate with vitalists that maybe the life started with the very simple biochemical systems where in certain situations they came together and made the favorable conditions for life. Here I show you quite recent research from Trento University. And this is Sylvia Hall, a young researcher who have made a protocell research with the idea that you can transport things. So in the first clip you see that there's this kind of small line inside the droplet, and it's a small metal wire, and the idea here is that the droplet could leave the wire and go away. So it's sort of transported. In the second clip, where you see the two droplets, they have a tiny capsules. And this was a little bit more challenging because those capsules had a biological life in them. So they had living bacteria, and the idea was here again the transportation, and then they were checking if the bacteria still lives, because the environment here is very toxic for living bacteria. Here I show you two artworks which have dealt. So Adam Brown and Robert Ruth Bernstein have made the kind of origins of life free biogene system. And in that you see several vessels, and in each vessel is from history a set of chemistry which potentially could create protocells or semi-living systems. In the other side, you see Rachel Armstrong and Philip Beasley's system where they had these kind of incubators for protocells. And these incubators were actually connected to the Venice lagoon. So there was this idea that, as we know, the Venice is sinking, could that be potentially somehow saved with the protocell systems as a kind of robot bringing in certain ingredients. Here's an image of one of my works or experiments from a couple of years ago, and this was done together with Stavros Didakis, and then we had a bigger installation with several people involved in it. And the idea here was to have a biochemical life and digital life sort of are overlapping. And the robot you see there in one of the images is a kind of a hanging robot. The idea was that the robot is a mad scientist, and it fostered few different potentials for life. And one of them was this protocell or this biochemistry. Others were more kind of robotic systems and so on. And in this work, this is from earlier this year, I made a little bit different installation. In the previous one, you see people could observe, okay, what is this fostering? But here, actually, the audience was offered the possibility to mix their own chemical soup. So it's a very simple system where you had the bottles and you could decide, okay, I put this. Of course, I had designed what is in the bottles and how the system works. But the idea was here also to push the ideas that what is life and how would you think if there would emerge life, if you are the creator of life, how would that make you feel? This was shown in Slovenia earlier this year. And this is my last slide. And I wanted to put the well-known slogan by Christopher Langton from 1989. And he was the father of the academic field of artificial life. So not life as we know it, but life as it could be. And even if he came from computer science and related to the computer science, I think it's actually even more fitting for today's world with biotechnologies, biochemistry, and this extreme desire we have as humans to control life. Thanks.
Huge areas of blue algae in the middle of the sea. People don't realize that out at sea there are these massive areas where you just sail through for, hours, and it's just horrific. Welcome to Godzilla. Godzilla is a 42-foot Warram Pahi catamaran. We have owned Godzilla for about 15 years and have been sailing a lot around the Baltic Sea. And during that time, we've seen the effects of the pollution in the environment. We started thinking, like, what could we do about it? And having this sort of boat, we realized that this could become a platform for sort of multitude of artists and researchers to use for their own projects. Well, our hope is to create a network around the Baltic Sea. That means a network with sort of artist residency centres and scientific research centres where the boat can visit, and while the boat is in these various places, both local and international artists will come and do projects. But also because Godzilla is quite eye-catching, it's like unusual, we hope to use that as a way to attract the maybe boating public and or other public to the works so that it can become a sort of dissemination platform. We chose the name Godzilla for the boat because she appeared, at least in the Finnish context, as like this sort of monster, and I've always thought that Godzilla is like a friendly monster. You could maybe imagine some of these industries as these monsters, these threats to the sea. I think the very unique nature of Godzilla means that when you're on the boat, you have a different type of relationship with the sea. So my name is Andy Best. I'm a lecturer in sculpture in the transdisciplinary art studies part of Alto University. Well, hello, and welcome to Imagining Godzilla. Imagining Godzilla is an art science residency and network platform hosted on our Warram-designed Pahi 42 sailing catamaran. As you can see from the photo of the boat here, and this was taken by Tivon Rice during last year's residency, Godzilla is a Polynesian-style catamaran and very suitable for doing work close to the ocean. James Warram himself was a pioneer of catamaran sailing. He was the first European to sail across the Atlantic in a catamaran, and as you can see from this boat, he was very heavily influenced by Polynesian designs and the idea that they had traveled the oceans hundreds of years before the Westerners. Our idea with the residency platform is to help bring attention to the Baltic Sea and the ecological, one might say, catastrophe that it is facing. Here we see the Carta Marina from 1539, which illustrates the whole of Scandinavia and part of the North Sea. And here we see the Baltic Sea taken by the Copernicus Sentinel satellite just a couple of years ago. I think it's very important to think about how the artist's vision can be used in a positive way to affect how the public and politicians think about the nature and their surroundings. One of the major issues facing the Baltic Sea is eutrophication, or rather the growth of algae due to pollution, particularly due to phosphates and nitrogen in agricultural fertilizers that run off. The Baltic Sea is one of the, well, has been one of the most polluted seas in the world, and it is also particularly unique because it is very, very fresh water. It's sort of brackish water, so not like pure seawater, but largely a mixture of fresh water, and also very shallow. And when it is surrounded by very populated areas, as it is, and with lots of rivers running into it, this means that it's a recipe for a very difficult situation for this eutrophication. This was one of the things that Merja Puustinen and myself have really had at heart when we started the Imagining Godzilla project. Because we have seen over the years, sailing in the Baltic, these huge areas of blue algae that blossom and bloom during the summer months. And often they are far away from the coastline. They are right out at sea, kilometers and kilometers of this green algae on the sea surface. It only seems to get into the public's attention when these algae comes ashore, when the archipelago and beaches are affected. We also see in the Baltic a very, very heavy density of shipping traffic. Not only is the traffic itself polluting, it's the way these ships treat the water. As you can see in this image, a tanker just discharging water from its tanks into the port in Klaipėda. But also the risks of collision to Russian ports. There are a huge number of oil tankers, many of which are maybe not up to the latest specifications. And so the chances of an oil catastrophe are very large as well. Here you can see in the image a satellite image of the blue algae and a ship making its way through that algae. And of course, when you're on sea level, you don't see this, the huge extent of it, but you just see this sort of green mass around you. But really, from the satellite, you start to understand the extent of this problem. Now, as I stated, we see that artists working closely with scientists and then closely in relation to the water itself have a great chance to use their visual skills to create new ways of looking at the sea. And as you can see from these charts and maps, what we maybe observe and what we draw is not necessarily exactly the same as what is on the, in front of us physically. And of course, in the past, people used their own physical experiences rather than satellite imagery or other forms of data collection. And I think it's very interesting to see how, over the years, these charts affect the ways that we think about this, this area. The other, of course, real important fact about the Baltic Sea is that during the centuries, it has been also the focus of a lot of political struggle between Sweden and Russia, between Russia and or the Soviet Union and the West, and now between Russia and NATO. And this is always developing and also affects both the environment and also commerce. So this visual information about the sea is also an area where artists can affect and use their skills and knowledge to reveal truths or alternative ways of looking at the current situations. I mentioned earlier about the vast amount of shipping, and here you can see in this image the routes that the current cargo ships are taking around the Baltic, and how they are very much like sort of superhighways across the sea. What is also not immediately in everybody's minds is what is under the sea. And last year in the residency, Samir Boumik was working with the idea of looking at the pipelines and cables under the sea. And here is a chart of the Nord Stream pipes and planned position in the Gulf of Finland. So with Imagining Godzilla, we want to bring artists, as I said, in close contact with the sea, allow them to use their ways of working to touch physically and mentally to the sea and see what comes out of that. There is not the intention to make propaganda about the environment, but rather to use poetry, visual imagery, performance, however the artists themselves develop their ideas, to highlight then the problems and hopefully the solutions to the Baltic Sea pollution problems. Gary Markle, who is a Canadian artist working with fashion, created this selkie skin. So using the traditional stories and about the selkie, a creature that is like half seal, half human, and use that as the starting point for creating costume made from rubbish found on the beaches. And you can see in this image that he is really also imagining, experiencing what it is like to be at one with the sea. And here is Andrew Patterson, another artist from last year's residency, also experiencing using the selkie skin with Godzilla in the background. So we have to think, how can our artist project, this Imagining Godzilla, use all the possible routes and opportunities to really highlight the problems and solutions to the Baltic Sea environmental crisis. Of course, the name Godzilla conjures up this crazy sci-fi monster. But Godzilla also can be a positive force. It's not just destructive. And we can also think that is the Godzilla in the name the sea, or is it the crisis, or is it the boat and the people? And I think all of these things are true in some way. So I would really say that we are looking forward to future years when we can carry on this project, work with diverse artists from all fields, and we are looking for interesting proposals from all disciplines. So if you are interested, please be in touch with us. And we look forward to seeing you on the Baltic Sea and imagining a better future for that sea. To conclude, I would like to play for you a poem created by Eva Macaulay, who is an Italian sound artist from, and she created this last year during the residency.
I can change the name, the change, can I? How do? You do how? The change has a name, has a change the. There is only love, only is there. There is only love, only is there. Underwater Godzilla is saying, is Godzilla underwater? I need peace that is space. I need peace at a fast pace. Rahua, Rahua, Rahua.
Standing in front of the koi sign made out of textile which is moving in the wind, bowing and taking a small step to enter the locker area. The entrance. Taking off my shoes and stepping up to the bandai. The old lady is sitting behind it, smiling at the gaijin. I pay 360 yen and 50 for the towel. Soap and shower are included. No baggage needed. After stripping off my clothes in the dressing room, I store them in a locker with a wooden key. I enter the bathing area. The bathing area. I can feel the steam rising from the 3 hot. 風に揺れるのれんの前に立つ。小さな段を割り、のれんをくぐり、下駄箱へ行く。入り口。靴を脱いで番台へ進む。おばさんが座っていて、外人へ微笑みかける。私は入湯料360円とタオル代50円を払う。これには石鹸とシャンプーも含まれていて、荷物を持ってくる必要はない。脱衣所で服を脱ぐと、それらをロッカーにしまい、木製の鍵を閉める。そして浴室へ向かう。浴室の奥で3つの浴槽から湯気が立ち上がっていくのが感じられる。桶を手に取り、空いているカランへと向かう。それは2つの蛇口がついた小さなスペースで、私は鏡の前で自分の体を観察する。3種類の浴槽はまるでラーメンのスープのように受け立ち、きれいな私の体が入っていくのを待っている。正しい設計を浴室の真ん中にあるディスペン
Hello, my name is Stefan Laxness. I am a London-based architectural and spatial researcher. I have been exploring the exciting prospects but also the consequences that large-scale environmental restoration ambitions might have on our territories and how we live and occupy them in the future. My practice is strongly influenced by my time at Forensic Architecture, a research agency that investigates instances of human rights abuse through spatial analysis, and my own academic research at the Architectural Association, where I explore the latent potential of near-future trends brought about by climate change through architectural proposition by advocating for territorial transformation and institutional adjustment. My project, titled Learning from the Commons, a Keystone for a Rewilded Future, is undertaken here at Laboral in Gijón in the context of the European Media Arts Platform Residency Program. The Monte Vecinale and Mano Común are communally managed forests linked to one or more villages forming a parish. Each village, with its orchard, its shared productive land, and its communal forest, forms a type of basic territorial unit, which for a long time guaranteed a form of self-sufficiency within a network of villages. In the 1940s, the Franco dictatorship forced a policy of monocultural afforestation on the Monte Vecinal, excluding traditional practices such as livestock grazing, and hence radically shifting the production of the Galician territory. A large fire in 2006 and the collapse of the price of timber following the 2008 economic crisis provoked some communities to rethink how they managed their forest, reinvesting in them and moving away from monocultural plantations in favor of a more resilient and diverse forest. To this day, this involves local communities managing their forests sustainably in a way that is environmentally friendly, but also economically profitable, creating jobs and reinforcing biodiversity in the process. Today, the Montes Vecinales cover approximately 22% of the Galician territory, showing an overall good practice of agroforestry, environmental, and territorial management. In the coming decades, the continuation of the processes of rural depopulation and agricultural land abandonment, compounded by climate stress, will intensify the societal and ecological decline of both Spain and Europe's territory. By 2030, more than 20 million acres of agricultural land is at high potential risk of abandonment, an area roughly the size of the United Kingdom. Countries such as Spain are already feeling the pressure of rural depopulation, with 10% of its territory officially deserted and 85% of its population effectively living in 20% of its land. Project seeks to study and learn from these communal forests, or Montes Vecinales and Mano Común. My research here at Laboral is part of a long-term investigation which posits that in the future a network of commons or recommon land could form a key framework for tackling these ongoing processes and producing a more equitable and participatory environmental restoration project. Rewilding is the process of returning vast tracts of land to their pre-agricultural state through the reintroduction of apex predators and keystone species. Rewilding requires large-scale wilderness engineering and connecting previously fragmented ecosystems. A key principle of rewilding is to create a network of restored ecosystems passively managed by these reintroduced species and limiting human involvement. However, its interpretation and implementation varies greatly. The concept of rewilding has taken hold in Europe specifically because of these ongoing processes of rural depopulation and agricultural land abandonment, which promises to free up the appropriate amount of space for such projects. But very quickly I observed what could be understood as the lack of participatory spatial project when discussing large-scale environmental restoration, in particular in the context of rewilding. So my position became that instead of creating even more sanctuarized ecological areas within already marginalized parts of Europe, we should instead actively try to re-inhabit them by reinvesting in our environment, but also in the infrastructures that strengthen community bonds. And while the communities of the Monte Vecinales are not actively advocating for the return of, say, the wolf or the bear, by collectively managing and negotiating their communal forests within their territorial unit, they are constructing a form of biotic community which promotes sustainability and resilience both environmentally and economically. I wanted to explore whether you could register or sense the processes of rural depopulation and land abandonment, the two processes that make rewilding a possibility. But also, in the case of the Montes Vecinales, the spatial consequences of a collective environmental restoration project. I became fascinated with the growing number of environmental activists developing their own open source environmental sensing techniques, so I set out to create an experiment with my own. I was particularly interested in exploring the use of Normalized Difference Vegetation Index, or NDVI. NDVI is used for agricultural production and the forecasting of fires, for example, and is preferably used for the global vegetation monitoring from satellites. NDVI visualizes the amount of infrared and other wavelengths of light reflected from vegetation. Put simply, it produces a snapshot of how much photosynthesis is happening and is helpful in assessing the health of plants. The NDVI equation is run for every pixel of the source data from an infrared or near-infrared image and of a visible image. The result is a new image in which every pixel has been given a value between -1 and 1. To this image, we can apply a false color gradient which differentiates between low and high photosynthesis areas. Practically speaking, it allows you to register natural processes invisible to the naked eye, a sort of glimpse into the secret, slow-changing life of trees, revealing the photosynthetic signature of the world around us and inviting us to reflect on the quality of a particular environment. By rigging my modified NDVI cameras to a simple balloon, I engaged in a series of sensory walks, sometimes lasting up to an hour at a time, through lands known to be undergoing the processes of rural depopulation and land abandonment, and in some instances, parcels of land known to be commons. The balloon, inherently unstable and subject to changes in the environment, became a sort of mediator between myself and the land I was walking on. As a device, it forced me to engage differently with a given area, to be more attuned to its spatial complexity, and to pick up on more subtle cues such as wind, temperature, vegetation, and terrain. carefully moving through the brush, navigating the spatial thresholds of communal land, private property, and abandoned parcels, the walks provided a near sensing of the land. The success of the captured image would be determined by the careful interpretation of the environment. The uncertainty of the balloon and the almost willful misuse of the NDVI in opposition to, say, high definition, highly stable aerial drone footage that we're used to seeing today, came to encompass one of the key issues facing large-scale environmental restoration projects. The need to set up an infrastructure of uncertainty, one that allows for unforeseen and unknown ecological processes and cascades to occur. In the next phase of my project, I will undertake a second field trip to Froxan, Galicia, a small village with a monte vecinal, in collaboration with Fundación RIA and the Barbanza Eco-Social Lab, to document and participate in a collective action to clear a communal forest of eucalyptus. First, the ambition is to scan and record the monte vecinal and the components that make up the sum of its parts. Second, to sense or register and reflect on the spatial consequences of a collective project of environmental restoration. Today, I believe we have a collective responsibility to advocate for deep systemic, territorial and institutional changes in response to the slow and fast violence of climate change. As an architect, I see my responsibility as one of revealing crises through spatial analysis and to learn from alternative modes of spatial occupation. By understanding our built environment and taking a critical position in regards to present and future policies, I tried to mobilize spatial evidence and architectural proposition as a means for discussing citizen engagement, representation, and participation. Perhaps more importantly, the combination of analysis and proposition, or speculation, can become a powerful tool for countering the prevailing narrative that the deep systemic changes we must make in order to respond to climate change must lead to sort of austerity, scarcity, or be violent, and instead produce an alternative narrative that demonstrates that these large-scale changes can be positive and productive.
"2020 started with a big bang that made the art industry pivot away from its established codes of conduct almost overnight for sheer survival. From the exchange of courtesies to remote work structures, old custom required immediate redesign in response to the crisis. As a result, the online space gained even more significance as the only platform for business and commercial transactions, affecting even the art industry and its age-old reliance in one-person interaction. In the next session, which is presented in the frame of the Ars Electronica Gallery Spaces program, we can follow a conference that has been put together by Christina Steinbrecher-Pfand, former artist director of Vienna Contemporary, and Renger van den Heuvel. They will feature protagonists such as Garrett O'Loughlin, CTO of Gagosian Gallery in New York, collector Alain Servet, as well as Magda Savon, founder of Postmasters Gallery, as well as the Incredibles artist Casey Rees.
Welcome to Alain Servet. Alain is an art collector, investment banker, and entrepreneur who started collecting art in the 1990s. Also welcome to Nanne Dekking. Nanne is the founder and CEO of Artery, and until recently he was also chairman of the board of TEFAF. We will speak today about the developments in the art market and to what extent the digitalization that we have seen the last couple of months has led to more transparency. I would like to start with Nanne. Nanne, maybe you can explain what Artery is, what is its role in the art world, what is the mission of it?
Right, what they call in this country the elevator pitch, right?
I'll try not to make it an elevator pitch. What we do is actually we create the shortest way to explain it is that we create a title registry for artwork, meaning that people who own an artwork can actually have access to information about information about that artwork that we store in blockchain. And blockchain we only use to make information unalterable, to give it a timestamp, and most importantly, to have the people who have seen the artwork, or have an opinion about the artwork, to cryptographically sign off on that information. And of course, in an ideal world, that's either the artist, when the artist is still alive, or the expert who has seen it, or for example, an independent art appraiser who has seen the work. And the most important thing, not all that information has to be public. You know, we are known for creating a public registry. We love to create a lot of public information, but more importantly, there should be information that's only accessible to the owners of an artwork, that you can always see, I bought my artwork here, who signed off on all that information? Was it Sotheby's, was it Christie's, or was it a big art appraiser, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what we're doing.
Can you say in general how the market reacted to your initiative? Have you seen more interest, or were people more reluctant?
Yeah, we've seen more interest, but not at the level that most people would expect. I got a lot of calls in the beginning. None, this is going to be great for your company because now you can make all the information that, let's say, dealers who participate in art fairs, you can make it public. You can make sure that people sign off on the information. But I've been in the art world long enough to know it's not only about public information. You know, we've all seen what the big art fairs did. And of course, I understand these initiatives and I endorse those initiatives. But I most of all understand the dealers who say, I don't want to put my whole inventory online. I've been in the art market long enough to know there are quite a few pieces that you happen to own or have access to that you only want to show to the people who are actually the buyers or the end buyers or the really trustworthy intermediates. And that's also the reason why, to my opinion, a lot of dealers were not that happy with all these initiatives and definitely did not put all their inventory online. What did happen, though, was the dealers who started to transport artworks to clients, or who started to create very small viewings in warehouses, they started to become really interested in our product, because what we can do, we can actually allow those dealers to create encrypted information where the transportation company that they always work with actually signs off on the information, that you can keep tracking the artwork, and that even when the artwork is at Hazenkamp or at the Port Franc in Geneva, that the people who show the artwork can cryptographically sign off on that information. So it did create work. It did create new workflows. It made us think about the use case of the registry that we built. But it's definitely not only about giving as much public information about privately traded artworks, right? That's not how it goes.
Let us switch to Alain. Alain, you are a frequent visitor, as I know, of art fairs, exhibition openings. I think in an article you mentioned of yourself as a art globetrotter. How was it for you the last couple of months being behind the laptop at home?
It was not only behind the laptop at home, it was also going back to the gym, enjoying the moments outside. But as far as the art is concerned, yes, of course, no traveling anymore. It taught me something I thought I knew, but I had confirmed, is that for me, art needs to be seen in real. Which is one of the reasons why I didn't spend any time in the online viewing room of Basel or Frieze, for example, 0, which can be surprising for some. And for 2 reasons. First of all, the technology was really of poor quality, like a previous century in some way. And, you know, going through PDF like this was not the way I understand an art fair, but we'll come to this a little bit later. But also I really need the physical presence, the context that seeing a works in context gives. So I rather kind of retreated. We had the luck already to have traveled to India, Mexico, and New York, and Madrid before the lockdown in 2020 already. So we had kind of a reserve already to to enjoy time and think about it. We spend also a lot of time gathering information about the crisis. As an investment banker, it was very urgent for me to understand the consequence, the economic consequence, the social consequence of all this, and of course on the art market as well. The feedback I got, so I spent quite a lot of time speaking to my friends or contacts in the art world, trying to feel a little bit how they were doing and so on. One comment that came back the strongest was everybody was happy that the guinea pig wheel, that guinea pig wheel stopped brutally. Because in fact, I realized that nobody was happy with the way things were going too fast. That kind of FOMO frenzy, fear of missing out all the time before. And it will be an important time to put things together and go back to the basics.
Okay. You said you did not visit the online viewing rooms of certain art fairs. What would you as a collector expect from any online exhibition, fair or other platform?
Two things. First of all, the discovery, and that's what I really realized. Because when you, of course, I tried at Basel, Hong Kong, the first one. When you're entering the way it was presented, you were going to one gallery you knew, and you were going through the PDF. And it's already very boring, even from the gallery you know, because there are many works that you don't want to see. So the first thing is an example I got from an interview of David Zwirner. He said, when I'm standing at my booth, from one glance of the eye, I can see maybe 50 or 60 works of art in almost 1 second. And suddenly my eye will be caught by something which I was not expected, and I will approach and get closer to it and see it. So that's the main reason of an art fair. How can you reproduce that? And certainly not going one by one to the 50 artworks that you don't like at one glance, but you need to go through, which is very terrible in some way. The second thing, of course, is the interaction. Of course, there were some possibilities, but the answer system was very poor. Even if you're using booking.com or other website services of the 21st century, or even Amazon, you know that you can have someone online pretty quickly. The art world should be the same. So the two things that I would be looking for is the ability to discover, to browse quicker rather than going through PDF the way it has been done right now, and to be able to connect to the people representing the works of art faster.
Okay. Have you seen some innovations or online tools that you liked or that are like a good start to interact?
Yeah, the experiences I liked and I've been following was Untitled and Artland. Artland and Untitled were the first to offer a 3D possibility, and of course Untitled is not my favorite fair and it's not the best material they have on it, but I'm still wondering why the very powerful art fairs have gone down such a low-tech solution rather than enjoying what is just available off the shelf. There's been other companies, a company called Iconospace, who's been with Kunstmarkt in Germany. They've been offering also the possibility for a gallery to create their own space and to show exhibition either in a space which would be the same as the gallery, but to give the possibility to do 3D exhibition without the exhibition existing exactly. So you can create, but you could also create exhibition in another space that you invent. It could be a castle, it could be a tower, it could be anything else. So I like those 2 or 3, so Artland, Iconospace for sure. And of course, we must admit that Zoom, there's been some good things done on Zoom in conferences, like the one that you are very kindly inviting us to, as long as it's well prepared, because too often, and even on the online viewing room, I watched some galleries doing some Zoom in Art Basel, but they were just commenting online a PDF, which was completely ridiculous. So yes, Zoom has got a good potential, but people must learn about how to communicate and be short.
I have a question, Nanne. Can you briefly describe the situation compared to US and Europe? Because you are in the US, but you also are dealing with Europe a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the situation in the US looks a little bit more grim, also because the whole COVID situation has been politicized. It almost becomes a political statement to wear a mask or not to wear a mask. I find, if I talk to my European colleagues or to my friends and family in Holland and Italy, the way people deal with it seems to be more realistic. They also try to continue with their lives. They're careful. Most of them are very careful, but they really understand. We also need to pursue our social environment. We need to create a professional environment that we can still meet each other at times. Whereas, for example, in the city of New York, most people immediately left and not to come back anytime soon.
I think in Europe, we more or less got a lot of freedom back starting May. I think, Alain, you have already been able to travel again and also to...
Yes, I had the chance to go to the Paris Gallery weekends. I went to visit galleries. Yes, because as I said, for me, I need to experience art in real. So as soon as I could go back, I went back. And then that's where I noticed also a big difference in reaction. I'm coming from an investment banking background, where people are all day long from day one trying to what to do, how to react, how to change ways, how to adapt in many ways. And I've been quite astonished the way the art market has been just sitting on their hands, looking at the outside like if it was a big shower or maybe a big storm, and hoping that things would come back for the best of time afterwards. The passivity has been disappointing me a lot in many reactions. There have been some exceptions. I would say that some of the mega galleries, particularly David Zwirner for me in the US, has been doing a good job. The same with Jeffrey Deitch in Los Angeles. They took initiative to create community spirits. David Zwirner opening his website to smaller galleries around the world. Very, very generous initiative. On the other side of the ocean, I've seen Johan Koenig organizing an Instagram live every morning. What's going on? Creating a discussion, a dialogue with his clients and customers and viewers at a distance. Too many of the others, and particularly the one I visited in the galleries, kept the exhibition they had in March, not hoping for anything, or maybe hoping that there would be an art fair in June, and then there would be an art fair in July, and then there would be an art fair in September, and then there would be an art fair in October. But there will be none of it. And at the end of the day, they did nothing, and they adapted their plans for nothing. So the question is how you bring people more often, and you do it by renewing your program faster rather than slower. Many galleries keep the same exhibition for 3 months, but why would I go back if it's the same exhibition? If you give me a new program every 2 weeks, I will come back and I will create a dialogue with you. So some galleries have done it, very few, and I'm a little bit worried about the future, because for me, it was kind of a casino, which were the art fairs, where the galleries were putting chips of 50,000 euro and hoping that they're going to make it a good return on it. Is probably gone for a while. And it will have changed the situation, because traveling will not be possible in the same way. So yes, the lack of adaptation has been surprising me.
Well, I have to say, Alain, sorry, Renger, if I may break in, because exactly what you described, for me being right there, and that this happened to the TEFAF Art Fair, we were actually in Maastricht when I had to make the decision to stop the fair, because it became really irresponsible to continue. After that moment, the lack of willingness to change was, to my opinion, I just really couldn't imagine. You know, Alain, you often say you can only move forward, but you can only move forward by changing everything under circumstances like this. And what Alain just said, to have these art fairs create, almost in an arrogant way, these PDF files, as if anyone would be interested in that, and also not showing their really good inventory, which I understand, which is, if you visit an art fair online, in a way also a bit of an insult, that they haven't created a way for people like Alain, the real collectors, to engage in a digital way, to go to the next level, you can say, type in your personal information, and if the dealer recognizes you and knows that you are legit, you can enter a different space where you can have more information. But what happened is that indeed the idea that everybody in the art market hoped this will be over. Okay, we won't do the May Fair in New York, but we will do the November Fair. And now we will do the March Fair in Maastricht. My opinion was, let's assume that none of this is going to happen. And of course, if it can happen, fantastic. Then we were too negative. But I was actually quite frustrated that nobody, at least in the art circles where I was moving, was ready to accept, let's work with the worst scenario and then be creative. It was one of the few people who right in the beginning said, this is not going away anytime soon, was Dominique Levy. And she came up with some brilliant ideas already in the third or the fourth week that I was working from home in an interview. She was criticized for that, but she was right. We have to rethink the market and not rethink by believing that everybody will now buy online. No, we think, how can people like Alain actually see their artworks? How can we organize it for them?
It's totally true. It's a lack of foresight at the moment.
I think the conclusion is that there's still a lot to do in the art world. One of the things, a question I have about is about transparency. To what extent has this period been used to improve the transparency, or what is both your opinion? Maybe Alain, you can start and mention briefly your main concern.
One of the positive things is that, yes, there has been much more transparency in terms of pricing. There was always that, for me, ununderstandable attitude of galleries sending you a PDF without the price. But I'm sorry, if they want to sell me something, before I will covet it, before I will desire it, I need to know whether it's in my means. I mean, otherwise I go along the harbor of Saint-Tropez or Marbella, and I see all those boats, and I say, okay, I want them, but I need to know whether I can afford to rent them, even for 1 minute, before coveting them. So it was a waste of time and energy in many ways. So we have much more transparency in price. I even have very often, when few people send me PDF without prices, I say, why you have that so dated attitudes, which is pre-COVID, of sending me a PDF without prices. So from that point of view, it's more transparent. I think we have also more information online. You know, people have been gathering information that they had in their vaults and in their drawer, whether it's video, interviews, essays that have been written, and they put them online in a much more accessible way. So those were the two, I think, positive developments. Nane, what did you think?
Yeah, of course, I agree on that. Especially the pricing information is more readily shared, which I think is a plus. We do have, of course, huge public sales data these days, but it's for us actually a big help that we can start to add private sales data as well. For me, the big learning was that it's not so much about making everything public. Of course, public prices is great. What I've learned is the art market is reluctant to show art. It sounds almost as if it's impossible, but I've known it from the past when I was actually in the art market. You have to choreograph a sale. You want to make sure that the actual collectors can see the pieces, and sometimes even a specific kind of collector to help the artist. And that seems to be almost impossible when you put every line. But what I realized, what we can do now is to create the next level of transparency, meaning that the right people can get access to the information that you really need to have before you can make a sale, even in the most horrible circumstances that you cannot actually see the art world. I'm the truest believer, art needs to be seen before you can make up your mind. But I have to say, if I think a little bit about my TEFAF past as the chairman, the fact that you have an independent vetting committee for which we fought so hard to make that vetting committee as independent as possible and as scholarly as possible, to actually use such a vetting committee to vet the artwork and put that online and share that information, even though not all the people in the vetting committee have seen it. But you can always find someone in a specific city where the artwork is that can talk you through the experience of actually seeing the artwork. It's not ideal, and I know, but there's so much more you can do that even for those who are not in the fortunate position to see an artwork, to make a better informed choice, even though it is online. But for that, you need the people who in the old days were actually the experts you believed and the experts you wanted to work with. And if you can create that level in an almost digitally accessible way of transparency, then I think something good came out of the COVID situation.
Okay, one thing I would like to add, which is one important point, because we forgot to speak about one elephant in the room. We've completely ignored it, and it's a big mistake. Auction house. You're talking about transparency. Auction house are giving to many people the impression of transparency. Accessibility, transparency, they've been much better in the online initiative and so on. And they became even a more formidable competitors for the gallery system. So it is another thing that the gallery system should be aware of, is the increasing power of auction house. I hear too many young collectors starting to collect through auction house, which is normally the other way around, because I bought my first work at auction maybe 10 years into collecting. And right now I hear too many young collectors finding the access to the auction house much easier for the same kind of quality of works at the end of the day, and for very often lower prices than the primary market. So we should not forget to keep an eye on that very important actor, which is for me the elephant in the room.
And what is the reason that they are more successful in this stage?
They've been moving faster. They were always much advanced in terms of online. They've been doing online, you know, in a not always perfect way, but they've been trying a couple of years ago more actively. So they had the machine ready for it, and also the sources of material for doing it. So they multiplied the number of auction online that they could do, and they've been showing some great initiative, because selling like $600 million of highly expensive works. Of course, Nani and I know that there's a lot of choreographed things, and it's kind of very often people say that evening sales are no choreographed private sales. So it's very true. But still, you know, managing to make it something so visible, $600 million and good works coming out, they've been faster on the ball. Let's not forget also one statistic which is quite scary to me, is that for me they are also vacuum cleaner, Hoover for new clients, because the statistics they're giving about their own online sales is that something like over 60% of the successful bidders are new clients to them. If they are new clients to them, they're very often new clients to the art market as well. So that's what I said as well. They're much better at attracting new clients than the galleries are. And if you come back to what I said earlier, you know, still going through a gallery door is still quite a painful experience, even for someone like me, that, you know, maybe you will wake up the gallerist, maybe you will get the information, maybe he will have the price, maybe you will see what you want to have, and maybe he will listen to you. So that's too much maybe to make it an interesting experience. And the gallery system is still very late on that, and it's a very dangerous position, because on one side they've got auction houses and mega galleries, and the other side they've got artsy and some online services that are doing a good job. So what's left for them?
Okay, unfortunately, I think we have to continue our conversation one day in person. Because we are running out of time. So I have to ask you like a final question.
Love that.
Sorry?
I would love that, yeah.
Good. I think what are the great opportunities that the art market now should go after? You both indicated that they have been slow in sitting on their hands. What is the first thing they have to do?
Ooh. It's a good question, but it also makes me realize that I just want this thing to be over. To that respect, I basically have the mindset of an art dealer. But it's all the things that came up already. I think the art market really, really needs to, and especially, let's talk about the dealers, because I think Alain gave a very good overview of the power of the auction house. I think the power of the auction houses is the marketing machine. And especially Sotheby's was, of course, better equipped with someone like Ted Smith in charge for quite a few years to be technically ready for online auctions in the way that they've delivered in July. But the art dealers and the galleries, they need a way to replicate the power, and they can only do it by combining forces. And that's what I believe these umbrella organizations like Art Basel and TEFAF and the ADAA should look at. How can we be relevant online? And that's not only by boring people by sending out mediocre inventory, because the best inventory is not shown online. But if I just talk about TEFAF, if you see what TEFAF has done here in New York, forget the artworks. Of course, there were some amazing artworks that were sold, but they were put on the map by cultural programming. The cultural programming here in the Armory had the best artists in the world, the most important curators, museum directors in the world talking about art. And that really created an environment of trust, an environment where you want to belong because you feel these people are serious. If I were an umbrella organization, I would like to replicate that. Make sure that you create an environment that people understand. Every dealer at TEFAF is bigger than just a few artworks that they show online, or every dealer at Art Basel, and combine forces to have a marketing machine like the auction houses, because a lot is narrative. If you look at the big July sales, most of the artworks were sourced pre-COVID. Most of the artworks that fetched really high prices, every artwork that fetched a high price, had of course already been seen by the end buyer, the way that Alain describes. I want to see the artwork before I buy it. So I think there's a lot to be learned from what the auction houses have done over the last couple of weeks. And I compliment doing it, because we all want this business to be successful. But I think there's a big discrepancy right now for the dealers, the private dealers and the gallery owners. And I think they can actually be helped by looking at what's happening in the digital space, look at a few tech companies, and I'm not saying look at us, that's not what I'm trying to sell here. But look how you can actually replicate the power of the auction houses and embrace certain technical solutions that are out there. For example, as Alain said, the whole experience of looking at an artwork, there are all kinds of technologies to look at. It doesn't necessarily have to be 3D, but it can be much, much better than just the PDF that you can open on your computer when you get an email from the dealer. Create an environment, that's the whole thing.
Alain, final words?
I would say I would agree with that word. Collaboration is essential. And the few galleries that are, for me as a future, are the one understanding that notion. And I talked to galleries in Paris, and I spoke to a gallerist. He said, you know, ideologically, I'm not supposed to be close to someone like Perrotin, because we kind of different background and things, but I really have been impressed by the way he's been opening his gallery and so on. So collaboration for me is an essential word. The second thing, and Nana described it in some ways, but it's essential because I said on one side you've got auction house and mega galleries, on the other side you've got artsy. So if you don't work together, you're going to become extinct. It's as simple as that. The second and one point where you can make a difference is by defining what you are defending. If you are trying to be the auction house in the financial art, you know, the art that you buy and sell continuously, you won't make it. You're going to grab some crumbles, but except for the mega galleries, you will not make money out of it. So try to focus on true art, the art of today and the art of tomorrow, which was the traditional field of galleries. Of course, I'm not speaking about the dealers, which are mostly present at TEFAF. I'm talking about galleries, and particularly contemporary art gallery, which is my field. But also to redefine what kind of art we want to defend and what kind of service we want to give to the community, which involves much more education than just selling works of art. I'm still extremely irritated when I receive a PDF with prices, but absolutely not one line trying to explain me what the works is about. So just wanting me to acquire it just by the image, not knowing that there's any content behind. It happens too often. So for me, the collaboration and a more focus on art and the education going with it is the way forward.
Okay. I want to thank you both very much for this conversation and see you soon somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Rainer.
Thank you.
Great conversation.
Thank you.
Welcome, Alfred Weidinger. Alfred Weidinger is the director of the Landesmuseum in Linz, and until March he was the director of the Museum der Bildenden Künste in Leipzig. Also welcome to Paul Frey. Paul is board member of the International Council of Museums in Austria, and he's also the chief financial officer of Kunsthistorisches Museum in Vienna since 2007. We're going to speak about how museums are dealing with the realities or even the digital realities of 2020. Paul, if I may start with you, how big was the impact of the crisis on the Austrian museums, also given its high dependence on international tourists?
Well, the impact was significant indeed, as we experienced in tremendous growth of tourism in the last decade. Museums that invested a lot in these markets and in this growth, they were heavily hit by the crisis. Up to 85% of all our visitors in the big player museums, in the big art museums in Vienna, were tourists. So there's a big impact on especially on the art museums in Vienna.
Okay, the museums in Vienna, they started opening May, June. Did you see visitors coming back locally and internationally? And if they were internationally, from which kind of countries and regions we can think about?
Well, of course, first of all, it's now for the locals, it's for the Viennese, it's for the surrounding areas of Vienna. But there are indeed some tourists that have come back already, especially the markets that can reach Austria by car. So it's the German, it's Polish people, it's from the CEE regions, it's the Swiss. And I think these markets will be important to us for the next 24 months. But I think the rate will shift, the dimension will shift. It will be 2/3 regional people, local people, and I think it will be 1/3 tourists.
Okay. I can imagine that the crisis, of course, had a huge impact on day-to-day business, but also on relationship with stakeholders like the city, the government, sponsors, etc. Can you describe briefly how you dealt with all these different stakeholders the last couple of months?
Well, that has been a struggle until now, really. When it comes to the public sector, it's certainly intensified a lot because it was, first of all the pandemic questions, the question how to close a museum, which is a rather quick thing to lock it down. It's a rather big issue to reopen. We reopened, for example, the Kunsthistorisches Museum in Vienna on the 30th of May, 1 month before we really wanted to reopen. But I think it was important to show that we're back. So when it comes to the public sector, it really was a close contact, also in financial terms, because it's all the questions how to finance all our expenses. And this will keep going on, I think, for 2 or 3 years. I think we won't recover on the status of 2019 before 2022, 2023, and that's quite optimistic. Nobody does know. And in terms of sponsors, in terms of donors, when it comes to these stakeholders, I can feel a lot of hesitation at this moment.
Okay, and how do you communicate with these stakeholders?
Well, of course, it's a lot of video conferences, we're doing right now. It's a lot of phone calls, but it's also our activities that can be seen by our stakeholders. And that's why I suppose it's important to be back not only in the analog way we used to be here, but also in digital terms.
Okay. Alfred, you recently made a step from Leipzig to Linz. I think it just started around the time, the outbreak of COVID-19. How was it for you to move from Germany to Vienna, to Austria, I mean?
The situation was extraordinary. My in Leipzig coincided with the museum's closing time, as did my assumption of office in Linz. I was there unable to bid my farewells, introduce myself to my new colleagues, or to be welcomed myself. Mm-hmm. Even my analog goods and personal belongings I wish to take with me had to remain with a forwarding agency in Germany, in Munich, as I was not able to transport them across the border. Well, the situation has somewhat calmed down in the meantime, and it's fine. So, but if you plan to reprogram such a large institution as Linz, particularly by setting a strong focus on the future, as we did, you have to prepare to invest considerable time. COVID-19 has accelerated the process considerably and has enabled us to gain a lot of time. Society has also changed even after just a few weeks. Mm-hmm. We will emerge from the crisis stronger than before, I guess. Despite remaining a new Biedermeier, we have taken a great step towards the future, mm-hmm. and we have left behind much that is self-evident from the past. This also applies to museum visits and cultural pleasures. We have also shifted our perspectives. Society has matured through experience and become younger in thought. So we are more interested in the future than in the past, I feel. So in Linz, this has helped me really a lot, and we are now able to turn our visions into reality more quickly and no longer have to prepare society for them, which is very helpful.
Mm-hmm. You already had quite some experience with social media. You did show Art After Social Media in Leipzig. Can you tell me how the audiences responded to it, and also like regular visitors and friend circles? Did you reach different audiences?
Yeah, this is, I work very intensively with digital media, with artists, and I guess there are two groups. Mm-hmm. And for the group of young artists using digital media is a matter, of course, and the approach is playful, and they think nothing of copying on a large scale. No one has a problem with this as long as the content is continuously developed further. The second group includes artists such as Paul McCarthy, who are more advanced in terms of age. Mm-hmm. PlayStations were not part of their childhood, and their digital work is a different kind. For them, it is simply another medium that fits into the context of their other works. Mm-hmm. So the line between Paul McCarthy's analog sculptures and virtual reality works, for example, is therefore exceedingly small. It's quite interesting.
Mm-hmm. And in working with artists, can you also describe your experience in working with pure digital media artists and more traditional artists?
No, there's not a big difference. In fact, there's no difference. So it's the same. You can talk about the same issues. So there's really not a difference. It's just the media is a difference, but it's not a difference to talk with them, to deal with them, to work with them.
I read an interview where you also spoke about the aura of digital art. What did you mean by that? And can we all experience that already?
I have spoken about the aura, of course, but I consider it to be a philosophical lie. It does not exist. The aura is a product of our mind and requires the stimulation of our brain. Mm-hmm. By using digital media, we use devices and applications, and these tools make it easier for us to tap into these feelings. Mm-hmm. Let me give me a brief example. So we shortly be exhibiting a major work of art from the late medieval age, a larger than life crucifixion. And over the centuries, we have become very distanced from such functional works of art. It's definitely a functional work of art, and have, for the most part, lost touch with them. And our aim is to recreate the feelings and sensations of churchgoers, for example, in the medieval age. And in this exhibition room we are preparing right now, we will be also displaying a virtual reality work of Christian Lemmertz. It's a German-Danish artist you might know. Upon entering the virtual reality, visitors are captivated by the tortured body of the crucified Christ. And he's hanging from a cross high up, which therefore requires viewers to tilt their heads upwards. And this configuration stimulates viewers who are now able to see medieval depictions of crucifixions in a different light. Mm-hmm. So we are really dealing all the time with digital and analog art. We bring them all together, and there's no difference anymore. This is what we feel in the museum, and this is what I learned within the last 5 years, let's say. Also, the work together, we did an amazing project with Paul McCarthy and also Christian Lemmertz, and it worked out really very, very well. We called it Reality Virtual Reality, just to bring this together, an analog work of art from Paul McCarthy and the digital one, the virtual reality I told you just before. The same happens with Christian Lemmertz. It was just a sensational show, and we had a lot of visitors and a lot of attention.
So, but you were able to reach out to new audiences with the show or in Leipzig?
Yes, definitely. This was one of the main goals, and it was a huge success because it was not so easy at the beginning because I had to learn their language, especially of the younger ones, of the younger generations, which is very important to me, and it worked out very well, I have to say. So, of course, I'm using social media all the time. Facebook, of course, this is a old white man's resort in a way, but I use, of course, Twitter, Instagram, and just have opened a TikTok account.
Okay.
It's just because we have to learn the language from the younger generations, and then we understand, and when we understand, we can really attract them with some installations, with art.
And is there a different way of learning than compared to 20 years ago?
Yes, definitely.
And is it about
every year is a big change? This is what I feel. Let's say not every year, but let's say every 2-3 years, we always have to rethink. Everything's changed, and also COVID is. Also, the COVID-19 was, in fact, was a very good, as bad as it is, but it's a very good thing for rethinking a museum. And I'm talking about the museum without any walls. And this is the largest problem we all have. So, because we are thinking with our walls, it's very comfortable to be in your own wall, in your own space. We have to leave. It's very important. We have to break down the walls, and we have to go out into the world just to see what's happened. And then we need a contact with society. I guess in the museums we lost this. So we are still thinking in a way of the 19th century. And this is really, it's too long ago. And now the COVID pushed us forward. So now we are I guess, closer to presence than 3 months ago. Okay. I'm not talking about future, but presence. We are close to presence now.
Let's talk about Austria. Paul, can you in generally say that the last months have increased the number of digital activities by Austrian museums when it comes to digital developments?
Well, of course, I think we have all seen an increase in online activities throughout the cultural sector in Austria. Social media activities were intensified, online databases open for the public, and so on, which is, of course, positive to be judged in the crisis where everybody had to stay at home. Nevertheless, there are, I think, 2 learnings from this lockdown period. First of all, the museums, which are in a substantial financial crisis, they had to identify that it is difficult, it is nearly impossible to generate income by digital content, because there's a widespread understanding that digital content is free of charge. Secondly, we exposed some structural weaknesses, I think, in terms of staff, in terms of resources dedicated to digital activities and communications. And I think that will shift the view of museums of digital activities, of digital content, but it will also shift the people working in museums. It's the picture Alfred Weidinger has just drawn by tearing down the walls of a museum. That has become evident by COVID-19.
And is this something that's currently being discussed by Austrian museums amongst each other? How is their interaction between the museums?
The interactions between the museum was very, very good. As usual, as always in times of crisis, one just goes next door and asks how the neighbor is. And we had a massive benchmarking. We had a very intense context between the museums in Vienna, in the ICOM family, and that was very important, especially for small museums, I think.
Mm-hmm. Alfred, if I may switch to you, because what you did in Leipzig, you opened the windows, I think, and I understood you also broke down some walls. Coming back to Austria, what are some? Do you have some advice for your renewed Austrian colleagues?
This is. I mean, let's say, main advice for any museum professionals is, in these times, is the respective heads of the institutions play a decisive role in this regard. So we're not talking about curators. I mean, the head of institutions, directors, they have to change. They must be part of the digital network themselves and navigate them as a matter of course, and then it works. This is what I see, what I learned also, especially in Germany. Only then things begin to move and change, because you have to understand first, and you have to be part of this community, of this network. And if I were to give advice to someone, I would recommend that they create a TikTok account as soon as possible and learn how the younger generations communicate, because it is precisely these generations who are interested in visuals, moving images and stories. From our point of view, their potential is probably the easiest to activate.
Okay. Working with the team in Leipzig, what kind of new skills did you have to bring in once you, as a director, as a leader, set the way?
I guess the main goal is to participate in this network. You have to be part of the network, and then you can understand. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Mm-hmm. This is what I learned also from my colleagues in Germany. So, we really in Leipzig, we really became a leading institution in this in digital art. But it's really strange in a way, because Germany is such a big country with such amazing museums, with such an amount of money. Mm-hmm. And in Leipzig, we're the city museum, and we concentrated, of course, of the people who are living in the city. But in terms of digital media, digital art, we became one of the very first institutions in Germany within a couple of years. We did a few exhibitions. You know that we did this series of exhibitions on digital art, which also be continued in Linz. So the title of the first exhibition was called, I guess, Virtual Normality. And then the second one was, I mentioned reality, virtual reality. And the last one, which closed during COVID-19 crisis, was called Link in Bio, Art After Social Media. And the people, they loved these exhibitions. There was hardly a young person in Leipzig who would have wanted to miss these exhibitions. And of course, an unbelievable number of visitors from Berlin and all over Germany also came to Leipzig. And the virtual normality even attracted visitors from all over Europe, those reached an international audience through digital means. And since hardly any other museum is active in this field, we received a lot of attention, as I said before.
Okay. Paul, can you tell us to what extent the Austrian museums went virtually abroad? A lot of Austrian museums are, I would say, like big international brands. To what extent have there been initiatives to reach out to an international audience online?
Well, due to our collections, I think the large Austrian museums, the big players, are international per se. So there was a very good perception, a very good international perception of the collections during the COVID-19 phase as well. For example, the Kunsthistorisches Museum, we had a particular outreach program towards the Chinese people, which was very interesting and highly accepted due to our intense contacts to the B2B tourism market in China. So I think we did a pretty good job in being with them during the COVID-19 phase. I can't oversee all the digital outreach programs, but I think I think the Belvedere did a pretty good job from the first day on with the digital tools they did throughout the through the museums. So there were several highlights from the Austrian museums that I can oversee.
Okay. Can you tell us a bit more about the Chinese project and what your learnings from that are?
Well, we have cooperated throughout the last year already with the Chinese B2B market, because Chinese people Chinese tourism markets are very interested in preparing the stay of Chinese people in Europe, because there's very little time for them, and they spend between 20 minutes and 2 hours, for example, in the Kunsthistorisches Museum. But they learn a lot on their digital things before the trip and during the trip. And we have to provide this content to our tourism partners, which was also possible in the COVID-19 phase now.
Okay, but I assume this information or this was for free, I assume.
Yes.
Yeah. And are you considering to have like paid online exhibitions in the future?
Yeah, I think this will be a way. I think we're really somehow between the ages, between the analog age and the digital age. And now it's still both. We cannot judge the situation in 30, 50 years in terms of technology. What will be a true visit to a museum? Will it be digital? Will it be analog? That's all thought from our brains of the 20th or the early 21st century. That will be an interesting thing. For now, and I think for the next 5 to 10 years, it will be both. And it will be interesting for the museum to cover both and to be aware that there will be new markets coming up outside the walls to stay in the picture.
Okay. Because I think the way to define success is, of course, the visitor numbers, but for the future, you can also think about other criteria for success. Alfred, do you have some experience with that? Did you also measure success in a different way in Leipzig?
Yeah, this is what we of course, we measured the figures in terms of social media. This was very important, of course. And you can easily get this information. It's just an application, and how many people are watching your videos, how many people are reacting on your posts, how many people are following, what's the figure in terms of rising, and so on. So it works very well. So it's not that this is not a big deal, and I guess it's usual for everyone. It's a kind of necessity. It became a kind of necessity.
And is it also being judged by stakeholders as important, also in terms of funding decisions, etc.?
Not really, not yet.
Not yet. Okay. And can you say roughly, in terms of budget, what you allocated in Leipzig and also what you will do in Linz for digital productions?
I don't like to say a figure now because it makes no sense, but what I can say is that we are already investing a significant amount of money in digital art and dissemination of digital content. So investments will increase significantly in the years to come. And apart from the continuation of the exhibition series of digital art productions by young international artists, we are currently in the process of reorganizing our permanent exhibition. And here, both digital media and commissioned works will play a major role. This is what I can say to this.
Okay. Paul, going back to the Austrian situation, in terms of working together with other Austrian museums, is there like a common agenda to explore possibilities of new technologies?
Well, I think there's a collective effort to overcome the cultural, the current challenges together. And one way to find out is the digital way, because we will have a rough fall and a rough winter time. People are already wearing mouth-nose protection in the museums now. That will be common in autumn and in winter time. So people will stay more and more at home again in this period of this year and next year. So museums have to go out into the living rooms of our visitors and furthermore of our non-visitors. And I think there will be cooperation and there will be some kind of benchmarking and there will be a lot of competition. And the competition will not be among the Viennese museums, but you can go to the MoMA in the same time from your living room as you can go to the Kunsthistorisches Museum. You can be in Linz, you can be in Leipzig, or you can be in Leeds. So there's a new global market for the museum coming up.
Okay. What you, for example, see in Vienna is that the galleries are working more and more together. Can you also say that for the museums, that they are working more and more together, and will this be structural?
There is structural cooperation in my field in terms of exhibition, in terms of loans. It has been difficult so far, and maybe the climate is changing now in this, also in this field. But I cannot promise it really.
I would like to ask the final question to both of you. We spoke about it, that these are challenging times, but that we also create some opportunities. What do you see for the art world is the biggest opportunity out of this crisis? Alfred, maybe.
You're talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So we are progressively moving away from the ideals of the 19th century. Mm-hmm. Corona has greatly contributed to this, and we are gradually moving towards the present. In the course of 2 or 3 generations, I think most museums will have established a connection with society. Mm-hmm. And I'm therefore optimistic about the future.
Okay. Paul?
I also think that there's a big opportunity to resettle in some kind, because I think there had been a strong shift for all the museums in the Western world, from cultural, from educational institutions towards tourist attractions. And we always said, we're so important for the local people. They love to come and they love to join us in our museums. But it was, speaking for Vienna and speaking for Austria, it was the tourists. And we can see that now. So the very important question now is, what are we here for? What can we tell today's people about their lives, about our common history, about our culture? And there are big issues in terms of education, in terms of meeting points, communities, our programs. I think it won't be the old world with special exhibitions and permanent exhibition with highlights for the tourists. It will change completely, and that's a very big opportunity.
So actually it's a great time to work for a museum.
Exactly, it is, definitely.
Okay. Paul, Alfred, thank you both very much for this conversation. Goodbye.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, all the best.
I would like to welcome Sabine Himmelsbach. She's the director of Haus der Elektronische Künste in Basel, House of the Electronic Arts. And we will talk today about how an institution dedicated to digital culture dealt with the consequences due to the outbreak of COVID-19 in Europe. Good morning. How did it start for you as director of the HEC, the outbreak of Corona? When was it first present?
Yeah, like everybody else, we had to close, and we were caught installing an exhibition on with 3 artists who got the PAX Art Awards, which is a specific prize for media art practice in Switzerland. So we had, in a way, nothing to show. Even we could not make any virtual walkthroughs, for example, because the artists could not travel anymore. Some of them live in Berlin, for example. And then everything was shut down, like everywhere else. And 2 things were most important for us, and then we're also informing what we were doing next to stay connected to our audience, although we were physically closed, and to help support artists in a difficult period.
Mm-hmm. And did it have an effect on your staff and your organization? Everybody started working from home, I assume, or?
Yes, of course. We had to do changes in the office space. So we moved workspaces around. For example, because we were closed, we had moved 2 workspaces into our space that is usually used for workshops, so that everybody has enough space when working in the office. But then during the shutdown, most of the team worked from home, and we were pretty well equipped for that as a digital institution, because we had people working from home also before. So we had enough laptops so that people could take them home. We had VPN connections installed already. So that was for us a rather easy task to get that organized. And then we always had someone physically in the office space, because we still had transports to organize from our last exhibitions that were not yet delivered and so on. So we had always a physical presence in the space, but I have to say 90% of our staff worked from home. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, one would think that there was not much to do, but that was not the case, because we had pretty soon, we developed new formats, online activities. So we were all pretty busy, I have to say.
Mm-hmm. Can you say something about the process? How was the initiation? How fast did it? How could you reach out to artists and curators that were involved?
Yeah, I mean, of course, you need a moment to think what really makes sense and what to do and what would be inspiring for the audience. And that was guiding us. And I have to say, it was an amazing moment. There was such creativity within the team, and really everybody was really eager to do something. And we had several things that we developed. For example, I mentioned that the 2 elements that were guiding us, reaching out to our audience, and the other one, supporting artists. So the supporting artists, very early on, I had contact with artists that are in our upcoming shows, which of course all needed to be postponed and so on. And some artists were asking me if they already can get the payment, their honorarium earlier, because they were counting with it, so there was no problem. And then like we need to find a way how to give sort of micro commissions to generate an income for artists. And what we did, we started a new series called Hack Networks, where we micro commissioned artists to projects for our social media channels or for our website or web presence. And that started with Maria Gutta, a Romanian artist who lives in Switzerland, in Neuchâtel, because she was caught in Bucharest because she was visiting her family and could not go back to Switzerland. And she was staying there for more than 3 months, actually, until she could come back to Switzerland. And she was caught in that room. And then she made a nice video project called Days of My Life that she sort of also continued herself as a sort of personal diary. And then every week we launched a different project. We also had the American artist Adi Wagenknecht, who did a video tutorial for us. It's also part of her artistic practice, looking at these makeup tutorials and infiltrating them with infos on cybersecurity, for example, or in our case with video conferencing systems. Another project was by Jonas Lund, who created a work for our website where the cursor movements got visualized with tiny icons, for example, a sword or a flower. And at the end of the day, when visiting our website, visitors could see the interactions and also the presence of the different persons, because everyone got a new cursor icon. Or a last example, the British artist group Kaiken did a new filter for our Instagram account. And we did, during the shutdown, we launched a new project every week, but now we are continuing that series and are launching a new project every month. At the moment, we have a project by Molly Soda, another tutorial, and we also start, due to a funding that we received from Pro Helvetia, we will start a new series called Net Encounters, where we will bring artists in direct contact with a particular audience. It's more like a one-to-one engagement, but that will be launched mid-September.
You just mentioned that you were able to reach out to new audiences. Can you describe in general your audience from your institution?
Yeah, we have mixed audiences, of course, but also I would say we have a very young audience. So we made an evaluation a couple of years ago, and that showed that it's pretty equal, female and male, but we have 40% of our audience are under 40, which is unusual for museums. And I think the reason is that we do a program, the topics of our exhibitions, that the events that we are doing, that is addressing current changes in society, developments, how technology is affecting society or affecting ourselves. Mm-hmm. And I think that is the reality of these young people. Mm-hmm. And they feel it represented in what we are doing. And I think that makes the institution interesting for them.
And in terms of new audiences that you were able to reach in the last months, was there a certain growth? I think the difference, or what we realized, is, of course, that we wanted to stay connected to the people who come to our workshops, to our program locally. But of course, doing something online, we could reach out to to much wider audience. So in the workshops, we had guests from Hamburg or from Frankfurt, families there, and or in the Instagram talks with artists, for example, we had people from New York or from San Francisco. And I think for me, a result is that I really want to continue doing both. Of course, we need a physical presence. We want to interact with the audience who physically comes to our space, but that's not too complex to do an Instagram show. And also in terms of sustainability, not everybody can. Now
cannot travel, but even if traveling will be easier again, you might not be able to come to see a show in Basel. So doing these programs will help us to reach out to more global audience that is interested in what we are doing and the topics we are addressing.
And how was the cooperation with other institutions specialized in digital media? Did it intensify cooperation?
Yes, one could say. We were early on, I think already in the beginning of March, we were contacted by the Kronos Art Center from Shanghai. It's also an institution focusing on media art and digital art. And then, of course, the pandemic has hit them earlier than us in Europe. And they organized an online exhibition, a net-based show called We Link 9 Easy Pieces. And we were hosting that show on our website, and they had several partners globally who hosted that show and really showed that solidarity, that this is something we can do together, even if we cannot physically link together. So I think it brought us together also in terms, I was in touch with other institutions for more shared programs that we can do some. For example, I was also in discussions with Lima, for example, that's more on the side of conservation and preservation, because we also have a collection actually that is focused on software and net-based practice and how we can more interact with other partners when we cannot do physical events, for example.
And how do you, in these times, measure success, or what do you define as good results? Because like visitor numbers, etc., they are less valid at the moment. So, what kind of insights did that bring? Or
I mean, what is really valuable is the feedback we have from the audience. For example, when we did workshops, there was an amazing feedback that people said it was super helpful and was way better than what they got offered by schools, for example, our programming club for kids especially. And and also the reactions we had on the commissioned works on social media and so on. I think it's very rewarding if you have a direct feedback from the audience. And I think it's valuable when you realize you have touched somebody and with the work, the quality of that interaction is, and not have I reached 1,000 people or have I reached 10, but the 10 I reached have really been touched by what they have been seeing and experiencing. I think that's very valuable. And for me, it's a bit the question of the future, how kind of like the financial donors that we receive money from the cantons, Basel-Stadt and Basel County, from the Christoph Merian Foundation and the Federal Office of Culture. And the question for me will be, in the future, will there be different evaluation systems, or will it basically again be the visitor numbers? And I think we have to diversify, because there have been, I said it earlier, we have all been quite busy with what we have been doing online for the presence we generated for the institutions. And I think there needs to be ways that this is acknowledged.
And I think this is a very interesting point, because in the end, it's also about the impact that you make. And this is much more than just a visitor number.
Exactly. Yeah.
Did you have time to look at the art world? Because I would say the more traditional art world also went digital or tried to go digital. How did you see that? Or
well, I actually I watched a lot of things online, of course, and also what other institutions have been doing, what was working, what was and for me personally, I think, or what we tried was to create things that work in the digital space and are not kind of a duplication of what you do in an analog or offline way. For example, for the PAX Art Awards show that we could open then end of May after the shutdown, we could not do any opening because visitor numbers were really still very limited to how many people could come at a certain point. And then we did an online preview, and we didn't want to do what we usually do for openings with a speech and so on, but we made it very diverse. I was in the exhibition space giving a kind of preview. Our curator was online with the artists and had a chat with the artists. So we really wanted to make it something that is working as a digital format.
And did the more traditional art world reach out to you to learn from your experiences?
Not really.
No? Okay. Okay. You said, so I understand there's a lot of new energy despite the crisis situation. What do you still see as opportunities for the future?
I think that there is now a stronger focus on digital formats, because, and I think it was a big leap into digitization also for institutions that do not have that focus. I had conversations with colleagues last week, which was organized by one of our funding bodies to get people connected and see what the experiences were. And everybody was saying we learned a lot, because everybody had to try out new things. And I think that was good, that people tried new formats, made new experiences, and also needed to go digital. As I said earlier, there's a different outreach. We can diversify now, that we can work with our local audience, but that we can attract other people when we go digital and keep that formats also for the future. And I think we can also use that the possibility to speak more about, how can I say, not only about art, but about the digital processes and culture, online culture, and so on. For example, we did during the shutdown, we also had a program of finding Easter eggs, which is software code hidden somewhere, and it was the Easter weekend. And then for the Easter weekend, we had that, and it was not artworks, but it was famous Easter eggs that people could find going on our website and then being guided to other things. And to really speak about the digital culture, I think that was also a very good moment for that.
If I'm correct, you have 20 years experience in this field now. Also working with artists 20 years ago and working with artists now, what has changed?
Well, what has changed? I think it's things are always developing, and it's let's put it that way. I'm not, I'm open to these new developments and try to reflect what's coming. What has, for example, in 2017, we did one of the first exhibitions on virtual reality in Europe, and that was kind of just the hype moment of virtual reality being now available for a mass audience because the technology got cheaper. But for me personally, I felt it's kind of like the third time around of that technology, because artists worked with virtual reality since its invention of course, with the heavy machinery since the 50s and then the 80s and so on. So sometimes I find that I have this history of thinking like, yeah, let's see, it's been done before, and it has already been looked at by artists. But now, of course, it's a different moment where this technology will also can be marketed in a different way. But so for me, yeah, that was not so much a surprise, but a long history.
Mm-hmm. But the artists you started working with like 20 years ago, they grew up in a different time. While I expect the younger generation, doesn't know any better than digital media, I would say.
Yeah.
Does it affect the way of working?
I mean, that's definitely that is definitely something that has changed. I think at least I experience it when I go to art schools and see what the younger generation is producing.
Mm-hmm.
The digital palette is just part of their repertoire of how they work. They would probably not say they are media artists, but they use this technology and they do something online or digital animation, but they also do other stuff. I think that has changed and has diversified.
Okay.
And of course, it's more, the technology is so available for everybody. You don't need, in the 90s, I remember when I worked at the CKM Center for Art and Media in Karlsruhe, that we still had this silicon graphics machines for €500,000 worth. Mm-hmm. And it was a whole room with that machine. And then, of course, that's more complicated to work with such expensive technologies. And now, that's a completely different story today.
Okay. How will you reopen? So how will you, the museum soon with new exhibitions?
Well, the first reopening was the Pax Art Awards show. That was end of May, and we had kind of like the digital opening, virtual opening, and then it was just open. Next week, we actually have the next opening coming up, which will be also both. It's a show called Real Feelings, Emotions and Technology, a project that is very dear to me. I've been working on this for 2 years with two colleagues, Angelique Spannings and Ariane Koch. We are curating that project together, and next year it will also go to MU in Eindhoven and maybe also other venues. Mm-hmm. And it's very different doing that show, because we have commissioned several new works by artists from Los Angeles, Korea, and so on, and they all cannot come. But they can support us installing it remotely. And but I also want to celebrate that moment with the artists who cannot be present, not even see their new works in our space. So next week on Wednesday, 26th of August at 6 p.m., we will do again a virtual preview. Mm-hmm. We do it via Zoom. And then also in interaction with the artists to have them present and also give them an introduction into the space. And then at 7, for the first time, we have a physical opening again on site at HEC. And for us, it's we have an ideal situation because we have a huge platform outside that is covered. So even if it's raining, we will be safe. And then we will have guests wearing. We ask everybody to wear a mask. That's clear. And but at least then we can also have a moment of engaging with an audience, with the artists that are present, and so on. Okay. Quite an extensive digital program accompanying the show, because it's a group show with international artists, 20 positions, a lot of, as I said, a lot of new works, and then for the duration of the show, which runs until 15th of November, we will have several Instagram talks with artists and Zoom discussions and so on.
I would like to ask you a final question. It looks as if, despite the crisis, you are quite optimistic about the future of institutions specialized in digital art.
Yes, I am. I think at least what we try to do here at Hack House of Electronic Arts is to diversify more, to do program for the local audience, but to continue what we have started during the lockdown, to have also a presence in the virtual space with these micro commissions that I mentioned earlier, but also to continue doing digital insights for a global audience that cannot come and visit us because the topics we address are really fundamental. Like when we did a show on big data and data mining. Last year we did a show on artificial intelligence, and now this year a continuation on this topic of emotion and technology, how AI is now that our emotions are commodified as AI is reading them and pushing, for example, advertisement to us, or how we are interacting with robots and so on. And I think it will help us to reach out to a wider audience, continuing this the physical and the digital programs.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for this conversation.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye.
So hello Jaja, thank you for conducting the interview with me out of Washington. And so as my first question, as a digital strategist, how has the COVID experience been for you so far? I suppose you have been the most prepared for a pure online existence.
Yeah, I would say among the very few silver linings that have happened during the pandemic, it's actually quite good news that it's been an accelerant to help bring the art world online. And this is something that's been in the works for many years. Of course, museums and galleries have always had an online presence and existed digitally, but they traditionally, as a business model, always prioritize the in-person experience. But what happens now when your entire business model is disrupted? You have to take everything online, from the experience of art to transactions that will determine the survival of your business or organization. So my work, even before the pandemic, has focused on how to help activate digital technology and tools to make art more accessible as an entry point to fulfill some of these business models or missions, depending on the type of organization. And I think what really motivated me in this venture was the concept of having working in museums for most of my career. It always confounded me that the art world was among the few creative industries where nonprofit was actually ahead of for-profit when it comes to technology. And I think so much of that starts with accessibility, and because there wasn't a very direct translation of how to sell artwork online, galleries, auction houses, art fairs, many of these very formidable parts of the art world ecosystem never fully embraced until recently, until they were completely confronted about it. And the process of going online is enduring. So just this week, the New York Times digital revenue surpassed print for the very first time. And think about the trajectory of that time period. With newspapers going online in like the 90s, it's taken almost 2 decades to really take that shift, that paradigm shift of transforming your business. And so this is really just the very beginning. I think it's going to take a much longer time. And as we all know, technology projects are about infrastructure and making sure that we commit to very long-term changes instead of just thinking about this immediate period of emergency and urgency.
So 4 months in, coming into the 5th month, how do you assess? So how does the art world actually do with pure digital presence? So what sort of grade would you give the art world, how they present themselves online?
So I guess if we're talking about, restaurant sanitation codes, it's still a grade that's to be determined. It's still very much a work in process. So I think, there are existing metrics you can look at when people compare business online to what was happening before. And of course, since exclusively your experiences of art will happen on the web, things like your website visitation and the time in which people spend online looking at art or even engaging with certain programming that's shifted online is going to increase. But that level of engagement is very different from how we used to experience art before. And it's very much not a apples to apples comparison. So, a click or, a visit on someone's website or even views on a video is definitely not going to equate the experience and very social nature of the experiential business of art, because it's about conversations and interactions. And a lot of this dialogue, even though you can translate it in some way into digital content and make it more available to more people, there's also the fallacy of if you just put it online, it's available to the rest of the world, which is entirely not true. We're even seeing today that the internet has been so stratified, both politically and also thinking about how different industries and how these technology companies even segregate experiences of the web, whether you have, a certain level of internet connection and the different platforms that you use. So it's entirely not a democratic experience. So, it goes back to very fundamental principles of digital marketing, which includes who's your audience and what are you going to do to reach them. So I think any organization, whether it's a gallery or a museum at this time, needs to go back to that fundamental question, because you're never going to reach everybody, and you really need to prioritize how you spend your resources at a time when everyone's budgets are being cut and staffing is also being cut. I think the organizations that will survive will be the ones who've always committed to thinking about embedding digital as an aspect of every part of the organization. Yes, there might be certain larger companies that have a digital department or leaders in the field, but I think we're now seeing that it's important and vital that these skills are a dimension of every way in which a company conducts their business.
So taking you as an expert in that field, so if you talk to a client, to a new client, and they say, well, can you help me to present myself in the digital space? Where do you look? What do you look for first? Sort of, what do you ask for first? Like, you look at the existing website, you look at the mission. What is a starting point to sort of develop that digital strategy?
Yeah, that's a great question, because when most people come to me, they don't even know where to begin. So it's really this ask of, I need help, but where do you even start? So I think with any evaluation, it's sort of like going to the doctor. You run a series of diagnostics, an audit of everything that's being done, considering that against their business goals and objectives and their audience. And sometimes you'll find that, some of the existing activities are things that they don't even need to continue. So it's also not only a question of what programming and digital components and promotional tools do we add, but also what do we take away that's not effective. So we are existing in this field that's highly quantifiable. So every action, whether it's website visitation, social media engagement, your advertising engagement, is extremely measurable, almost to a very terrifying amount of detail. And so being able to really evaluate what's being done currently will help inform your future strategy and also determine how you want to target, which people you want to reach, how you can even leverage some of your existing data, whether it's people who are already retained on your email list, and how do you convert some of those people into people who have a deeper engagement on other platforms. I think another fallacy of understanding, what it means to exist online is they're two very different goals for most people. So I think having a presence doesn't necessarily equate sales or conversion. So having, the visibility and even brand awareness of putting your name out there as an artist, as a gallery, as a museum, that's really, telling a story about who you are through content and making sure that you're reaching the key audiences. But, there's such an immense amount of content out there. And I think another key reality that we all have to face right now is everyone home kind of consuming content on their own devices. Our competitors right now in the art world aren't necessarily other galleries or museums, it's Netflix. It's this really immense platform for content consumption that we now have to compete with. So everyone is very much on the same screen, but we were competing for each other's attention. The other, goal, of course, is sales. And I think that's a much longer term transaction that one might have to factor into. And I think there isn't a perfect sauce for that, but again, it's about understanding your audiences, your collectors, who you're trying to reach, and really having a much longer game plan to help convert some of those engagement metrics into sales for the right people.
So, and resulting out of that, I have basically two questions, and it's one, so if before the pandemic, mainly museums would bring out at the end of the year sort of their visitor numbers, and they were ranked according to the visitors, the Louvre, the Met, and then, and so on. And now these departments or the museums, they're facing solely digital presence. And I guess also it's about the metrics and how to formulate. Is there sort of a rule of thumb that you can give, helping these departments formulate metrics for, I don't know, for shows or for talks? Is it mainly visitor numbers and the duration that a visitor stays there, or is there anything else that you would advise maybe to look at and to incorporate?
Yeah, I think attendance and digital visitation are, like I said, very different. Even before the pandemic, museums have always been tracking digital engagement, whether it has to do with website sessions, time on site, what specific pages they're looking at. And then for deeper content, such as video duration or audio engagement, we look at how long someone actually interacts with that piece of content. On social media, of course, you can look at growth over a certain period of time, engagement over a certain period of time, but there's also kind of a more abstract quantifier around this a concept of dialogue and a deeper level of engagement that I think can sometimes be told more through qualitative metrics and content related to discussions and comments from the public that will complement that story as well. I think the goal for any type of communication, whether it's in person or online, is to really achieve this surround sound, word of mouth, so that there is a conversation around what's happening. And there are different data points that will point to some initiatives that are more successful than others, but it's really that complete picture of trying to make an impact in every possible way, so that you kind of have this spillover from digital to in person to press, kind of every possible way that someone might be able to interact with art.
And I think, yes, and as you said, non-for-profits, they were more like earlier on incorporating the digital presence and into their existence. And but now with every one of the participants in the art world being that has to go online, is a question: where do you train yourself? So where do you get up to speed to that? And sort of, are there any tools that you can advise or recommend, self-learning tools, or is there some sort of course that you can sign up to and basically get the download and educate yourself or educate your staff, for example, when I'm a gallerist?
Yeah, I would say people who work in museums in particular are so well positioned to be lifelong learners that you're always trying to teach yourself new material. And at the very beginning of the pandemic, many of my colleagues included, started teaching themselves how to start programming on very ubiquitous platforms like Zoom, making sure that they can start, translating some of their programming, which will continue to be online for at least another year, I would say. I think everyone is now in this position of curiosity and learning and teaching themselves how to, do some of this work themselves. And luckily, we're living in this age of really unprecedented access to information and tutorials. There are very good resources that have existed well before the pandemic. Lynda.com is a great resource, which was recently purchased by LinkedIn, with many online tutorials on how to use software to teach yourself various, technology tools, how to code. Even on YouTube, I've kind of grown into this career where if I don't know something, I can just Google it. And you can very easily be able to solve a problem on your own. There are also great existing courses on platforms and organizations like Code Academy and General Assembly, where you can really go a little bit deeper and sign up for a boot camp or a longer term course to really increase your digital fluency. And I think hopefully artists will also take advantage of this time to think about how to use the tools of our time now and consider the fact that everything is now based on your screen, your visual experience is, all digital, and how will art reflect that in the future?
And so as I said, we are for 4 months in, going forward with a much longer outlook as we expect. So what sort of trends do you see in institutions or galleries or artists that have taken advantage of the digital space? Do you see any trends that you can hint us to or summarize for us?
Yeah, I think at the very beginning of the lockdown, I saw so many museums trying to push their interactive virtual tours, which again existed far beyond way before the pandemic. And I think very quickly people realized these were really unsuccessful ways of experiencing art. So things like virtual reality can be very alienating because these are very isolating experiences, and also experiences that are extremely expensive, not something that every organization can achieve. And this isn't necessarily going to be the perfect way of trying to recreate the experience of looking at an object. So I think, instead of trying to translate the physical, people have been moving towards this idea of digital content creation. So rather than these live events where you do have to, in the old days, go to a museum at a certain time and, listen and tune into an artist conversation. Many of these conversations are now occurring, live, but then the material would be available afterwards for a variety of audiences across time zones. And, it's not necessarily the same format. So I think many institutions have also gotten creative, working directly with artists to produce some of this content, whether it's playlists, very easy to achieve, very humanizing, projects as well that include, trying to find out what artists are cooking in their own home, or even sounds and music that can be very accessible to anyone.
I think the word humanizing, is key for me here. When we were the last 10 years of conversation about digitalization in the art world was basically about going digital, bringing the human into a digital existence. And now, why do you think this humanizing is critical, or why do you think this happened at all, that maybe more everyday things got pulled up and being brought into the museum?
Yeah, everyone has been home for the last several months searching for social experiences, human interaction. And so some examples of the most successful projects online that do involve art have to do with social experiences. So for example, the video video game Animal Crossing has been widely popular during this time because everyone has been home gaming, but then museums like the Getty and the Met, who have been able to make their images accessible in open access, now can present their images and artwork through this extremely democratic platform where many people are interacting with their art every day. I think people are just looking for connection, honestly, and I think that's what museums and art experiences used to provide. It was always a social experience where you would be in a physical space where architecture in and of itself is an interface, but it's not just about replicating that. It's about replicating the human interaction that happens within those spaces in relation to your body, in relation to other conversations. And so I think people are really just craving connection, and going back to these very fundamental experiences is going to be what's going to be most successful when it comes to new technology projects. Things like Netflix, Spotify, really huge existing products exist and fulfill an existing need. So people will continue to want to watch movies at home and will continue to listen to music. So how do we try to replicate that experience with art in thinking about what fundamental purpose did it serve before, and how do we use technology to fulfill and solve those problems?
And so how do you see the gamification? So there have been a couple of talks taking place on the gamification of art, and do you see that that museums or galleries or artists should be taking advantage of the game, that people stay longer in a game in order to pursue, I don't know, next level? Or how do you see this the game in the art world?
Yeah, it's definitely very interesting. I think there certainly have been artist projects that have approached gaming, like Ian Chang's work. I think when it comes to producing these platforms, we must defer to the people who are in the gaming industry, because we also have to realize museums and galleries are not technology companies, and they're not game designers. So, eventually, I feel like what's missing is collaboration. So if there is some way of trying to leverage these tools in a way that's more interpretive and didactic, that's something where we know there's an existing audience. And what will be successful is trying to reach this lowest common denominator of digital experiences. So not necessarily inventing a product where people have to purchase proprietary hardware at home or something that's very obscure. We already know the art world is very small and almost by design very exclusive. So I think the key is really trying to find a partner like Nintendo or some company that has an existing platform, but try to leverage the content from within to make it more substantial and cultural. And I think we really should start looking at art as a resource. So in my mind, museums should really be no different than libraries. They're really sources for information, sources for cultural collection, and thinking about how to preserve information and heritage. But, over the course of time, art has kind of diverged into this very exclusive and almost alienating industry. But, we're at a really pivotal moment now with technology to make that more widely available to more people. So I think once we get past that struggle of just the content and breaking through all of the layers of what's made the art world really impenetrable before, hopefully there is a technology solution out there that can make what we're experiencing in person more widely available online.
And I think this is widely available online. I would like to connect to that statement of yours and come back to an earlier point that we touched upon. It's reaching people and how a museum sets out its mission to reach people. So would you say it's also, since we all online and exist purely online, that museums can actually reach out to the people that they might not have been able to reach out in the physical space? Do you think that can actually be achieved at this point by setting, marketing goals in that direction?
Yeah, I really hope So, I mean, I think this was something that's very much a goal even before the pandemic. And I think people will start to really realize the benefit of making information just available online. So just thinking about the timeline of producing an exhibition for a museum, it requires tremendous amount of resources, years of research, and ultimately that presentation is stuck within a physical building. And I think people have been trying to understand, how do we unleash that material and make that available globally, and, not only for research, but for people who weren't able to physically visit that exhibition, and even surpass the amount of time in which something might have been presented. So I think there's a lot of possibility in just reimagining the way in which we produce exhibitions, not only for museums, but hopefully for galleries and for even art fairs. Making that information accessible online will really open up the possibility of, new discovery, exchange, and all of the, the original purpose of creating that content to begin with.
And I think this week we all got the news of a commercial gallery basically going fully experience space, and Superblue announced its existence, and they also announced a couple of artists who will be taking place. Do you see that also a model for museums, for example, to follow, or to go down that path of a paywall in order to consume and to see art?
That's something that's been happening already. So I worked at the Guggenheim back when we had our James Turrell exhibition, which was incredibly transformative and also happened to coincide with the very beginning of Instagram. I think this was in 2013. And of course, the nature of the exhibition and the artist didn't allow photography at the time, which was almost a paradox if you think about it now. But it really unlocked this crazy phenomenon, which I think many other corporations have tapped into, of the experience economy. And, there's, after that, a very direct correlation between one's experience of art and also the digital representation of that object kind of living online. So there's kind of this afterlife that exists with documentation of something that's very immersive, like a James Turrell or Team Lab type of visual experience. And it's something I think museums approached accidentally, because as we all know, artists like Yayoi Kusama and any type of artist who is working in this environment has been practicing for decades. And it was only until the beginning of this massively open platform for sharing images did it translate into a very different type of visual economy. So I think that's precisely what the Superblue initiative has been tapping into, kind of this accidental trend that's happened in museums for a very long time, and codifying it with an institutional gallery space that will kind of dedicate itself to very ambitious installations like that. So, I mean, there's to an extent in which museums have to balance their programming. So, of course, you can have an exhibition that's very, very much of that aesthetic experience, but it exists for so many different audiences and so many different art histories that are still forming that, you can't possibly dedicate an entire institution to it. So I think, Pace very much understood the potential of that market. And I'm excited to see what happens.
I think the whole commercial gallery space is pretty much really excited that this is happening, and also the artists that go along with and come along that path. And coming back to tools and what sort of tools are out there, actually programs or companies that do service. So Is there anything, any initiative that a museum put out or a gallery put out that makes you really excited, that you think that's a really interesting model of online existence that this museum or that gallery has chosen? Is there anything that sort of makes you particularly excited?
I was actually intrigued this week, also very recently. Philips announced a new platform where they're basically trying to create this measurement of media impressions as a tool for anticipating the value of an artist, which I think even theoretically is very much a correlation. So I think, you know, any project that really thinks about the harnessing of data to that extent in cultural forecasting, you know, auction forecasting, I think has a lot of potential. I haven't seen the product yet, but I mean, I think that's the underlying gold mine that I think many people in the art world haven't realized, the value of data and how much it can really impact the industry. We live in a very visual world where people in the art world are very much, you know, obsessed with aesthetics and design and what's on the surface, but you know, it's a lot about the content and the data that you don't see that can really be transformative in determining the future of the industry. And I think that's something that really hasn't been adequately disrupted, for lack of a better word. So, you know, the collection of, you know, data in the future will definitely be something that will make a huge impact financially.
And so, as one of the final questions is, you said in a prior conversation that you expect, or that you basically prepare yourself till even longer than next summer for this pure digital presence. And can you give me an outlook? So what do you feel can happen and will happen in the art world with regard to digital presence? Is there something what do you foresee to happen?
Yeah, I mean, there are a few certainties, some of which include the lack of in-person programming for sure for the next year. As many as I think like 20-something art fairs have already been canceled. The sad news is also the fact that many galleries and even some museums might not reopen past the pandemic, however long it lasts. But I think the investment in digital, not only in terms of technology, but people, is really critical right now. So the people who will get past this are the ones who make that investment in foreseeing the fact that this is never going to end. It's not a temporary solution. So being very vigilant about converting your business online isn't just going to be for this period, it's for forever, as the entire world converts to a very digital existence of living. So it involves, you know, hiring people who are extremely adept and autodidacts in a way of thinking about the future of how technology can impact your organization, empowering those people to make decisions and really help influence digital literacy across the company so that everyone feels comfortable, everyone feels empowered to live in this very online, you know, community, and making sure that you make that long-term investment in systems. So, you know, again, a lot of the really unsexy things that we don't see, like a CRM, a customer relationship database to manage all of your contacts and, you know, understand the relationships between all the different interactions you're having with your customers and your clients, being able to invest in technology that will be potentially future-proof, and thinking about you know, digitizing your artworks and making content that's produced available for a very wide audience. None of those activities will go away. It's, you know, again, kind of a silver lining that it's finally, that COVID has finally influenced people to make that big leap. So, I mean, sadly, there will be a lot of, you know, closures and, you know, very unfortunate you know, disappearances of many wonderful parts of the art world, but I think it's also a moment to really reflect on what's essential. So none of us really needed to travel around the world to go to art fairs and see the same artwork by the galleries that are down the road. And hopefully we'll think about a more sustainable future and a future that can be more inclusive as well.
Thank you, Georgia, for your time. And I hope to speak to you very... Okay. Well, hello Magda. Thank you for taking time recording that interview live from New York City. My first question is with regard to COVID-19. How I was particularly interested in your experience because you've been adapting that presentation online, but again, you are now sitting, and I reached you in your gallery. Again, it's beginning of August, you're sitting back in your gallery. So when you had to shut down your gallery and you've been solely operating digital, can you phrase any learnings that you made in that period, or was everything known already before for you?
To be honest, most of it was known to me, but it's not really a standard. I think there was an enormous learning curve across our industry, so to speak, or our cultural territory, if we address it as cultural production. People have not necessarily known this limitation that you can only function online and only communicate that way and present the work. And quite obviously, some works survive internet or computer stream better than others. So we have done a lot of private views that were distributed to people before that. I run the gallery on a software program called ArtLogic, which is a very large database, and we have an option to create quickly a lot of presentations and a lot of communication through that. We have a very expanded website. So, because the gallery is small staff, so some of that came out of, I wouldn't necessarily say out of laziness, but it came out of necessity that, you can have access to our data through many channels and quickly without engagement. That's not typical for this industry because this is all about, social connections and chit chat and personal things. But maybe we have been better prepared to kind of dive into that mode. On the other hand, it's clearly very frustrating because you depend on this model of IRL, of a real life artwork that is there and available, and just locally, of course, but it is available in its physical space, and that option is taken away. The other option that is taken away is kind of attempting to communicate about art in a moment when art maybe is not necessarily at the forefront of people's thinking. So you feel a little bit intrusive to, hey, look at this amazing piece attitude. So it got complicated. Then, then this kind of internal psychology of being locked down, not able to go and do things, that's a very clear effect on, your attitude, your responses. Some people respond to that by kind of inability to do things. Others, like me, for example, responded by almost doing too much, because it was kind of this idea of how do we replace this void, what to do with that. So we devised these models of what to do. One of them was we did something called Daily Carousel on our Instagram, which run through ours and other people's museums and galleries, exhibitions and artworks as this kind of a reminder of something that was very subjectively chosen by me or my partners in the gallery to just kind of present. So, you know, we presented, that was running for about 70 days maybe, to kind of counter that, because it didn't really feel great to, you know, attack people with private views and trying to sell them work. So.
So I found your comment basically that, let's say, the knowledge about communicating solely online and not having a physical space wasn't new to you. However, the situation is new to you as well, right? To be part of that. And so, and I think you've been a lighthouse in New York with the artistic positions that you present. But if you had that mental space and you knew how to navigate it, how did your collectors react basically in this new offering? You said you felt like invading maybe space, but on the other hand, once people got through the initial shock, how was the receptive? Did people sort of wait for it? Were they like more curious than they normally would have been maybe in the digital space because everyone was locked down in their homes? Can you formulate any sort of reception end to your offering?
Well, of course, after this initial, you know, stop in your track like a deer in headlights state, everybody attempts, you know, some kind of veer towards normal. So yes, I think, you know, we kind of made an effort to present work, even the works in the exhibition, to a number of collectors. And I thought that, you know, since this is a time for the net art and media art, digital work that exists on the screen in the most natural way, if that's the time, then that's what we're gonna present. So I have made quite a substantial effort during this time to specifically focus on the artists that we work with that work in media. And there was or in kind of the work whose content lends itself to be of relevance to this time. So we managed to place quite a number of pieces during this time. So I wouldn't say it was a complete waste and no action. You know, I think we managed to have an acquisition completed of a ceiling cat. This is a piece of Eva and Franco Mattes. That first edition of that piece was acquired by SF MoMA, and we managed for it to be sold to X Museum in Beijing. That is this very young, very interesting museum that Michael Shufu Huang organized, and he bought that piece that's like very clearly a work that, you know, lives in relationship to the internet. We sold work by artists like William Pohajda, who is very politically charged, in a series of portraits of people in the art and in politics, kind of interconnectedness of that. That was a group of work commissioned by The Buffler, which is a very political, amazing magazine. So we did business. It's not across board, But, my volume of business is certainly very different than the volume of business of, the mega galleries. I think these people had a harder time to adapt. On the other hand, they had clearly incomparable level of resources to make this transition. So basically what happened in the first few months was that you were just completely flooded by interviews, podcasts, viewing rooms, VR, this or that coming from the same 5 galleries. And I think that was exhausting the bandwidth as far as I'm concerned, because it's just too much. And it didn't leave that much room for other people. But it was this moment where everybody tried to invent a method how to make this transition and how to communicate online with their material.
I think at the same time, you mentioned something very critical, also that you considered this time a significant and important time for media-based work, right? And galleries, as in they didn't have that preparedness also by the work they shown. So most of the big galleries have been shown basically traditional work, traditional-based work, viewing rooms. And I think this is still different, I would say. They still have been operating with more traditional work, paintings, drawings, and they've been inviting. I think this is a key difference to your gallery, for example. When your gallery also you opened a show with a young painter just at the end of July, correct? And
yeah.
So you have this broad variety of work that you engage with, but to a big extent also media-based work.
Yes, and so that was the effort to, somehow, because I think art and galleries and anybody with kind of creative mind exists in context. So one thing is to shove, the old-fashioned paintings that you have onto the internet and try to unload them on people that like paintings. And the other is to somehow recognize what this time is, what it represents, and what are the differences between the online delivery versus the in real space delivery. So indeed, the first show after the lockdown, the first show when we had the opportunity to program a new thing in the gallery, is a show of a young woman painter. Her name is Serena Stevens. She's from Iowa. And she makes this absolutely extraordinary paintings of empty spaces in real size. She essentially paints her surroundings, but there's ever anybody there. So they kind of between super personal and very neutral. And they are 100% work that is meant to live in a brick and mortar gallery space. Nice. So that was the show. That's how I wanted to do it, even though a lot of people think we are one of the most progressive galleries in digital media. This is as traditional as you can go, but I wanted to create this distinction that, this is the show that does not have a great chance of survival online. And of course it will, because of course it's promoted and disseminated through the internet, because only a handful of people can come to Tribeca and see it. But nevertheless, I think that distinction of it existing somewhere, not being a virtual exhibition of which we had shit ton, and a lot of them were very, very poor, few of them interesting. But this idea for me was that, I will put out a show that is about this kind of slow perception of the artwork in the gallery. So
it was a key statement, basically, and it was such an important moment. And I thought this is really a deep breath when it was allowed again to do gallery shows in New York and you could open. And it's a key moment basically for us as the art production or art industry side, that New York can have a heartbeat again and can show and can open shows and you can go and visit shows. And so you opened your gallery 35 years ago. And Ars Electronica is existing for 41 years. And my question is, so the hypothesis, you being a gallerist, did it change when you opened the gallery to now? And what is the key function you would say that you as a gallerist take upon yourself, being a gallerist right now and looking forward, not only till the end of 2020, but actually going forward?
Sorry, I think we had always this idea that the gallery and what we choose to show has to reflect the time, the moment in which we exist, the relevance of this material. That was the core of us at a certain point, early enough, 1996, going towards digital work. We did this show called Can You Digit? But it is always this notion that we want to show what's happening. And we also, we do operate in a system that, as far as I'm concerned, is in need of major overhaul, a system that is purely, the galleries are essentially, retail shops. There's no other support system than for us to get support from people collecting this work. So, it's so rife for compromise and so rife to, just show things that you think you will be able to sell. So basically go after the taste of people that may buy art. And our initiative was always to attempt the other way around, to kind of propose something that they are not ready for, that it's a new work.
And within the time period, sorry, I interrupted, and you didn't change that premise?
No, not so far. And I think, they will take us out from the business eventually with the same premise, because I don't really feel very interested in compromising of, showing things that are kind of on trend for the moment. So if they fit into large cultural landscape, that's on trend for me. But if it's, something that is easy and popular and fashionable in a fairly momentary way, I don't think it's a criteria. And, we survived 30-something years with that model where some things do well and some things don't. And at the same time, it all comes from the same place. It all has similar need to reflect the world in which we live right now.
And you referred to the system that you use, that you set up your gallery on. And so when you were talking about that galleries were inviting at the beginning of the pandemic to viewing rooms, to interviews, and so on and so on. So basically digesting that information and asking you as a gallerist, what would you like to see? Do you know what would you like to see? What would make you curious, or what would you want to see of online fairs, or what would you like to see of online marketplaces, or of any digital tool that is ought to help galleries to show or sell work, or artists to present work? Is there anything that you would say, like, I haven't seen this, but I wish I would, for example?
Well, you may not like this answer, but I don't care about that. I think in the end, you know, if somebody presents an amazing artwork on a JPEG and garbage on VR, there's the answer. You know, I think it throws back on the audience this effort to distinct the art itself. That, you know, I went through Untitled a few days ago. I mean, I look at everything because I want to be informed. So these opinions are not like coming out of the smoke in my ear. But I think, you know, the technological strategies are very underdeveloped. You know, this kind of VR environments are not great. You know, Kanye West's website that sells t-shirts is a better developed environment to sell those t-shirts, much more interesting. So, you know, I don't have fanaticism towards the technological tools that will help. I think it's necessary you know, to have the image be recognizable best possible, to have, you know, as best as possible a representation of, say, 3D object, as best as possible a representation of the work that is about experience. But these are all translations, so very clearly, you know, these are not the works that you think. You think, you know, a photo of something. And whether you can, you know, put a little figure next to it to have a sense that this is big or small, it's a useful little gadget. But I mean, it in no way changes it. I think, you know, if years from now, the general sense of technology and reality versus VR changes, then we can, you know, clearly discuss it. But these are such baby steps. All these, you know, ways of delivering material for sale, and 90% of it is, you know, the idea of how to unload merchandise. It's not about an amazing, you know, experience of art itself.
But I'm also not only asking for the commercial arm, but I'm also, as basically the world gets ready for the long haul of this pandemic, and also institutions, museums are thinking about how to present themselves 100% online, and how to not create a gap when people used to come to the museum and have a physical experience with art.
Right.
How to, this is also my interest, yeah, how can we as proponents of and participants of the art world, so to speak, also drive that change, and also, let's say, trigger that curiosity to actually go for, I don't know, our neighbors or anyone who want to be, and go and see a show online and say, well, online, but it's a great experience, or it's a great show. So I was also looking basically onto that arm.
Yeah. So, you know, there's no complicated answer to that, just logic that, you know, you have to adapt to the technologies that best represent particular work, particular location, particular show. And yes, of course, you know, this kind of immersive environment of VR is probably closer to representing the experience, right? But it still is a translation.
And I mean, we're coming closer to the end of this interview, and I want to come back basically. I mean, you're an international player, but you are located in New York City, and the heart basically of the art world and also of the gallery world. And you wrote an opinion piece in ArtNet in the midst of the pandemic, and I would like to ask you for your opinion. So how do you see the gallery world evolve within the next year? What is your expectations with regard to New York City and the economic development? And I mean, you said you have small stuff, you will be able to weather the storm. But hopefully we, of course, maybe can you share your opinion and maybe give an outlook on the New York gallery scene and how you see it?
Well, first of all, we are in this lucky moment, and we don't know whether this moment is going to last or not, because there's this reverse phenomenon right now where New York was the brunt of the pandemic in America first. And it wasn't anywhere else. It was just kind of this epidemic island. And now we are in the reverse state where New York is basically an island in which things are functioning better than anywhere else, and we are surrounded by an extreme, COVID is just everywhere around. So whether it will penetrate back to the city and how it affects not only galleries, but the whole economy and the whole living. So many people are leaving the city. So many galleries are not returning. I think the art world will be smaller. The art world will compress to this kind of essential level where, like I was saying in that piece, the galleries will be surviving the smaller they are because it just has to be a muscled operation with, there's nothing to scrape off these bones anymore. So it just has to be very, very tight. But I don't really see a pretty picture, because I think the hardest hit is the actual core of what galleries represent, and that's kind of mid to lower level galleries. The top, one way or the other, will survive because they do have resources to adapt. It also may be skinnier operations, but I think they do have resources. Smaller places don't have resources to go through. If there's a second wave that comes and hits us, I'm not really sure where this will lead. And there's no assistance for that. That's where this model that is 100% dependent on transactional model of retail operation, that's where it's problematic. So, a lot of my thinking goes not just to kind of survive within the current parameters, but mostly goes to what can be changed and how can we, do things differently, how then the necessity of the physical space, how much of it is really there. And I definitely want to keep this idea that the physical gallery space is important, but at the same time, art evolves. If you see that, the major outlet for the art is through the screen, a lot of artists will produce work that way. So it will not be just the concept of, putting a JPEG in a fake VR gallery. It's gonna be the artwork itself that is meant to exist in that on your screen. It's just kind of, a summation of pixels. So, we can talk 5 years from now, and we will see.
That invitation, and I think
basically I'll take that as your closing words, and this is very important also for the festival Ars Electronica, this outlook also to hear from you. So thank you very much.
Okay, sounds good.
Hello, Reina. Hello from New York City. Thank you for making the time to record that interview with me. And a big congratulations on launching Super Blue with your team with Pace Gallery. So
thank you, Christina. It's such a pleasure to be here and talk to you about it. And I'm very excited to tell you all about this new enterprise, Super Blue.
And I think it fits perfectly in this conversation series that I'm conducting for Ars Electronica. As in my question that I'm asking is like, finally digital, is that like question mark or exclamation mark? And I think Super Blue is basically tries to formulate an answer to that, let's say not trend, but to this direction of everything going digital. And can you maybe, I mean, coming back to the start, so how did the COVID period, pandemic, go for you, and how did it result in Super Blue? Maybe you can give a short summary.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I, was the media arts director at Pace Gallery, and I was working on a drift show at our Pace Live. It's the 7th floor in our new building that just opened in September in New York at Pace. And we were going to have this live performance with drift. There's new installation Ego, which is this really beautiful textile piece that attaches the motors, and it's controlled by computer software that causes the box to morph and expand and go flat. And we were going to do a live performance with Lee Ronaldo. And it was like the week that all the museums, all the events were being postponed and canceled, and really when the crisis kind of came to a head in New York. And so we ended up canceling the show. And later on, we did live streaming on Instagram between Lee Ronaldo and Drift, who kind of talked about their experience. But I think now, if that had happened, everyone's a little bit more prepared for this digital world now, because I think we would have made it a live streaming event. We could have had video of the Drift Ego sculpture moving in space and had Lee Ronaldo in a completely another city like performing to it, and could have live streamed it. We could have made it a ticketed event. So I think because everyone was kind of forced in COVID in the beginning to close down, now everyone has had a lot of ideas about what to do now when you can't physically be in a space in real time with a body of, like with a group of people. And so Drift is one of the Super Blue artists, and Super Blue really kind of stems, it's this evolution of earlier initiatives that Pace did. For instance, Mark Glimcher in 2016 hosted a ticketed event in Menlo Park, so right in like the heart of Silicon Valley.
I went to that. I saw that. Yeah. I saw the Team Lab. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, I've had the privilege of working with Team Lab since 2014 when Pace Gallery first took them on, and that show was my first large-scale ticketed venue to work on, which, hence why I'm kind of, now at Super Blue. And there, we really saw that people were craving experience. We had such great publicity around it. I mean, the community never wanted us to take it down. And we ended up, it was supposed to be up 6 months, and we ended up having it for a year. And so that was really when Mark was like, people are really, there's like this experience economy that we need to tap into. And so then there was this other initiative called Future Pace that was founded with Molly Dent Brocklehurst, who's another co-founder of Super Blue. So Mark and Molly, co-founded Super Blue. And Future Pace was really dedicated to doing these was selling art to different institutions or real estate developers, where we were embedding digital art into landscape or architecture. And then PACE-X was formed, and it became kind of this research and development stage. And then it was decided to start Superblue, this completely new enterprise that's based off of all of these experiences and all these previous projects that we've done. Because, you know, I think this new generation is really excited by experience. It's no longer about owning an object. And I think galleries, you know, most of them are, you know, selling objects to the top 1%. And I think by creating these large-scale ticketed shows that are this journey that families can go to, everyone can go to, it's accessible, you know, you buy a ticket and you can enjoy this experience. And I think it's, you know, museums obviously have been selling tickets to their audiences as well, but what we're doing is different. We're having this art center that's made to be accessible for everyone, and we want to partner and collaborate with museums, because this large-scale technology kind of driven art, and not that all of our artists are you know, working with tech, we also work with JR, but it takes a lot of expertise, and also, you know, money. Technology is expensive and it becomes obsolete very quickly. So we realized that you have to have your own business model in order to successfully present and produce this kind of work. And that's really what the heart of Superblue is. We've created this new company that's really here to help artists. We want to foster opportunities for them, create partnerships, and just reach a wider range of audiences.
But may I ask, so the COVID period, did it push Superblue to launch faster? I suppose the idea of it, as you said, basically did come to life after the Team Lab show. So did COVID actually propel it and push the launch?
So it actually we're on target for December. We always were planning to open a venue in December, but it has caused us to think about other ways we can engage with audiences. So we're thinking about, should we have a digital show that people can also, you know, engage with instead of going to a physical space?
Can I just stop you there for a second? So right now Superblue is intended, and so maybe you need also to fill in my gaps, because I read the press release. So it's a warehouse in Miami that you're repurposing for an exhibition space, for an immersive exhibition space. This is one. And now this digital component. So are you now planning, so if you're planning to open the show in December, so are you right now also conceptualizing like a full-on digital component? So basically the same show, just in the digital space?
Not the same show, but because of just the uncertainty of the state of the world, because part of our mission is not just having this Miami space, it's to have multiple experiential art centers, or EACs as we dub them. So because of COVID though, we are, I think, accelerating our research into creating an online digital show. But for the Miami venue, for COVID, I mean, we're following the instructions and regulations of the World Health Organization, but we always plan to have our show to be timed tickets, so that there's a certain amount of people in a space at one time, because we want visitors to have like a really meaningful experience and not too many people in the space, and it's a linear path. And so museums actually have adapted to doing this linear path because of COVID, but that was actually always part of our plan.
Okay, I got it. And so do you know, because I mean, Miami, December, it's a clear Art Basel Miami sort of situation. So if we talk, I mean, at least for our industry. And so can you already talk about other places that you sort of envision, or is that still strictly confidential, like sort of another place that you're thinking about?
Yeah, it's still confidential, but the plan is in like 3 years to open 2 more spaces in the US, and then we would love to go international, starting with the EU.
Fantastic. So you've been the media arts director in PACE, and so you worked hand in hand with artists. And how did the artists, and obviously there was sort of a short summary of how artists reacted to it, but maybe you could, since you're working with them directly, so how did the artists react to that? I mean, artists also produce big pieces, also for your gallery, pieces that they've been working on for years, and then they put it in a show, and sort of this is when they also would love them to be sold, and this is a completely different business model. And how, to put it directly, how will also artists make money, and sort of make money also for themselves and for further production in this new business model? And how did they react to it?
Yeah, well, this is a great question. So part of our business model is actually more like the music industry, in that our artists are going to get royalties. So we commission the artworks that go into the Experiential Art Center, and then the artists get a percentage of the ticket revenue. Okay. And then our plan is that this will tour to our other EAC venues. And so each time it's on display, the artist is going to get a percentage of the ticket revenue. And so we're commissioning new works, so we're paying, to produce them. They get a percentage of the ticket revenue. And we also do have a team at Super Blue that is artist managers, and they will also be selling the artwork, like different iterations of it. So we, So
the artwork will be for sale as well. So yes. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, what we're working in warehouses that are 50,000 square feet. So some of the artworks are taking up 8,000 to 15,000 square feet. But we can sell smaller iterations of the artwork. Or, for instance, a lot of the artists that do projection pieces, they also do monitor works, which are much more intimate in size and saleable, and those are often editions. So if someone comes to the show and really wants to take a part of it home, we can work with the artist to either create a commission that's site specific to the collector's home, or have, smaller scale kind of monitor works that are editioned. That's more like the traditional gallery model of selling prints or photographs.
And do you already know what the entrance fee will look like, at least like for Miami? Did you project something? Do you know what the ticket will be?
We're still figuring it out, but probably, in Menlo Park, I think the average ticket price was $20. It's going to be tiered, for adults and kids, but between probably around 30, but we're still figuring it out.
And so how did the artists react to this proposal of going? Basically, you are becoming a museum, just a private museum, and with the intention then to sell the work, but it's essentially like a space, and you buy a grand scale immersive museum experience. So how did they react to it?
Well, we think of this as being another way that artists can engage with audiences. So we don't want to replace galleries. We want to help supplement that and really help artists actualize their dream works large scale that sometimes our galleries just don't have the expertise on their team, or the ability to show it in this scale in this way, or to reach other countries. So most artists were really thrilled to have this new direction, and some of these artists have already really interestingly enough have been thinking about this idea of transporting their artworks, making them transportable, because again, I think in the past, if you think about Solowit works, things were very site specific, or even James Trail, his crater pieces, or Gansfeld, or the skylight pieces, that stuff, it's very construction heavy. So some of our artists, the younger ones, are really thinking about, okay, how can we make this something that you can build, put together like a puzzle piece, and then be able to, travel it around the world. So it's really interesting. I think artists are very excited about this direction and this idea. And, the kind of arcane gallery model I think, you know, it has its place, it has its purpose, and there will always be traditional art and people interested in it. And it's so important to the legacy of artists and collectors. But I think this is just a new direction. We're in such a technology-driven world, and I think especially the younger generations that have been growing up with iPads and iPhones, everyone's used to looking at a screen all the time. So I think it's going to become, you know, more popular. And we've seen this, you know, with other, I would say more like entertainment venues like Meow Wolf or Museum of Ice Cream. They get so many visitors, you know, through the door. I don't know exactly the statistics, but, you know, they're getting a lot of people, just like people going to the Met or the MoMA. So I think artists and just, you know, general people in the world are ready for this new kind of experience. And we really want to pave the way for establishing it.
So so maybe coming to the classical question. So your programming for the Super Blue, are you looking to program it like a museum to have show runs for like 3 months period, or is it shorter runs? How do you see it? And who can you maybe already say? What is the plan? Maybe give us a little bit of teaser of the artists that will be showing with Super Bowl.
Well, the shows are going to be up longer. We're thinking about 18 months, maybe a little bit less. You know, at the mid to end of September, we'll have another announcement about which artists will be in our Miami venue. Yep. So that's when
you'll be announcing several shows that you will be doing. Yeah.
Yeah, the next step will be announcing the artists in the Miami venue.
Okay.
And then, you know, probably in 2021, early 2021, we'll announce our next kind of big project.
And so, of course, coming from the Ars Electronica side, I'm also, and in the COVID situation, is so, as you said, you're planning to do an online version or to do an online show with the same artist, right? As I understand it.
No, well, we're exploring that direction now. there's a team that's dedicated to exploring like how we might engage with this, because you know, a lot of our artists are doing what I like to call hybrid shows, which is you know, take place in a physical venue. Like, for instance, Rafael Lozano-Hemmer, he was just able to open his show at the Arsenal in Montreal, because also because of COVID, certain areas of the world are opening up, but others aren't. You know, like here in New York, museums aren't open, but in Miami, all the museums, you know, are open. And so Rafael in his show, certain works, you know, as someone is engaging with it in front of like a sculpture or a monitor piece, someone at home can be reacting to it. Yeah. So I think that's really interesting how artists are figuring out how to continue to engage with people from around the world. And I think, you know, something you and I had talked about, not to get ahead of our questions, but, you know, is how can artists reach a wider range of audiences, especially in this time? And one of the things I mentioned to you is that Twitch is this kind of new platform where people can log in and everyone can watch the same thing. And really, before, it's been used for gaming technology like Call of Duty and stuff like that. But kids, you know, will log in and they'll be able to play the game. They can chat with each other. And the past couple of months, I've noticed that music venues in New York have been having live performances online, and also different music venues around New York. You know, that I have some friends that work there. They're saying that they're starting to They've received grants. They're creating this like digital 3D rendered world of their normal venue, and they're going to charge tickets to have people to like log on and see it. And I think this could be such a useful tool for artists to start to engage with and partner with. And another, you know, Travis Scott, the rapper, he did a live performance on Fortnite, and 12 million people logged in on one night to see it. And I just think that's so incredible. And it's a new kind of avenue and direction that artists or even galleries, museums, that everyone could start to utilize.
Yeah, a friend of mine, he's actually launching tomorrow as well an event on Twitch. So he programmed an exhibition world, so you can go in and sort of have an online beer and experience that show. So I think, so we'll see. And we are also excited, obviously, what you will do with Superblue, and think of all the people that are still in lockdown and that can't and will not be able to make it to Miami. But I think obviously your roster of artists does invite for immersive big shows, right? And at some point also that maybe museums can't sort of stem at a certain moment, but you as a gallery and sort of can do this alternative business model. But also because you till last week you were still working with PACE, right? So I've had the privilege of kind of having this dual role for several years. I've led the media arts department at PACE, which was so great that they allowed me to create my own department there and establish and implement new procedures for dealing with media arts, because it's so much different than traditional media like oil paint or marble sculpture. You have to consider power and internet needs and equipment obsolescence. And so it really needs this, like I like to say, a mix of traditional registrar practices with kind of new procedures that are specific to different, multimedia works. And so I've, been working with Mark Glimsher on these other kind of PACE endeavors. And so, I was part of the PACE-X team, and then, recently switched just full-time over to Superblue to really help this new initiative. But may I maybe ask again from the logic of the gallery world, are you also considering to tapping into, like, to work with other artists that are not with PACE? Is that sort of an absolutely independent entity?
It's a completely separate entity from PACE, like a whole different staff. And what's great about the people that were hired, they all have diverse backgrounds. So the COO, Marcy Davis, comes from Cirque du Soleil. And so it's great that we're bringing like all different expertise to this new enterprise. So it's completely separate. There are some PACE artists that we are, working with, like Drift, Team Lab, Leo Villarreal, James Trail. But Superblue has its own artists that we're working with, like Risa Pruno, Nick Cave, and in the press release we kind of list all of them. S. Devlin, So, and again, like we are providing this new path that we don't want to replace galleries. We want to work with them. We want to work museums as well. Yeah,
and that's interesting, and I think we are also like all excited how you will evolve that model. And coming back to the sort of pre-Superblue phase of yours, and I think when COVID hit, you are in the department, you're working with artists that are, let's say, new media savvy and work with technology. And I guess, but for many artists, it was still probably a challenge to adapt to a full-time online presence. And how can you maybe give sort of how did it go? So that, because the galleries were closed for the longest time in New York, they're now opening, and how did that shift go if you're if you're producing physical work and now you're all of a sudden deemed to only screen presence?
Well, some artists, had already been dabbling into it. Other artists, we wanted to engage them in different ways. So by doing some Zoom lectures, or studio visits or tours of their works in the space. We also, we're trying to connect artists to other partners that, like technology partners that we're looking for artists to work with, like Google Lab, also often partners. And then at Pace, we really had to shift to getting everything online, and we already had put photographs online. We also just shifted getting all of our art fairs online, and so we started doing more artist talks and lectures as well. And I think what's been most interesting is seeing how art fairs have adapted during this time. Like right when Art Basel Hong Kong canceled and had like their first online fair, and really all the subsequent fairs. You could go on a website, you could see each gallery, each art fair kind of seemed to get a little bit better, but I don't know if you've been able to see Untitled's art fair with Artland. I thought that was so cool. Like, they used some sort of game technology that felt like they were wandering through the art fair and through the booth. And so that's where, not only art fairs, but galleries, it would be great to partner with gaming companies to have it be more interactive, really feel like you're wandering through a space. So that's where I hope museums, galleries, artists, can have that ability to partner with people that they never have before, that will enable them to try new things, take new initiatives. Because if you're just one artist working in isolation in the studio, it's hard. It could be disheartening, but I think a lot of artists that I talked to really felt like, wow, I've been traveling so much month to month. I go to this art fair, I'm meeting with this collector, I'm doing this studio visit, I'm going to this opening. I think like the silver lining, because obviously the pandemic been so disastrous on so many different levels, but that some people were able to kind of self-reflect and really think about their practice in a new way. So I think if there's one silver lining for some, it was this break that allowed them to look at it from new ways and really, what is this new norm and how do we all adapt, in our own lives, but also in our artistic practice. So
my question to you is also like the bottom line. If you look at the statistics of performance, like, I don't know, like the first number that comes to my mind is also visits of your webpage, of the PACE webpage. Did it spike? Was it like flat as before, or did it actually, like, did people continuously visit, or did it actually see an uptake? Did more people visit the website, and did more people than before, because they had the physical space also to interact with? Did it actually spike during COVID? And I mean, we are still in COVID.
Yeah. So right when it happened, we definitely saw a spike, like a significant increase in the number of people coming to our webpage. And then we already were working on having online viewing rooms. But once COVID hit, it just caused us to really accelerate like that focus. And so then we started creating online curated shows that every couple weeks changed. And so, we noticed a dramatic increase in the number of people coming to the page. And we also saw an increase of followers on Instagram. And the more kind of live streaming talks that we did, we also saw that we got more followers as well. So I think
that's basically painting, let's say, an interesting future, at least for the future of Superblue, as you're doing this tandem approach of immersive space. And last year I also visited two shows that were immersive in Miami. So I think you're going down that path, and what you also had experience with. So we are very excited to see what you will be coming up with in the physical and the digital space. Also, how the artists will be responding to that new spaces. Yes, I think that's also going to be interesting in that new form of collaboration. So thank you, Rainer, for taking the time to talk to me. And so what is the date that you're launching in Miami? Do you have the date yet?
It's going to be December 2020. So we're following.
Okay, you don't have the date.
We're following the COVID situation really closely, but yeah, we'll be having an announcement later.
Okay, so the date will be announced. So I'm really curious, also for the sake of the artists, and I also think it's a fantastic opportunity also that you look out for other artists, not only in the traditional gallery roster that you have been working with. So we will see what's coming up with, what you will be coming up with, and have a wonderful day. And we look forward to the next announcement of Super Bowl.
Thank you so much for your time. And
well, hello, Kate. I have the honor to speak today with Kate Hollenbach, who just is starting her new role in Denver. So you made yourself comfortable at the new place. Thank you for taking the time amidst of getting ready for the new academic year. So, and I'll start right away with my question. So how has the COVID pandemic been for you so far? How did it influence your life as an artist and educator?
Sure. I mean, the biggest way is that I had to really radically change the way that I teach. Teaching is I am an artist, but teaching is my primary source of income. So it's the thing that has to happen so that art can happen. But I also love teaching. Like, I like to be with the students while they're learning. Especially the students that are working with art and code together, and seeing some of them start to think of themselves as capable programmers for the first time, or see themselves as artists who can use code to get at things from a different angle in their work. So a challenge was trying to figure out how when usually I would have an opportunity to meet with the students in person and introduce the material in a really gentle way and take a lot of questions from them, which I think is a really important part of making learning to code accessible. How do I do that online with video? And how do I do that with really short notice? And also in a way that makes the material and content accessible to my students, knowing that some of them will be at home sharing space with their families. Some of them stayed in Chicago, which is where I was living and teaching at the time. Some of them stayed in Chicago with their roommates, who were also all college students. So some of them all had to be on video at the same time, and it didn't work. So I had to learn to be very flexible, and also really learn how to do video production, which maybe sounds silly knowing that some of my work is video work, but the way that I approach it in my artwork is very different from recording a lecture of academic material and having to edit it and cut it, versus developing a system where you just use the system to generate the video in some capacity, or use the rule system for how you go about making the video, and having to all of a sudden be presentable on camera and make sure that I'm not saying
a lot of times
in the videos for my students. So learning how to make some adjustments and script those was, some of the initial big impact. But there's of course all the other things, right? Like readjusting how to stay home a lot of the time. And like many people, my partner and I weren't living together at the time that this all started. So we had to make a quick decision. Okay, are we going to live together now? Where are we going? How do we both get set up to do our work there? And kind of working through the interpersonal changes at home as we went through that together. It was something that took up a lot of time, right, and space.
So it touches pretty much all aspects of life, right? So in the pandemic going on. And so with regard to teaching, so your teaching position did not involve full-time online teaching before. So you sort of had to teach yourself how to do it best and adapt it to your students. And the private living situation, you said, but what about your own work? Did you have, let's say, starting from March till now, how much time did you have actually on your hand to work for yourself and to work as an artist?
I honestly didn't spend any time working as an artist, really, in that time. It was just something I couldn't focus on, having to, kind of change things rapidly at home and also support my family from afar emotionally while we went through some challenges related to the pandemic. It was just sort of all that I could handle at that time.
I do understand it's very demanding to figure that also headspace out, I think, for anything other than pure sort of survival. But when preparing that interview, I thought it was pretty beautiful. You sent me a link to a work of yours all day, every day. And so you're an engineer also by profession, and you have been working in big enterprises and have been designing, but you followed that track to be an artist and to be a teacher in the arts. And maybe would you want to talk us through? You said it's not on your site, but it's been living since 2016. And do you want to maybe share with us that work and maybe talk us through? I thought it's a pretty poetic and very beautiful, as it involves touching screens, so to speak, simultaneously with someone else, maybe.
Okay, can you see that okay?
Perfect, yes.
Should be a Chrome window. Okay, so this is the application alldayeveryday.online is the address for this online. And this is an application that is a multi-touch experience for multiple people to experience online. So right now we're looking at the screen on my laptop, but I also have the application up on my phone just to show that. And as I swipe through the experience, we can see my touches from my phone start to appear on the website. So those would go out to any other connected users at that time. And likewise, on my device, I would see the swipes and gestures from any other connected user at the same time. And the gestures that are occurring are swipes in the direction of motion for the graphics that are showing on the screen. And on other screens, I can't demonstrate this on the laptop version, but when we see three contacts like that, I'm actually swiping with 3 or 4 fingers on the device because it's required to kind of advance to the next screen, I guess. So it's something that kind of sits between being a game and being an art piece. It's an experience for multiple people. And this is a piece from 2016, but it's something that I've been thinking about a lot when I do have time to think about my art practice in between other things that I have going on right now. I'm thinking a lot about this work and how you create presence online at a time where we mostly see each other, our friends and family, through video, something that is flat, something that doesn't engage our bodies fully.
And so the work is existing and you continuously work on it or think about it since 2016. So why did you not share it? Why did you not publish it by now? Is there a reason to it, and why do you think it's a good time now?
Sure. I've shown this work, and usually like in a live lecture context, like I'll have a bunch of people log in at the same time so they can kind of experience it more fully. The thing that I felt, there's always a tension in my artwork where I have this background as a interaction designer, product designer. And so sometimes when I make interactive artworks, if I haven't quite resolved all the interaction design details or the mechanics of it, I don't feel like it's ready. And I think with this one, I never really resolved the experience of, well, what happens when you go to this website and you're alone and you're swiping through it? Is it okay for someone to experience the work without the remote presence of other people? Is something that I'm still working through. So that's why I haven't documented and published this one, even though it is available online. Anyone can access it at any time, because I'm still thinking through some of the particulars of that.
And I think the question is like, how does someone who is alone experience that? So, and I think for you working, really being a professional in the engineering space, like a true professional and an artist, and I mean, there's a conversation how important is the technological system and the software? How important is that to the art itself? Is that a tool, or is a software or a programming language? Is that art in and out itself? And what is your position in that conversation?
That's a great question. I think that for me, writing software is a way to examine digital material more directly. And it's how I come to understand technology, probably because of my background. I certainly don't think that it's the only way to do that, or that it always produces better work. But for me, it kind of helps me understand how the material works, like how the digital material being, not just the electricity and the zeros and ones and the bits, but the specific way that a piece of software might be constructed. How does that lend itself to creative expression or resistance of some kind, pushing back against established norms in interface design or the way technology is applied.
So so as you're describing it, you rather see also the technological, let's say, base more as a tool, right? And it needs other layers to let's use the term deconstruct it, or to fully grasp a piece of art, other than the pure construct of the technological aspect. Do I get that right?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I would say that I'm more interested in what you can do with it and understanding how the pieces of it become that. The technical pieces of it become that, rather than just getting excited about the technology for technology's sake.
And so since we all pretty much have shifted from since March, from going and seeing galleries, museums, I don't know, maybe also artist studios, and now we completely exist online. I mean, for the most part, some museums in Europe have reopened, and I really envy these places. But as far as the US is concerned, we're pretty much still in the online existence. And how, when creating, when you were doing your work, or you're doing your work, what was your premise in your head, or like the thesis that you had
when producing artwork? Was it, let's say, prior to COVID, was it still for people to experience the artwork live in a 3D physical setting, or did you always have in mind it has to also operate fully on the screen as well? So what is your concept of art making, so prior to COVID and
Sure. I mean, I think that for me probably varies from project to project, whether it can be experienced online or if it requires being in a gallery setting with other people. Something I've been thinking about a lot lately is that the way that we spend our attention when we're mostly online has a different effect on how we view content or split focus between different things versus showing up for something in person. And even if we are, texting or doing other things simultaneously, there still is largely a focus on the event that is happening and being present there. Versus preparing to show our work online is contending with other tabs that people have open in their browser and whatever else they have going on at home. So I think that that's something I know when I build works that are purely online, that they're not fully immersive in the same way that going to a space is, or going somewhere socially even. I think that that's the part that I miss the most about gallery spaces, is just running into friends at art galleries, and the kind of social component of looking at a work together, experiencing it together, knowing that you're both seeing the same thing at the same time, taking in the same other senses of the space around you. And that is missing a little bit from some of the online experiences, or that's what I notice the most when I'm watching, say, a broadcast of an opening, or an online show that has, some kind of Zoom call synced to it at the same time.
So the social experience of doing that, watching it together and discussing it maybe in real life, in a live conversation, and coming back again to the technical end, are you writing a code from scratch? Are you using open source code? How do you go about making your own work?
Sure. I think there are very few projects that I start entirely from scratch, in part because usually there's a specific thing that I want to do, and I'll find an example that is close but not quite the same thing. And I'm often learning a new toolkit or something new as a way of working when I make a work. So for example, the series I did where I made an application that recorded my phone use from the vantage point of the phone, from the front camera and the back camera, that was an Android application. So that was using the Android toolkit, which is all in Java, which is a language I had worked in before, but not for a very long time when I had worked on that project. So there was a lot of new ground to cover. So it was sort of broken down into pieces, like, how do I access the camera? How do I make the camera run in the background while I do other things? How do I save the video? How do I get the video files out of a place that they're saved to on my phone? All of those things are kind of like, I can find an example that does just that, and then it's up to me to figure out how do they all go together.
And so my concurrent question is, so your website or your CV still says that you freelance also still as in the industry side. And I think that's very interesting. So, and my question is, like, what is your motivation behind it? Is it still that you, like, when being hit up by a freelance project, is it something like to the curiosity to build a product and then to take your learnings to your own art making? Or can you maybe talk about that a little bit?
Sure. I think that started partly out of necessity when I was first getting started teaching. I wasn't working full time yet, so I needed to pick up some contract work to keep going. And those were skills that I already had. So I leaned on those a little bit. Now I think I'm doing less of that work in general, but I still am interested in hearing from people that want to collaborate on different projects, less so for industry, but more from other artists who maybe have an idea and need a little bit of help implementing it, or who are just interested in something that I've done and want to come up with a new idea together. So I remain open to that, but it's a little less about the industry side of it. Although the one thing I do miss about working in industry is working in a bigger team of people on creative work.
Yeah, I can understand. So working with top professionals in each of the departments, it's also pretty interesting, right? So you also learn from that team experience. And so coming back to your teaching position, and you work as an artist and as an educator, and you have that that long-ranging experience in the industry and also as an artist, are there any values also, so and I'm thinking basically of the scandals in the technology world, as privacy and usage of data. So how much of that are you handing forth to your students, and how do you discuss values of treating technology and working with technology?
Sure, that's a fantastic question. I think that sharing with the students, not just an enthusiasm for technology, but also how to be critical of the things that are happening around them, especially on the technological landscape relating to privacy and surveillance is something that's really critically important. Even in an introductory level class where the students have a lot to chew on already if they're learning to code for the first time, they get a sense of how powerful code can be, because they, the first time they make something move on the screen responding to the mouse is like magic, right? That's always my favorite moment in the quarter is like, you can see the students get really excited about, oh yeah, I can really do something with this now. But having them understand that sometimes this enthusiasm misleads us or hides some things from us. I think about this a lot in relation to, I have done a lot of work related to like embodied computation and making more expressive interfaces that react to more than tapping your finger or using the mouse. But some of these require understanding the entirety of your face or your body. And I think that when I was younger, I didn't really think through the implications of these things because I was just excited about them. And so it's really important to me now to instill into my students, you can still be excited about this, but think through the decisions that you make along the way. About how you get there, should the thing be made at all. And
so that's always a question, yeah? So it's always a question that you ask, should the thing that you envision, no matter how exciting it is, should it be made, yeah?
It's something I've learned to ask. I think it was something I didn't ask earlier in my career, but it's something that it's over time become more and more obvious to me is really critical.
And what is like a bell that is ringing when you say it's definitely shouldn't be made? Is there some death criteria? Was that like, this is very exciting, but it definitely should die? Is there something like that?
Yeah, I'm thinking of a lot of applications that get used for like monitoring communities and monitoring people's contributions and activities as they're working, like performing labor, like having tools that make sure that they're on task. Okay. And having tools where people are reporting things that are happening in their communities. I think there are ways that you can design for that has the interests of everyone in the community in mind, but I think that there's a lot of danger in building policing systems out of digital tools.
Indeed, and we continue to be in that conversation with Silicon Valley, further debating that basically in all the steps that you also see in media being discussed. And so my other curious question, so you again, as an educator and an artist, but still you've been showing in museums and in physical spaces. How do you see the commercial art world reacting to your work? I don't know, have you seen, and now I'm just a guess, have you seen more interest during COVID to your work, that people were reaching out that haven't been that receptive to your work, not only to your work, but the sort of type of work before? Do you see any of that, or not really?
I haven't really seen a big change there. I think that in spite of having shown in some institutions and galleries, I think that I am still largely outside of that space. I don't quite have the vocabulary for how to present myself in that world yet. So I always still feel kind of like an outsider when I'm showing work in that way, and I think it shows. So that hasn't changed as a result of going more online.
And I wouldn't be surprised if that will change entirely, since the museum landscape and the gallery landscape sort of bracing themselves for like at least a solid year more of complete online presence. I think there will be definitely, as I mean, people are really browsing the internet, and I mean, out of pure own also curiosity as participants of this system. They love art, and since they sort of were used to the 3D experience, now they're shifting online. So I think the learning curve is definitely on the uptake. But coming back, so as someone who, I don't know, you said you're also following openings of shows online, and that used to be physical. Is there anything that you'd say, well, I don't know, I would love to see that and that sort of that option, or that like plug in that would make it like, I don't know, more interesting or more social? Is there anything that you would say, I wish they would do that and that? And can you formulate that maybe?
Sure. The thing I've been thinking about the most related to that is, how do you hang out after the event? Because I think that that's one of the things that I miss the most, is sort of going out somewhere, running into a friend there, and then catching up for a while, or being like, should we leave and go have dinner? Should we leave and go get a drink? And for me personally, it'll be a while before I feel like, even if I felt like going to an art show in person, I think having dinner in a restaurant will take a little longer for me to feel safe doing something like that. So I've been really curious about what it looks like to go from the event being on, right, where someone is presenting content. I think that's something that's really different too about like an art gallery opening online, is that there is like a singular focus in the presentation of that, where at an opening you might be able to walk around and kind of mingle and go in and out of different spaces. And so I miss that sort of being able to find one of your friends there and peel off for a minute to have another conversation, or to go somewhere after together. And I've been really curious about what that like hanging out after the show looks like, and how that can be a part of the experience better. Because that for me is like the most social part, which is the part I'm missing the most staying at home.
And think, yeah, the social interaction and discussing what you've seen and anything that comes out of it. Well, I think that's relevant, and I think many people feel that, yeah. So it's like the flat screen, and how do you take that
that experience, what you just had even on the screen, like a little bit further, right? Well, this is minute 29, as I announced. And well, Kate, are you planning on sharing that work all day, every day this year? Or do you plan anything, like to share anything with your community of your artworks in the coming weeks or months?
Yeah, I think figuring out a long-term plan for this work is something that is on my agenda for the end of 2020.
Thank you so much for taking the time, and yeah, all the best for the start of the academic year.
reaching the final stage of what's coming out, but you just started with a single cell and stopped somewhere halfway in the movie, you will most likely not be able to tell whether it'll become a frog or a shrimp or even a human being. We all started like that, right? We all started at that single cell stage and became us, right? And this, in that brine shrimp, was triggered by the addition of water. You might think I've added water, so I have generated the sufficient condition to generate a flow. Okay? I want to impress upon you now that just adding water is not sufficient to generate a flow. And I'm using this word flow very loosely right now, okay? You all saw this embryo moving about, you know? If you didn't know it was an embryo, you would see that something is moving there. You might say there's a flow of something, there's a movement of something, right? And I'm using the word flow to mean a variety of these things at the moment. And that's what I loosely refer to as this flow of life. And why do I say that just with water, it's not sufficient? And I want to show you that even with water, the inside of a cell can quote unquote jam. Okay, and we'll see why. So here is a cartoon representation of one of the simplest cells that we know, a bacterium called E. coli. It's a bacteria. And if you look at the inside of this cell, what is drawn in these colors are the various proteins and macromolecules that are needed for the functioning of this cell. Okay? You've probably heard very often that 70% of us is water, or 70% of whatever, some large percent of us is water, right? But if you look at the inside of a cell, you'll be very hard-pressed to find where this large fraction of water is, because it is so packed. So if you look at, so this is a simulation, and 2-scale simulation of a small section of this cell. And so each one of these colored blobs is a protein, an enzyme, a macromolecule, etc. So you really see how crowded it is. Yeah, it's really packed, and things are having to push each other for space, right? And you might ask yourself, if that is the case, how can I generate a flow? If I don't even have space to move about, how can a flow come about just because there's water? It seems like it's not sufficient. Okay? So a small detour into states of matter, because it's important for us to set this idea of flow on slightly firmer grounds, okay? So if I asked any of you what the states of matter would be, you would say solid, liquid, gas, right? If I take water, it will exist as a liquid. It'll be a gas in the form of steam, or it can be a solid because it forms ice, it forms a crystal, right? There's another very interesting state of matter, which Janvi referred to Shrikant Shastri at the beginning of this talk. Shrikant is a physicist at Jawaharlal JNC ASR, and he works on this rather interesting state of matter, which is called a glass. Okay, so a glass, we all have everyday experience of what glass is. So I have glasses right now, right? You all have, some of you have glasses. That's the same glass that we are referring to. And it's a very interesting state of matter because water can also exist as a glass. And this is one of Shrikant's interests in water. How can water exist as a glass? Right? So what's the difference between these states? So if I have molecules or atoms comprising a gas, these molecules are so far apart from each other. They're not feeling each other by any interaction. Their positions are random in space, and they're moving about. In a liquid, they're slightly closer packed than in a gas. That's what we learn in school. They're slightly closer packed such that now they can interact with each other. They can feel each other's forces. There are small forces of attraction and repulsion that they start feeling. And because of these forces of attraction and repulsion, what they do is to have some order. They start to form some pattern close to each other. If you go all the way away from this liquid into the state of a crystal, the interactions between them are so strong that they form a periodic arrangement, okay, as in the case of a crystal. But somewhere in between, depending, and this is a very complicated matter, there is this state called a glass, which behaves like a solid, but at the microscopic scale, it looks like a liquid. It doesn't look like a solid, okay? So we have everyday experience with this kind of a situation. For example, in a traffic jam, okay? So normally when, of course, in Bangalore, most of the traffic is in this glassy or jam state. Okay? Otherwise, it flows, right? Why is this a glassy state? Because you see, things are very disordered. It's not like in a crystal. And at the same time, it doesn't really move. It's jammed. So could something like that be happening in a physical situation like this? So why do I bring this up? Why do I bring this up? Because you have earlier seen this picture. So you have seen a bunch of molecules sitting inside this cytoplasm, and they're so crowded that they really cannot get past one another. They jam. Okay? So this material inside the cell jams up, and it forms something like a solid. So what causes them to flow at all? Generally, what I want to impress upon you is the fact that there are large-scale flows. So what you're watching now is a movie of one cell, and even though it's very crowded, you see that things flow, right? So what is causing this flow? What is causing this flow is the fact that there is energy that the cell can use and burn, okay? So in a traffic jam, if we were not drivers, we would be stuck there forever. But because we can consume energy and move a bit here, there, we can generate a flow. So even though the material inside the cell is so crowded, if imagine that one of those molecules spends energy and pushes, then the neighbors are forced to move along. And once they move along, you generate some kind of a larger scale flow. Once you have a flow, what does the flow really achieve? It achieves the fact that you transport material from one place to another place, right? And once you have transport of material from one place to another place, you have the possibility of a reaction that can happen, right? Once the possibility of a reaction happening is there, that can trigger the process, further processes of life. So, can we turn off the flow in a cell by not just removing water, but by removing energy, right? So that's what I just told you. I can create a flow, not just by removing water, but also by removing a source of energy. And in fact, people have done these experiments where they look at the bacterial cytoplasm. Cytoplasm is the inside of a cell. It's all the material inside a cell. And what they say is that the cytoplasm has glass-like properties. We've just seen that it's so crowded that it has glass-like properties. But it is fluidized by metabolic activity. What is metabolic activity? It's really just the consumption of energy, right? So what I'll very briefly try and explain this experiment to you. So what you're seeing here is the outline of a cell. And what they do is they put a little molecule in there that glows bright, is fluorescent. Okay? And they can visualize this thing moving. Imagine now that I'm in a traffic jam And you cannot tell the difference between any cars. You're sitting so far away. But one of the cars is lit up, right? If this car remains stationary, you'll know that there is a jam. But if it starts moving, you know that it's not jammed. So that's the technique. So they use this fluorescent cell. And what they do is they deplete this cell of energy. If it's not depleted of energy, this little molecule moves around happily. So this blue and red line is the trajectory of these molecules that are moving inside the cell. But as soon as you remove energy, you see that this spot, so the molecule just becomes trapped in one location, right? So what has happened between this state and this state, here there's something liquid-like or fluid-like, and here this has suddenly become like a solid. Okay? And what I want to contend, what I want to show you guys is that when a cell enters the state of dormancy, or this suspended animation or whatever else, it goes from something like that to something like that. It becomes a solid. So removing water or energy initiates the transition to dormancy. That's the statement that I just now made, okay? But how does the cell know that it's being removed? I mean, water is being removed, energy is being removed. It doesn't, so typically there's some other cue, right? Something like the pH outside changes, or something, some other chemical cue comes saying, oh, you know, there's going to be very little energy from now on, and so on, right? And it uses those cues, the cell uses those cues to put itself into dormancy. That's an active process, okay? So it goes into from a liquid, and I use the word active liquid because it uses energy to make the cytoplasm liquid, right? It's not liquid in its natural state, it's using energies. That's why I call it an active liquid. And as soon as it goes into this dormant state, it goes into a glassy state. It becomes a solid. And when it exits, it comes back into this active liquid form. I want to contend with you that this is what we associate with the normal processes of living, this liquid state. Okay, that's what allows us to function. That's what allows us to move. If I am like a block of ice or wood, I will not be able to move. I will not be able to carry out any of my functions, right? So there's a delicate balance between being a liquid and a solid that really allows us to perform all these functions of life. Okay, so what might a cue be? So let's watch this jamming process in action, right? So here's a paper from 2016 where a change in the pH gives the cell a trigger saying that, now something, trouble is coming. So I'm going to jam up. Okay. Please remember here, we have not removed water, right? So I'm trying to tell you situations of this broad phrase that I've used, without water, right, to mean a transition to go from this state where things are happening active and living to a state where it enters dormancy. Again, this is a movie. Yeah, this will play maybe. Yeah, okay, great. So here are these little cells. And inside the cell, there are these molecules which are glowing green, which are the ones that are tagged. Below is a movie of that process. So you can see that when the medium is normal, these things are just moving around, right? These are the little jiggly motions of a fluid. At some point, they change the pH, and immediately you saw that everything jammed up. Watch the movie carefully. When they change the pH, it'll come up here in red, and watch what happens here. So now it's in the normal state. They change the pH, and everything has just frozen in place. They change the pH back, and it starts to move. So what I want to tell you guys, so of course they've made a statement here that, you know, this transitions of the cell from a fluid to a solid-like state and promotes an entry into dormancy. What I want you guys to take away from what I've said so far is that there's some transition from a fluid-like state to a solid-like state that is associated with the transition from what we might call normal life to this dormant form. Okay, that's one message that I want to give you guys. And this transition, like you saw, might be mediated, of course. If I remove water from this, it dries up. That's an obvious way for you guys to think about entry into dormancy. What I'm telling you here is that there can be another kind of entry where even though there is water, the water is useless for it to do anything because there's no source of energy. There's another way for us to do it. Freeze it. Right? So there's this incredible creature called the wood frog or the Arctic frog. Every winter, its entire body freezes and it becomes wooden. Right? And when the temperature increases, when spring comes, it thaws and it hops away happily. Right? For this entire winter, this frog turns solid. Okay? What exactly is going on there? Of course, water is there, but it's in the form of ice. And again, it's an unusable form of water for this organism right now. There are other creatures like worms, which are a favorite in the lab. Again, these so-called C. elegans. It's a nematode worm, which is found in the soil. This also has this ability to enter dormancy. Okay? And I've used another word over here called cryptobiosis. Secret life, right? Because we don't know what is going on in this dormant form. It's just code for that. Of course, we are all familiar with the example of seeds, right? These are dried form with the potential to give rise to another. So the question is, how long can these things remain dormant? That's one thing that we posed earlier. How long? Can it be a year? Can it be 2 years? Can it be 3 years? Here's an example of a paper that came out recently where some of these seeds are buried in ice for 30,000 years. And 30,000 years later, scientists extracted the seed from this permafrost, this ice, and out of it came a healthy plant. Okay? This is insane, 30,000 years. There's evidence for us now to believe that there are some spores, bacterial spores, which can last millions of years. Millions of years, right? That's a staggeringly long amount of time. How or why can these things last that long? That's a very, very interesting question for us to ask. Of course, inspired by things like this, the fact that you can have the potential for life for many years, there are people now that want to put themselves into this state, right? So there are companies in the world that want to freeze people, make them go dormant, and who knows, maybe they want to come back to life. I don't know when. Is this even possible? Is this science fiction? We know that I can't put my finger into the freezer, and when I pull it out, I'm pretty sure it will not be functioning quite the same way, right? With what audacity, with what hope are we going into this kind of an experiment? We don't know yet that this will work, right? But it's a dream. Can it be possible at all? I don't know. So what's going on during this process of freezing? Okay, the water this is another kind of without water, of course. So the cell, so what is drawn over here are molecules which show the boundary of a cell. And when the cell detects that it's going to be frozen, what it does is immediately use pores, ion channels in the cell membrane to get as much water out as possible. So the cell actively says, water, I'm going to try and push you out. Why is the cell trying to push water out? Because if the water remains inside the cell, it forms a crystal. An ice crystal, you have seen ice crystals, they are sharp, right? And these sharp structures can tear holes into the cell. And if they tear holes into the cell is no longer a cell. All its contents are spilled out, right? So that's one reason why the cell is trying to get as much water out, even when it's frozen, remember, right? It starts to produce antifreeze proteins. Why does it care to do this? Because it wants to suppress the formation of ice. Okay? It wants to suppress the formation of crystalline ice. Because crystalline ice is what is sharp. Okay? But I just told you earlier that water need not become crystal. It can also become a solid by becoming a glass. Right? So some of these proteins help this kind of solid formation. Okay? That's what an antifreeze protein does. And it also, the cell also, now, those of you who have studied about proteins, etc. in school, know that a protein is a long polymer, and then it folds because of various electrostatic interactions, with hydrophobic interaction. It needs water for it to form a structure, right? But now, this is a state where the cell is getting rid of water. So how does this molecule maintain its structure? Because it has to maintain its structure for it to function at all, right? So again, the cell starts to make other molecules which mimic water. We don't know yet exactly what these are, how they function, so on and so forth. But what I want to tell you is that the cell starts to go into a completely different chemical composition altogether when it goes into this dormant state. So the question, how long can this thing last? We've just seen 30,000 years, 1,000,000 years. But we know that even some of our most sturdy structures that we build go into ruin if we don't maintain them, right? So why should something tiny like a cell be able to withstand all these things when something so sturdy as our own constructions will just naturally decay, right? So what it suggests to us is that there must be some maintenance going on, or there is some construction which the cell is able to do that we cannot do, which can last millions of years. Understanding this is interesting from both perspectives, right? So let's take the first perspective. I mean, if we don't go into our room and keep cleaning it, it naturally becomes disordered, dirty, goes into decay, becomes that eventually. So how do we maintain it from not doing that? By spending energy, right? We go in there, we vacuum it, we clean it, we do all that stuff. We spend energy. So one possibility is that the cell spends energy to maintain itself, right? So what we are contending with is a situation where on the time scale of 30,000 years, there's enough energy for the cell to maintain itself. So how much energy has it packed for itself? How much food has it carried with it? Right? That's a crazy, crazy thing for us to ponder. But there is evidence to suggest that there is metabolism and maintenance at low temperatures or dormancy. Okay, so what you're seeing here is a metabolic rate measured as a function of temperature, and you see that there is even some growth of organisms that happen at -20°C. This is not surprising for some of us. There's maintenance, of course, going on at these very low temperatures. This is energy that is associated with the spontaneous decay of molecules. So the cell at least has to spend that much energy in repairing processes, etc. Right? But we have no clue, we have no hint to suggest that some of this is going on in this dormant state. Okay? Which very quickly brings me to the kinds of questions that we are trying to answer in our lab. We are trying to ask what is happening during dormancy. Okay? What are the ways in which cells are getting into dormancy? What are the ways they're coming out of dormancy? What are the mechanisms which help prevent repair on the way out, or which help prevent damage on the way in, which repair on the way out, etc. But there are very other important questions. How much energy is it packing for itself, like I've been saying? What key processes are running for this maintenance? What are these? Can we figure these out? How long can they keep running? Is there a limit? Can this go on forever? When does the cell give up? When does the cell decide, no? And when it's coming back out, what does it first do? Right? And I'm very happy that the person running all these experiments, my PhD student Charu, is sitting right here. So if there are questions about the next bit of the talk, you know where to go. So she is the person that is running all these experiments, and so she can tell you a lot more than I can even begin to do. Okay, so what is Charu doing? So Charu works with this organism called Saccharomyces cerevisiae. It's the yeast that bread makers use to make bread. These are the cells under the microscope. They are, a few microns in size, a fraction of the width of our hair. Why is this important? It's because we can view them under a microscope. We can visualize these things, the molecules, etc., moving inside, so that Charu can keep track of the motions and see what processes might potentially be going on. And importantly for us, they're genetically tractable. What does that mean? We can go in and make modifications to the gene and play with the processes of life and ask how do those modifications are associated with some of these transitions to dormancy, etc. So this is the very ingenious experiment that Charu came up with. So what does she do? So the question she's trying to ask over here, if I take these cells and I freeze them, they will probably go into dormancy, but not everything will go into dormancy. A lot won't. And they will die, right? A lot will die. But some will survive. So she reasoned, saying that maybe there's something special about the ones that survived. So what if I take those ones which survived and grow them again and keep repeating this process? Can I get cells which become better and better and better and survive this process? So what she does, she grows cells for 24 hours, takes a small fraction of those cells, puts that in liquid nitrogen. For those of you who don't know, that's -200 degrees Celsius. We are not putting it into, we're literally dunking it as low as we can go, almost as low as we can go, -200 C. Then she brings it back to room temperature. Some of them have survived, like I said. So she measures how many have survived. And then she asks, as I repeat this process, what will happen? And here's what she finds. So here's the percentage of cells that survive as a function of the number of times that she's doing it. It starts off with some 5, 10%, 5% survival. That's a small number, right? She's taken that and gone on and on and on. And after about a month, about 80% of these guys survive. Right? So what you're watching here is evolution in action. Right? So what we are evolving for, what Charu is evolving for, is the ability to make this transition into dormancy and out of dormancy. The ability to survive without water at this low temperature and back. Potentially, this has the same thing when you dry it. You don't need to freeze it. Maybe you take the same cells and you dry them, make a powder, like what we have done outside. Outside, some of you guys who are running the experiment know that not everything hatches. Maybe if we do this, everything will hatch, right? So I'm going to just flash these questions again that Charu is trying to answer. So when these things have this capability, how are they affecting these various things that I raised earlier? Right, so that's as much as I want to say about transitions to dormancy, surviving without water in various interesting scenarios, etc. But I just want to leave you with the message, please stay tuned, because there's a lot going on. We're figuring out how many of these processes work, and if some of you are interested, please join the fun. You can find out more information about us there. So in the lab, what I talked to you about is this work that's going on this transition to dormancy, but there's also another arm where we are trying to use some of the ideas that we learned to construct synthetic systems, which may be of use engineering-wise, or may have the applications outside, etc., but may also lead us to insights about how the non-living becomes the living, right? The origin of life scenarios, and that's the group, and thank you very much.
And once more to Serbia, to the Garden Belgrade. The artist saw Kristina Tiker, the winner of the Serbian National Art and Science AI Lab selection for 2020. The artist Kristina Tiker will give us an insight in her work, Digital Prayer, presented by Center of the Promotion of Science.
Having my artistic practice developed for so many years in a variety of media, I figured how actually that exploration and switching between different medias can be important to me. So from traditional media such as painting, printmaking, or drawing, all the way to video, now generative media art, I figured the importance of the form that a particular specific media allows you to take. So each media has its own limits and also advantages, and using various kinds of them usually provokes you as an artist to shape your idea in relation to that. It's always very connected, and entering the world of visual programming for me was particularly interesting as a new way of seeing or a new way of constructing artwork, a visual artwork, which is actually somewhere in the data, in numeric values, or in the code itself. Trying to dig into those layers that are behind the interface layer that we commonly use on an everyday basis in our communication, on our cell phones, computers, etc., was for me as an artist very inspiring to be able to analyze that form and to figure in what ways that form can be manipulated, what is the span of, well, what are the possibilities. those were the main reasons why I was so curious about it, especially because I also believe that as an artist, as a visual artist, living now in a, well, if I may say, primarily visual world, like visual communication and image-to-image communication is nowadays quite important to us, I felt almost obliged to question the means and the technologies that we're constantly using, and to question the creative possibilities that it can actually offer. For the project that we're currently working on and presenting at this year's Art Plus Science festival here in Belgrade and in virtual form at Ars Electronica, we are presenting a project that is called Digital Prayer, and it's based on generative adversarial neural networks, where we are teaching the computer, after we fed him with a database that I've prepared of around 40,000 images, to create the image completely on his own. What we were curious, because this is a technology that emerges both in the art world, it's on technical level is also very popular. For our project, we chose a data set of images that are digital reproductions of Orthodox icons.
The project Digital Prayer unifies science and art through artificial intelligence. The main idea is to make generative icons from a database that are already existent icons, and in fact the main link, the main similarity between art and science is inspiration, which is in fact like imagination, which is not always related to images, but like in music and other branches of art, there is also that moment that is related to the truth. And this project is about investigation, what is the creativity, and how the creativity works and deals with the artificial intelligence, what is the relationship.
Putting in relation something such as a traditional Orthodox Christian painted artifact icon and artificial intelligence, we are trying to visualize the invisible in a way led by a thesis of Boris Groys, who also compares Byzantine icon as a visualization of the invisible information of some message. In a similar way, we understand that the invisible data can be visualized. The preparations for this project lasted for, well, quite a while now. It's been almost a year since the project started. First, we were just making database, training the computer to create images, and now, in the meantime, well, the idea is to present the project, to sort of materialize it. So for this September, we are preparing an installation that will consist of around 20 screens, and on each screen a different set of generated images will be shown.
In fact, the great importance and the question is how it could influence our future work and our national frame. This exhibition, in fact, is important concerning that, and that it unifies many fields in one part, like it is iconography, artificial intelligence, complex systems, etc. And that is a good base for further investigation. In fact, mine and Christina's approach are complementary, in the meaning that I work with analysis of the image and calculating the complexity of some signals, two-dimensional signals like images, etc. And here is about image synthesis, that is creation of the image from the database of all of the created images. That complementarity could be seen in our cooperation that we have applied to her generated images, my method, that have compared the complexity and have seen that some appropriate results about that the generated images had low complexity in comparison with the original images from the database.
Beside the thousands of images that we generated, we are also going to present the code with which we actually generated all of those files. The installation or all of those screens would be supported with metal construction, which we are making in a workshop. It's probably going to be around 4 meters wide and 3 meters high. In that way, it should resemble an iconostasis, which is a common object in most of Orthodox churches, and it also presents that interface, that border between the material world, the common world, and the spiritual or immaterial one. So in this way, as we are using computer interface as a digital screen to visualize the invisible, we are also trying to connect the concept of this installation to that. But here we're using metal shelves that are actually like server racks, and we are, of course, not trying to hide anything that's behind either screens or all of that electricity or data that passes through. So it will all be shown to the audience. One of the main reasons why I decided to create a database of Orthodox icons was because of the visual identity of them. Orthodox icons are created by a strict set of rules. They always resemble an older one. It's always a transcription of a previous one, and their visual identity hasn't been changed for centuries. It's all for a very clear purpose. The purpose is so the message won't change. So for that strict visual language, the aim is to keep the message the same. The purpose of analyzing these new ways of seeing or these new ways of image making in the collaboration with my scientific mentor Milos, we decided to compare the generated outputs, like generated images that resemble Orthodox icons, to the, so to say, originals. I mean, those digital reproductions of previously existent or already existent icons that we had in our database, and we were comparing the complexity of those images, and though our digital generated image files do kind of expand or change the way of perception, or they give some new sort of imagination. Through those calculations, they are not getting more complex, so their values are not as high as the originals have. But so, in a way, we figured out that our results are, as we kind of expected, are not really more complex, or they're not upgrading, they're not enhancing previously given material. Though on the other hand, they are giving this new way of perceiving, but the thing is, the computer can't generate anything beyond this spectrum of values, of data values that are previously given in the database. It just operates and combines and making numerous, varieties of the same spectrum of data, of values. And what is the good side, or what is the moments where the computer can do more, since we realized the computer can't it won't be aware of the idea itself, won't make an art piece greater than previously given one. But what he can do is he can generate infinite number of images. So what we have in these generated data sets and files, we have tens of thousands of images that are just slight variations, and theoretically the number is infinite, and those images are, so to say, much less permanent. They're quite temporal comparing to the original artworks that their main goal is to survive for ages, centuries, years, to stay present, to stay in this material form, solid, and to be permanent as much as possible. And the aesthetics and values and the aura of this new way of image generating is the complete opposite, and it certainly has its own poetic sense and its own aesthetics as well. And we are trying to enjoy this whole journey instead of just figuring out one goal or one ideal image. We are actually keeping an eye on the journey itself, on that search for the ideal image.
I think in general there is no difference. If you see Pythagoras or some ancient scientists, they were already artists, like musicians or etc. And the main question is not what is the similarity, but what is difference. Differences are differences between people that do first and the second, and if there are some differences between people, there are differences also between some disciplines about peoples. I think not only the disciplines are complementary, but they are in the root the same. So what to say about complementarity, that it would be seen in our project. I have said that our methods are complementary in the sense that she works synthesis and I work analysis of the image. But both the methods are both artificial and scientific. No difference about that. Our future collaboration is the question for Christina. I think about her future investigation and maybe doctoral thesis, etc. I think that is a question for her. And for me, it is the point that my work so far, the work till now, has some links, has some relation to that what we have done here, and it means that it has a sense concerning that what we do on this exhibition. And for future, let Christina talk about that.
For this particular project and previous ones as well, it was very interesting to listen to the reactions in the local art scene of my colleagues and people who are interested in art as well. In my opinion, I mean, this whole field of art and science exists around here. There are many amazing young artists that are exhibiting locally. but still it is under development. It's not yet mainstream or so, which kind of, I guess, makes us cool. So my point is not to be cool, but to feel very liberated and curious and constantly inspired, because you do feel like you are exploring some new field. Of course, worldwide, this is new field, so to say. So, okay, though it's not mainstream around here, it exists, and it's hard to kind of understand what would that mainstream be, because the technology develops so quickly that the whole field of art and science, or this particular field of image generating through neural networks that we do at the moment will soon maybe change into some new way of either image generating or some new approach, depending on the technologies that are currently, that are constantly growing. So this whole field is very exciting, and I really hope that here locally it will develop more, and that young artists would be more encouraged to do so. For now, I believe a bit of a problem could be the fact that there are not really so many institutions that support that. There are some, obviously, you know about this one. So I think that making more institutions or just engaging more young artists would help that whole scene to develop some strong appearance, identity, so to say. And the role of the artists that are working in the field of art and science, such as, well, in my personal case, and I believe that that should be the role for the others, is also to, in a way, by their presence and project and the way they talk about it and how they present it, to educate local audience about the possibilities, and to encourage, therefore to encourage other artists to get, well, to dive into that field. Also, for the future projects, I'm definitely planning to stay on this path. There are many more ways to explore this new way of seeing, if I can put it that way, because it is a new way of seeing. This is something that you, as a human being, you can't really produce neither manually nor mentally. This computational power is something that is only characteristic for a computer. So this whole field of new media and like neural networks in this example is something that really should be researched more and engaged with more. And I already have well, a few ideas for some new projects, which I look forward to present to my team if they still, if they decide to keep working with me. We'll see after this project. However, yeah, that would be important not only for me and my team and for our curiosity and our way of responsibility to articulate new visual languages using these technologies, but also to be present at this local scene or worldwide as well, hopefully, especially because that would be a good support to the other people and artists or programmers or scientists. So it's not only about the artists to engage in this field.
vibrates. You vibrate together in this greenness, in this lucidity of your sight. Now, you notice that it's not only the screen that you can see so clearly. You can see in the dark.
And those treetops that were always so far away, as you passed them many times in the park, as you looked through your car window on the street. Now, these treetops are here, as if you were lifted up, straight in front of them. They aren't as still as you thought. They are flexible and pulsating, and they differ from each other. You discern them from the whole alley of other trees. You are facing them, face to face.
Hello everyone, my name is Teun Karelse. Welcome to this Ars Electronica guided tour. It will be in two parts. In the first part, I will explore why fieldwork is relevant to artistic practice and the development of artificial intelligence. And in the second part, my friend Ian Ingram will explore his work with robotics and artificial intelligence in relation to wild animals. Fieldwork it's kind of funny that I talk about fieldwork because I'm not a typical outdoors person. I'm quite happy to sit at home reading a book. But this changed maybe quite radically when I first visited the rainforests in India. You know, in Holland, I'm used to our landscape where you can just walk around and quietly look at a river or a stretch of forest or walk around in it basically on your own terms. And in the rainforest, this is completely different. The presence of other beings is relentless and inescapable. The interaction is at a level that I had never experienced before. So you're walking around and you step into something or you hear something high up in the canopy. I think, what kind of creature made that sound? Was it a bird maybe, or a monkey, or... For most humans on the only planet that we know that has life, experiencing life at full volume in this way is rare. So my practice is a practice of exposure. I think we talk and act and think differently in the presence of other beings. You know, you really work differently when you're in the middle of a sandstorm. It's not just about being in pristine nature, but any shared space I think is interesting, because that is basically, in my view, where the big challenges for us as a society lie. Beyond our front door, in the complexity of those landscapes. So I make field work programs where teams work on location. This can be a couple of days, this can be a couple of weeks. I'm interested in environmental literacy in humans, in other biological beings, but also in machines. So this leads to questions like, when you look at the development of artificial intelligence at the moment, is it problematic that machines are learning almost exclusively from humans? Is it problematic that we consider something intelligent if it mirrors our intelligence? Well, there are many forms of intelligences. Is it problematic that artificial intelligence, that these AIs are basically their current habitat is a corporate environment? Or do these machines that are starting to sit on a chair in boardrooms and do medical analysis and analyze financial markets, isn't important that they go out, that they meet other creatures, do they basically need training forests to hear some other voices? So the way I set up these collaboratory frameworks The collaboration is basically set up based on the research question. So who is interested in this question, and to bring in very different views and ways of knowing and backgrounds, and as big a spread of age as possible. So one of the sessions, the youngest person was a 6-year-old boy, and the oldest was maybe 66, the oldest participant. So the diversity in participants, and there should be overlap in their expertise, but also such a widespread that everybody is a little bit challenged by the others. And the other part comes from finding a relevant location. So if we're doing this investigation on an island, if the research question is how would an AI become a steward of an environment, what would be its information sources, what would it be its places, its sort of places to act. An island makes sense because that limits the space for your exploration. So you try to find somebody who has local knowledge, which is vital in fieldwork. Not just knowledge in the sense of knowing its geography, or but somebody who understands it as somebody who's lived there. Another crucial point is to include voices of people who are not usually included in our discussions about technology. Friends in the forest, people from traditional backgrounds, about their perspectives on environmental machine learning. And then you get a very different discussion. And when you work in the field, you're sort of, everybody's a little bit out of their comfort zone. And there's moments where, you know, when you're doing a 3-hour workshop, some people are really good at that, but in field work I find that some people start to really open up when you're making the dinner, or when you're eating the dinner at night. The discussion continues and it becomes free-flowing, and a lot of things come up that wouldn't come up otherwise. So there's always room for the unexpected encounter, which I think also plays a role in Ian Ingram's work. So let's join him.
Here we are now in Southern California. We're in an ecosystem called the coastal sage scrub. It's dry, mostly dry, but in the spring there's plenty of moisture and the flowers bloom and the cactuses bloom. Folks hide out in nooks and crannies. There's a rich tapestry of animals making their way, living their lives. Birds, but also the remnants of human activity. Making territory. Humans aren't the only ones who hold on to territory. These two lizards want to preserve this rock as their own. Even a little bit of rock is important if you're a small lizard.
Nisa, unans kanonesa, Nisa, Nisa, unans kanonesa, Nisa, Nisa, unans kanonesa. Hallo ihr Zwerge, ich bin wieder da von der Weltreise. Und einer der super genialen und tollen Erfindungen ist der Farbpanzer. Er kann innerhalb in einer Sekunde eine ganze Wand voll sprühen. Oder andere Dinge. Naja, bei Tieren wird es ein bisschen schlechter. Die rennen ja immer so schnell weg. Dankeschön. Da ist ja wieder der Hund. Wo will der denn hin?
Hey, komm sofort da runter. Ich warne dich. Wehe, du machst da oben ein Häufchen. Wehe, du Dalmatiner. Ich schieße jetzt. Aua. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it.
Nisa, Nisa, unan scanonesa. Nisa, Nisa, unan scanonesa. Nisa, Nisa, unan scanonisa. Nisa, Nisa, unan scanonisa. Yeah!